We have so many forests, and so like we have Bankhead. We like. Have you ever heard of Bankhead or the Smith Lewis Lake?
No.
No.
Yeah, well, you should learn about those things before
I I
you
I got
think
my
anything about
passport.
my terrain.
I got my passport recently, and I'm looking forward to doing like a US like road trip style vacation.
Do it.
And
Yeah,
I
if
want
you
to,
want the biggest man-made lake, it's going to be Smith Lewis Lake.
yeah, I want to check out Monument Valley. I think it's in Utah. I don't know.
Arizona.
What
Arizona. Yeah, Monument
what
Valley looks
what,
beautiful.
what happened to Alpha Veritas? We're supposed to go to X. What happened?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm ready.
I guess he fell asleep. I don't know. Oh wow.
It's possible. Was he at work last night?
I don't blame him,
What was
honestly.
that, Jedi?
Was he at work last night?
I guess so, but he said he was gonna do it later on today, like right now, but he didn't do it.
Don't know what to tell you, mate.
No worries.
Now would be a good time to go over there, APOC. Everyone's getting up. It'll fill up quick.
I know, but he's the one that has that account to where everyone goes on the spaces. I mean, I have X. I can do spaces, but he's the one that does it. I don't want to step on toes, you know?
Right.
Maybe I should though, because
Let's not forget how Alpha Veritas is damn good at all the arguments proposed.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
Mm-hmm.
he's the one who cultivated the 3 points. Alpha Veritas is the reason why the
Uh-oh.
3 points were cultivated.
Um, sorry.
Anyone want to
So,
try
has
again?
anyone watched the movie called 2001: Space Odyssey?
Uh-huh.
Never heard of it.
I just watched it, and it was the most boring, worst movie I've seen, and the most overrated movie I've seen. I cannot believe people actually gloat over it.
Yeah, I never heard of it, so it's probably not that good.
But did you see
My
how
goodness, you have like 5 minutes of black scenes with just music, and this is art? Get out of here.
but did you see how their graphics are kind of equivalent to their moon landing and space bullshit
Dude,
that they
I
present to
actually
us?
thought about that because that movie came out in 1960, I believe 1968, if I'm not
Exactly.
mistaken. And I was
Exactly.
thinking, bro, that looks way too good for that time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, dude, if they can make that, that was before the moon landings. If they can make a movie look like that, I'm sorry, but the actual moon landing didn't look that far off from that movie.
Exactly. That's the whole point. These guys are fucking robbing us, bro. They're lying to us.
Okay, but look, this is the thing that I hear. Look, there are apparently like 400,000 people that worked on like the moon landing missions, whatever. So how can they all believe or like work on something that's all fake? That's supposedly what I hear.
So in the military, there's compartmentalization, which they thrive off of it. So if I'm working on a laser over here and you're working on a thruster over there, we wouldn't be able to engage with each other. I wouldn't know that it's getting put together to
Exactly.
right. So they count on that compartmentalization in any corporate setting, in any educational setting. They rely on that compartmentalization.
Absolutely, they
No
do.
problem. That makes sense, right? Keep people separated so they don't interact with one another, so information. That makes sense. But I'm wondering. So, do you think that was actually like a rocket that was sent up in the sky, or was that just fake?
Say
Who ca-
again? You were getting interrupted. I
Was
But
there
it
like?
does,
Do you think there was actually a rocket with human beings sent up in the sky, or is it all just fake?
who cares? It doesn't matter.
It does
Rockets.
matter.
Rockets.
The fact that we can actually question anything that they do, you shouldn't believe anything that's given to you narrative wise by them. You should question all of their narratives first.
Right. That's why I asked you. Like, do you think actually a rocket with human beings was sent up, or do you think they just
Yeah,
randomly shot up?
No.
question that. I would question that. I would be like, no, I don't think so, because rockets, also in the constituent parts of having to use a medium to traverse through with whatever they're claiming they're doing that with, you would have to be in some crazy conditions with those parameters.
So
I
flat,
would,
I'll give it to them better. So here in South Florida, you have the launch station, you have Satellite Beach, you have where they send the rockets up, right? So I could be on a little island or somewhere in South Florida and watch these things happen. But can I validate that the guy actually got on the rocket? Can I validate where that rocket went? No, right?
I mean, so that's the thing, though. Like, if I think it was actually filmed as well, like the people getting on board.
Right.
Where
They
if
can
they
show
didn't go
that,
to the
but
moon or
on the
anything like that,
ground,
or space,
can
where
I
did they then
validate
go
that?
to? Because
Hey,
we see a
Armo.
rocket flying
Hey,
all
Armo.
up. So where did
Armo.
they go? Well, can you hear the question
Dude,
before you actually reply?
dude,
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
take a breath. Okay, everyone knows your question. They went up
What's the
into this.
question?
Where are they going if they're faking the space flight?
Yes.
Right. Can we validate that, Armo? Can we follow them in our own rocket? Right? No.
Hiya Lee, it's Gary here calling from Astellas. Just wanted to
But
give you
where are
an
they
update
going?
from your
Where?
interview.
who
We did have a
cares?
Hold on.
final interview that was delayed from Friday.
Probably in the ocean. That's where the trajectory, we can
No, no, no,
debate
no, no.
that.
Who cares?
Probably.
I don't
I'm
care.
100%.
No,
We could ignore the speculation, right? Like we
I don't
could,
care.
but when we dealing with people, this guy, maybe he requires answers, even the simplest.
Yeah, I don't care about like somebody's need for examples or explanations.
Oh yeah, I
It's a
agree.
second law of thermodynamics violation. So you don't get your outer
Hey.
space. You don't get your 10 to the negative 17 torr, 10 to the negative 6 torr. You don't get any of that. You don't get that. You need
As
a
in it
container
doesn't exist.
for gas pressure. You don't get some sort of negative uh uh
Hey,
ex
I started the
you don't
spaces. If
need
you guys
some
want
sort
to
of
join,
negative
if you
exponent.
guys want to join, come over. I started the
You don't
spaces. I put the link. I put the link in the side chat. I'll see you there. All
you
right, bye.
don't need some sort of ex like negative exponent
Did you guys
on
hear the
your
side chat?
What's
You
a
guys get
negative
it?
exponent? What's that?
Jedi,
yeah,
you get it?
like a
I'll make you a
it's like
co-host.
a
Yeah.
All right,
something that should be
all right. Bye.
zero, but it's not quite. It's got so many degrees away. That decimal point is so many degrees away from zero. You
You mean
know,
like an infinitesimal?
it's just a decimal point away from zero.
You mean like a tenth or a multiple thereof?
Did I not already state what I said?
Well, he's
I just
trying to.
didn't understand what you
He
meant, but
doesn't.
that's okay,
Yeah.
Pookie.
He didn't
No,
understand.
hold on. Flatsy, he doesn't understand what you said. You said you explained, like with a vacuum, the negative exponent. He tried to say like, hey, what does that mean? It's a tenth or a
He's
decimal
trying,
point? And then
he's
you
trying to catch me.
no, he
Oh,
doesn't know what you're saying. How can he catch you if he
oh.
doesn't understand what you're
He
saying?
probably doesn't.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, I get how you're on the FED a lot, and there's a lot of trolls that Righteous Force allows just to run rampant there. But here is some people are just curious. They just were like, "Hey, I hear a flat earther talking. I'd never heard that concept before of a negative exponent. What does that mean?"
Oh, it doesn't mean a negative number. No. It means that it's that many, like, orders of magnitude of decimal points away from a 0 decimal point.
Gotcha. Like 10 to the negative 2 would be 0.001.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Wait, how does that relate to the gas stuff?
It would be like, say, what is the actual measurement of gas pressure at surface level versus what they claim to be at what's beyond that, right? So you need to be able to take some sort of account of the pressure that we have here on Earth versus something that is a vacuum, or a supposed vacuum adjacent to that without a barrier. So we have every instance where if there isn't a barrier, you can separate those things. But as soon as you have some sort of mechanism that can give you a um, some sort of flow between the two, it will equalize it vastly, like quickly. It's not even one of those things that will happen gradually. It will happen quickly, very quickly. So, if you're going to have gas pressure adjacent to some sort of, it doesn't matter what kind of vacuum, it just means like some sort of vacuum, some sort of low pressure environment adjacent to a high pressure environment. You need some sort of barrier, or
Yeah.
the gas pressure will fill the available
Yeah, just
volume.
seep out.
No, it will fill the available volume that,
Right.
like, quickly. It doesn't matter what you think. Violently is a word that people like to use, but it's just, it will fill the
Yeah, like a
available
balloon
volume.
popping, sure.
Sure, I don't care. Whatever example, we've got a bunch of examples of how gas fills the available volume quickly. We
Yeah.
don't nations or example. We got all of them.
Right, that makes sense.
Just a real quick correction. The 10 to the negative 2 would be 2 decimal places. Just like 10 to the positive 2. You're moving 2 zeros over.
Right.
That's what each negative is, raised by 1 power or 1, digit over.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You're right, and I wasn't trying to center focus in on all of that, but yeah, if you want to get into the mathematics of all of it, we can, but it's really just kind of simple. It's not something that necessitates you getting into the any of the mathematics about it, because
That's fine.
you just need to know the principles of it first.
100%
how you
understand reality first.
How you figure it out is you take the first number of that and then multiply it by itself to the power of. So 10 to the power of 2, 10 times 2. And the reason why they use powers of 10 is called scientific notation. Is a thing, only
I would
something
say
they
it's
do.
because of dimension. It would be because of adding dimension to something that would be normally like a 2D shape, to add dimension to it for a 3D.
Yeah, so you would, in scientific notation, you'd write the number with 10 to the power of something. That way you're only using the 6.8 or the 6 point or whatever, the 5 times 10 to the 17th. That way you just know that the significant value there is 5 for this experiment. And the next time you run it, it might be 4.8. That way you have to write it out as how big it is.
Well, there's a way to take in data and have some sort of variance with that data to get some sort of like something useful out of it.
What do you think keeps the air in?
Containment.
It has to be containment. It's an antecedent of gas pressure.
Does the shape of the container matter or no?
No, it doesn't, because we don't have to know that. We don't know that. We can't know that. And we wouldn't even claim to know that.
Could we calculate the size of the container, or is that not really possible?
Did I just. What did
I
I
mean,
just.
sorry. Previously, I was talking about the shape. Then I was talking about the volume. I thought those are different.
Okay, so do you want to try to figure out the volume or no?
Yeah, see,
I think it'd be interesting.
in gas law, you've got the formula for gas to see how much pressure would be inside a container. PV-nRT. The V there is volume.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so that would be containment.
So you got pressure times volume, and then it tells you how much gas is inside an area, and then the temperature. So when you have, if you're missing any of the other variables, then you can find out what the other one was, and that's for a closed, isolated system. So that
No, not isolated.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
just closed.
I
Okay.
wouldn't say isolated.
Yeah, it's not isolated. Isolated systems don't exist.
Okay.
Exactly.
Sorry, Carrington.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, no. Isolated systems don't exist, but
I'm thinking
that's
more
a
like
good point.
why you can't use
Yeah.
that for the Earth is because
You don't
just
know
go
the
a
V.
little bit over, you've got a different temperature. Like it's not this formula isn't for one
You can't
continuous.
prove that the Earth is an isolated system. That's the only thing that we want to say.
No, but the formula will dictate to you that it's a closed system because of the V in there.
Right.
Pressure is solved by force over area. The V is the size of the area.
And closed systems can still traverse some sort of energy, but not matter. But
This is why you globalists will always throw this under the bus. They talk about the ideal gas law as being just a symposium. It doesn't really exist. It's only something that you can do on paper. Because they need to do that because their volume would really be the end of the universe, an ever expanding leading edge of the known universe.
There's only two things that stop a gas being treated like an ideal gas. Those two things are extreme pressures and extreme temperatures. It's the only things that stop gases from behaving quote unquote ideal. So you're going to need a container to make it unideal if you're going to be talking about pressure.
Would the entire universe be filled with gas?
no, pressure is required.
That was Copernicus. Copernicus said that. The whole universe, like, this is why it's interesting when globalists now, try to say some of the things flat earthers are saying, which are pretty much what Copernicus said too.
Yeah,
So
but gas pressure is like something that you need initially first. You need that first. You don't get that. You don't just get granted that. You need it first.
So in the Copernicus model, you had the sun at the center, and right after uh, Saturn was like
That doesn't
a
satisfy.
glass sphere. So
Yeah,
you had
that doesn't satisfy entropy. They tried to make it satisfy entropy with their given paradigm of the Copernicus whatever, but with uh, the sun being like a black body, it doesn't satisfy entropy that way. So that is thrown out the window.
so what you're looking at when people raise the topic of where's the firmament, that has nothing to do with flat Earth. That was all of Copernicus's models, 16 models they presented, had a container that contained the known universe, which was the solar system. And after Saturn, it abruptly ends and contained within the firmament. See, this is another reason why I think flat earthers need to stay away from these biblical things, because at that point, the globalists can just invoke any sort of sky magic, just like Newton and Copernicus did.
Well, that's what
God
it
did
is.
it.
It's not even what you're like trying to tell us to beware of. It's already done. People are already doing it with ether.
You know, Flatsy, I do agree with you about this whole ether cosmology groups and stuff, and I do agree with you that they might turn people off. But I also think there's a place for them in the community, and I also think there's people out there who are not wired logically, who are not wired to discern on their own, by using just natural science and evidence. And I think those people need a replacement model. And as much as I disagree, that the ether model is is something that you can verify, I do think it does impress some of the globers who are on the fence, who are more mathematical minded, who need a model. And I think they have done some good work with those types of people. So, yeah, I do agree with you, but at the same time, I do think they have a place in the community, just in the
Okay.
speculation side of things, maybe.
Yeah, I think that what they did was despicable. What they did was give some sort of alleviation to the people that didn't have some sort of replacement to the cosmology that they gave up, and gave them a replacement to it. So I don't actually agree with you at all. I would say that what they did had no bearing on reality, had no verification whatsoever, and everything that they based everything off of, I can just take it apart easily, just easily. And what they say is just a bunch of hogwash in my ears. So I don't agree. I think that what they actually contribute to the community is the snake oil salesmen, whatever. They found a bunch of people that are vulnerable right there off the cusp of being a glober to being a flat earther. They found some sort of way of making money off of that. And they did it, and they found a great way of doing it. And I know, I can see it. I'm not just ignorant. I'm not stupid. I see it. I know what he did. I know how he made money. He made money off of ignorant people. He made money off of people that are so easily swayed. So that's a problem, because that's a majority. Literally, it's a majority of people. Even if somebody's like being coaxed into being woken up, they're being swept into a bunch of propaganda right off the bat. and then they have him right there as the leading flat earther. Are you kidding me?
Hey, what?
This is a problem,
Who are you talking
not
about?
a good thing. A problem.
Who are you talking about?
Witsit and
Yeah, he's not a flat earther.
Ether and all that. Yeah.
He hasn't identified as a flat earther for a long time.
Yeah, he's a
they're
true earther.
true earther.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not even talking about people that are flat earthers anymore, but I have to defend flat earthers from this hogwash. I'm giving you the examples of what's going on, the narrative that's being drawn in front of our eyes. I'm giving it to you, but if you refuse to see it, you refuse. But some people have better insight than I do, so I don't have some sort of ego trip, or I see it for what it is, because everything's very simple. It's not hard. It's simple. So you don't have to think too hard. Just think at all. Lick some windows. No, don't do that. Anyways, just saying. You got it, guys.
How'd you learn about all this stuff?
Experience.
But you're talking about some very like technical stuff like negative exponents. Was that like, how'd you come to know about that?
Just experience, man.
By
I
asking
just
the right
don't.
questions.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. So I'm not here to just be some sort of spectator or I don't want to ridicule anyone. I want to learn.
Gotcha.
Redify. If
Uh,
if you were serious about, I'm not saying you're not, but let's say you got serious about, finding out whether there was any curvature or motion or any evidence to this claim of the ball, you would have to go into some technical subjects, in geometry. You would have to know how the Earth is measured. You would need to know if anybody had ever measured the Earth before you could start, making these conclusions. So once you start digging into this subject, you'll find you build and develop a lot of technical knowledge, just because you need to know these things to be able to address the question.
okay, I have
So
a question.
Exactly.
Are you
Exactly.
familiar with Blevins' theory of motion?
Lemon. You're talking about Lemon Bird?
No, Blevins, like Tyler Blevins.
Oh,
Blemons.
No.
You know, the one that goes like, I'm not seeing a lot of motion here. Do you know if any Globers are able to respond to that or no?
I would say that probably not, but we would need some clarification on Blemons.
I'll have to find it, but thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fry is a true earther, not a true flat earther.
We just need verification, repetition, things like this, like empiricism, with every claim that somebody comes in the door with.
Yeah, Redify. It's like a lot of Globers are Globers because they don't understand what the horizon is. They don't understand depth perception. And it's quite a technical subject, but people can fool you into thinking that the geometric curve of the Earth is visible, and you can identify it. But until you actually learn about perception, how the horizon works, and how and why things disappear at the horizon vanishing point, it's only
Wait,
at that point you can start to realize and put this together and be able to figure out who's lying and who doesn't know what they're talking about.
but hold on, you just did two different things. Like, you can't do one with one and you can with the other. So if you have a monocular vision of something, so if you only have like one optic, you don't have depth perception or anything like that. So you don't have the same optics that you have when you're viewing something with both eyes, or two different optics at the same time, like binoculars. So if you're not using something with um like if it's monocular, if it's only one singular optic, you're not getting depth perception with anything that you view. So you need to take that into consideration also when you're talking about things that are being viewed from afar or close up. Yeah, no depth perception means that you don't know if it's a ball, by the way. So, if you're looking through a monocular device to understand something that's celestial, you can't claim that it's a ball. You just can't because it's a monocular device that's
Couldn't,
giving you any information
couldn't you
on
move
those
left to
celestial
right?
objects.
Like, couldn't you move left to right to like get two different perspectives?
A monocular device means no depth perception. You don't know anything about the depth of anything. No spatial awareness. You only know its apparent.
What I mean is
Uh,
parallax. Couldn't
yeah,
you exploit
there's no
parallax?
parallax either. You don't have that either. You don't have any of that. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is, I think a side to side motion could induce
You
parallax.
don't
That would.
have parallax. And
Okay,
I'm talking about something you can't even comprehend,
that's
apparently. I
fair.
don't know why, but you can't seem to understand it. But you also have no parallax. What are you talking about?
What I mean is like the Nintendo 3DS, the parallax effect.
Yeah, you have no parallax in the sky. Where is the parallax? Show me.
Oh, I don't. I wasn't talking about the sky. I was talking about
Yeah,
on the
show me
ground.
the parallax. Show me the parallax.
I don't think there is parallax in the sky, but I think it's on the ground
Oh,
though.
so there's no parallax. So why are they using parallax?
I think they're being tricky. I don't know, but I just meant like the
Oh,
general
so
term
I
for
don't have
geometry.
to really take whatever you're saying doesn't matter then.
I think that cosmologists are weird because they call like radiometric whatever it's called. It's like redshift. They call that parallax, even though it's not
Oh
even
my
remotely
gosh.
similar to geometric parallax. It's weird.
It's so great that you can just like philosophically puke all like on all of us, but I would say that you don't know, I don't know, none of us know, and why would we act like we know?
Good point.
So where are you at, Redefy? What's your position?
I feel like if I had a position, I'd be kind of silly because I haven't done any research.
It's a really good answer. I kind of respect that. Would you say you're truly on the fence, or come on? I mean, you were raised like everybody else. We were all indoctrinated into believing it. I mean, have you released that yet, or do you think it's more likely to be a ball at this point still?
I think some of the parts aren't adding up, but I'm not too sure. I think the people in this chat make some good points.
It's hard not to just love this guy.
Yeah, I don't just think the guys in here are making good points. I think what they're doing is literally demonstrating to you that the ball is a belief. And without fallacious reasoning, assumptions, you are always going to come back to a flat and stationary topographical plane with no decrease in elevation over water. And with the majority of the realm being water, I think they're not just making good points, they're demonstrating there is no curve. Obviously verbally, but if you're logical and you understand what they're saying, it leaves no room for debate here.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't find any wiggle room for some sort of alternate idea if you hold two contradictory ideas in your mind at once. What is that called?
100%. Like per our conversation last night, it becomes individual incumbent. You have to decide for yourself. You have the information presented on this side, which are facts irrefutable. You have another side, things you've been told, you've been groomed to believe since a child. It then becomes incumbent on the individual to decide. You have to use your own logic, your own critical thinking skills to validate or not validate the things presented to you.
I think that just because we have to, forgo some sort of person that would adhere to rules outside of what would seem logical or something that happens in nature, they could be trumped with the housekeeping questions of how it works. Just go ahead.
Hey, what's up? What's up, my flat earthers?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, do you guys want to answer my question, or is this female gonna spur gun again on me? Like this
Do we
really?
need to? Should we just mute you again?
Yeah,
Is that
just
what we're
mute
going to
him.
do?
Or if you guys want to have a question, it's a genuine question.
Yeah,
You
no
don't.
one's spurged out at you. This is a delusion. You are delusional.
You remember my question though, or are you just saying that?
Yeah, you think someone's spurging out? You don't even know what these words are.
Oh, she was spurring on him. Yeah, he had like a complete melt.
Yeah, you're full of shit, dude. No one's gonna bite now. You poisoned the well. You acted like a complete goofball.
I feel like it was me because I'm the girl. I'm
No,
the only.
it wasn't you. It was his feeling. It was his feeling.
This is
It
feelings,
was
yeah.
his feelings. Yes.
I didn't even catch who it was.
It was some monkey something, some guy with a monkey picture.
Yeah, it was here earlier trying to instigate a shit show between Flatsy and I've forgotten his name, the other guy who stayed. But as soon as we muted him, he left. That's normally a sign that they're just here to troll. As soon as they can't troll anymore, they leave. They're not listening.
Agreed. I do agree.
Yeah, I found him. It's Davy Jones.
It's a big red flag when someone joins who's been a problem before and goes in, "Hello, my flat earthers." Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't buy that either. Yeah, you have to be like kind of seasoned a little bit before you're considered just a flat earther.
Yeah, you got to be experienced on these mean streets of Discord out here.
Yeah, you have to be able to handle the tough questions.
And the clowns, the army of clowns.
The tough questions are for both sides. It's not just one sided. Those questions are for both sides. And they will definitely like give you every single like all the pretender clowns will be very apparent when you pose those three questions to the globetards.
No cameras, dude. You're told this over and over again.
Fuck you.
Nobody wants to see your face, bro.
Fuck you.
Why do they like why does he think that somebody wants to?
Type shit.
Are you a
Hey, big
grown man or a
vegan.
child?
What's up? What's up? You've joined the channel. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. Are you aware?
The show.
All right. What's your? Have you looked into this subject? What's your thoughts?
Fuck with it.
You fuck with it. So you're interested in the topic. Are you on the fence or are you flat earther? What would you say you are?
I'm a fuck with it. Flatter.
Okay. What does that mean? I'm from England, so I don't really know what "I fuck with it" really means.
Means I'm gonna fuck with it.
I'm from Alabama. I don't know either.
I'm from Florida.
You sound like Forrest Gump. No offense.
Still don't know.
You heard me.
Can you say "life is like a box of chocolates" for me? Oh, that hot mic is really annoying. So is there actually any evidence for a globe? Any direct evidence, measurements, experiments? Do we have anything?
No.
Flat earthers.
Is
Especially
he
the guy
okay? Does he have a
that
mental
he's
issue at this
proving
point?
it being a vegan. He's not, actually. He's disproving it. If he knew how analysis worked at all, he wouldn't be here trying to contribute his nonsense.
But I'm not vegan.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Not even that. It's like, if you're going to give us some sort of knowledge of how many people are doing something, whether it be similar or not, if you're going to contribute to that and it's something that's not significant, then that's the maximum. Then you're going to go ahead and give us a maximum of your energy given. Really? That's it? Driving a vehicle? Please.
Big Vegan, can you please turn your video off?
Yeah, are you
It
okay?
limits it limits
Yeah,
the room, buddy.
yeah, you've got
Yeah,
like 10 seconds to turn off the video.
All right.
limits the room at 25. Brett. 25.
Why would you force your face on people and they don't want to see it? Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
It's
We got
because
5,
they think that they have some sort of
4,
evidence. They don't. They don't.
3,
Poor souls.
2, 1. Well done.
Oh, it's gone. Hey, it's
That's the
gone.
thing. Like our conversation last night. You identify these childish tactics, and they either go bye bye or they behave like a reasonable human. Which it seems difficult for these people most of the time.
Yeah, but you're not able
Yep.
to dictate who is going to do it and who isn't.
Right, right. We just base it off of what's presented to us. They portray. They use these tactics. We can identify them at that point. We can choose what to do with them.
What do we do with them, Flat Earth Ranger? What should we do with these guys?
It depends on
Oh,
how they present themselves. If they're obviously an a-hole or being obviously disruptive or have nothing to contribute, we can decide what to do. But maybe for the most part, we can force these people to be reasonable and begin from there. Uh, we can identify
I
the
like your
tactics and then
answer. You don't even have to cut. You don't even have to go on. I like your answer. You're good.
Well, I always say there's more than one way to skin a cat, guys. You know, you need to be versatile. You need to recognize the competition. And like I said, perception is fact to those who are not rooted in logic. If you recognize that, then probably need to get them
Bring
back
it
on to logic.
on, baby. Bring it on. I hope they bring it. Yeah, what you said? Yeah, I hope they bring it.
They're not bringing anything.
They ain't bringing shit. Yeah.
I
What they're
know,
going
but
to
I'm trying to be excited about it. Come on, guys.
oh,
Hey, bring it
think,
on,
think
you
about it.
stinking Globers. Come on.
Think about it from this point of view. Everything that they're going to be bringing us is going to be demonstrating the flat Earth. So be excited about that. Yeah, they're just
I
going to come
am
here and preach the
excited
flat Earth.
about it.
I just had this vision of the Globers. It's like I had a globe proof once. Then I found out it proves a flat Earth. God damn it.
That's kind of the thing, right? People at our level of understanding the nature of reality, we it is exciting because there's one or two things that's going to happen. You're going to have the honest person who says, "Yes, I'm here to learn. I'm on the fence. I don't know. I've looked into some things that which guided me here," or the guys who can't open their ears or hear anything contrary to what they believe. So, us being experts in the field, we could identify one or two, only one or two. You're here to listen and learn and be, open your ears and learn something new or
Oh, hand
the
brother.
idea of something.
R45. Yeah, R45.
He's hot micing.
You're okay. Have you got one? No, I haven't got one. Never used it. Okay, let me find one for you. Okay. Let me find
Man,
one
you're
of the
hot
ones
micing.
that's a little bit damaged. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It was a
He sounded like he was talking about flat Earth.
I feel like I don't hear from him enough. Like I always get surprised when I hear his voice.
I feel like he is asking us to name our flat Earth proofs right now for him. And
Well, you can't mute him.
latitude, longitude are flat Earth proofs. They require the celestial bodies to be not a fixed distance away, but something that we can use for a linear distance on the adjacent, which is the surface of the earth that we use. This is your chance, flat earthers, to put in your actual position. Go ahead.
It's measured flat.
I already said that.
And that's all we need to know. Talk
Yes,
about anything.
that's right. That's true. That's all we need to know.
Black Swan.
Honestly, I feel like the back chats have been like the people that are defending a position is taking more control over these spaces or whatever, more so than other people. So I don't know what's going on. Go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead.
Wasn't going to say anything. I was just whispering pitch data in the background, as opposed to whispering Black Swan in the background. Could whisper gas fox off in the background. About it.
Good, good thing to whisper in the background, but I'm saying, like, if you're gonna just say it, man, dude, what's going on right now?
I don't know. How much have you been drinking?
Too much.
There we go.
Just having a bit of fun, Flatsy.
It's only lunchtime here. What time is it for you, Flats? It's got to be like about, what, 5, 6, 7 in the morning?
I'm not answering that question.
What the time is? Okay.
Precisely.
Fair enough.
Precisely what time?
Precisely not answering that time.
Roger, Roger. I do find it a bit bizarre though when I come on in the mornings and it's the US is 4, 5, 3, 4 in the morning, and it's just so different, isn't it? It's a bit weird.
Yeah, man. I'm on at like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, sometimes over English time, but that's relatively early still for those guys.
Yeah, I miss out on so many great combos because I can't stay up late.
It's a good time to be awake, to be fair.
So
For Discord.
Jedi's you're not so, like, not privy to my what presence here.
I'm not privy to your present.
Yeah, that was the worst thing I could have said.
That's just weird. I'm definitely not privy to your present. That's right.
You are now because I said something, but like
That is true.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be.
That is also true. Yep. I wouldn't be privy to your present unless you told me about it. Yep. At the time, as well. Is there anybody in this chat who believes that they can most definitely prove that the Earth is a curved surface with a measurement? Does anybody sincerely believes that? I'm going to scroll up and down the channel. See Gonzo's in the house. What's up, Gonzo?
You're going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, I can't prove anything.
Can't prove anything. How can you prove that?
Well, you can prove that you're on Discord right now. I'm pretty sure.
I have strong evidence, but yeah, I can't. I can't definitively prove I'm on anything, but I'm like 99.99%, 99.99% confident. Yeah.
So even though you're experiencing it right now and you can verify it and prove it to yourself, you've convinced yourself you can't. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if if Discord is real or yeah. I mean, I'm highly confident, but I can't prove it.
Poor you.
That's really weird, my friend. We can verify for you that Discord is real. I mean, is it not enough that you can validate this?
Well, he might think we could be in on it. That 1%, lack of confidence that.
And the poor soul that he is.
What if we're all trying to trick him? We would all be some sort of conspiracy theory that we're all in on it to get him to convince him. Like he's 99% sure he can't get to 100% because of different reasons, and one of those reasons would be someone trying to convince him that he is 100%. That is proof in of itself that he can't be 100% sure because we're in on it.
Well, I'm highly confident that's not the case, but it's possible. Yeah.
That we're in on it.
Very
yeah,
paranoid.
I'm extremely
The man
confident
said-
I'm extremely confident that that's not the case, but I don't throw it out.
Does science prove things? You picking it up, Jedi. You're picking it up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm always giggling in the background when somebody asks one of these questions.
Right. So, Gonzo, does science prove things?
Are you asking me if science proves things?
Yes.
No.
No, because
Oh, it might not be chosen.
it uses induction, so it just gets closer and closer to the truth, but
Oh,
it never
give us a
proves it.
citation that science uses induction, please. Thank you.
Well, what kind of, like, if I give you some kind of source, you'll tell me that's not good
Because
enough.
I know for a fact that science does not use induction. That's why I said science uses induction, please, citation. Thank you. That's why I said that.
Well, it could be like maybe give an example of his science. He might have a different version of science that
would be a him
Oh,
problem
that would
at that point, right?
that would make a lot of sense. Right, Crit. You're right. So you have your own idea of science and you want to like make us think like we need to have your idea of science. No, we don't.
Okay,
You can just like actually know what science is and
how am I
maybe
trying to
give
make
us
anyone?
the constituent parts of what we ask for. Go
How
ahead.
am I trying to make anyone feel anything when I was just here to listen because I'm bored and someone approached me asking me to talk? How am I trying to make anybody?
you
How am I
do
trying to make
then.
anybody
Okay.
feel anything?
No,
Oh,
Flats.
so you
I
haven't.
think Flats, you might have missed it. He was asked, "Can he prove the Earth is a globe?" He said, "No, he can't prove. He's just confident that it's a globe."
Oh, sorry, my bad. That's pretty bad for you, but that's
Right.
fine. Whatever.
So wait,
Let's
if you
go
can
on.
make up your own definitions
Move.
for words or state like that science doesn't prove things, yeah, there's a
Let's
problem
move
there.
on. Let's
Which is
move
why
on.
Flatsy, that's why you brought it up, right, Flatsy? He doesn't know himself because science
Exactly.
does prove things, right? And whether you believe it or not, that's subjective. That's an individual problem. That's a you problem. Because science does prove things, and it doesn't use elucidation to not prove or
Why?
prove.
Sorry, I'm already confused as why, when asked about measuring the curvature of the Earth, and him going, "I can't prove things," and then us going to, "Well, does science prove things?" Why are we talking about science all of a sudden?
That's
We
why I
weren't
moved
talking
on.
about science in the first place. We were talking about
Well,
measurement.
yeah, because he said something about like this using science is never proof. You can only get closer and closer to like the best answer.
Yeah, that's why I moved away. He's not trying to
100%.
base anything in science. Do you want to like base something in at least like some sort of kind of
You kind of can't
science?
at this point, right, Flatsy? He can't because he's already wrong. Science doesn't prove things according to him.
How am I wrong? I said
Because you said
science
science
doesn't
never
prove
proves,
things. How? Yeah.
because that's wrong. Science absolutely proves things, especially when you can apply the scientific method to prove those things, which you are maybe unsure about. Yeah,
Okay.
science
What are you trying to
absolutely
say
proves.
that would be scientific that we wouldn't accept?
So you're talking about some kind of unconventional science that believes the Earth is flat.
No, do you think
No,
that we
no,
wouldn't
no.
accept
Sorry,
something?
Patsy. Sorry. No, unconventional science. No, we should be talking about geometry, which isn't science. But now we're on to whether science proves things. Science proves things. It proves cause and effect, or not cause and effect. It's built into the hypothesis, right? Your alternate and your null. There either will be a change or there won't be a change. So ipso facto, you're going to prove one way or another that something did or did not happen. So it's built into the methodology of the scientific method. We're not going to be doing this for shapes, though. Shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. We're not trying to figure out the cause of something. We're trying to figure out what something is. It's claimed to be a geometric shape, so geometry, right? Measurements and some math, maybe.
1000%. So me being ignorant of the subject, yeah, that will be a me problem
Yeah,
because
but
science ultimately
I
does prove things.
yeah, I can definitely point out how we measure the Earth flat.
So can they.
So can Jedi.
No, so can they when they come in here.
Yes, he
They come
can.
in here
I'm
with,
true.
They do. They absolutely do. They just like lay out how the Earth is measured flat, and then Jedi, he's like, "Hey, I know why."
because it is. But yeah, sorry, Gonzo. Do apologise, mate. But science does prove things, and we shouldn't be talking about science if we're talking about the shape of an object.
Right. If you want to invoke the flat Earth theory, according to you, yeah, those that's a proof in the
No, no,
measure.
no, no. It's not a theory.
Right. According to him, right. That's what he said. But it's a
No,
proof,
I'm
not a
saying
theory.
it's not
Proof.
a theory.
Right.
I'm
But
saying it's not a scientific theory. We're talking about something that is observable, measurable, right?
irrefutable, right? But if Gonzo
I
wants
just want to
to,
throw a bit of clarity in. Sorry, dude, I didn't hear you speaking there.
go ahead.
Yeah, Gonzo, a bit of clarity here though, because I've heard this so many times from Globers who are really into the philosophical and kind of like pseudo theories, of I don't know, maybe existence, the bigger questions. And I think if you want to, live in that world of the bigger questions, what are we? Why are we here? Then you're right. Certain things can't be proven, but within context, things can be proven. And in this context, we're talking about the natural world, and we have something called the scientific method, which helps you prove causation, like Jedi said. So we exactly have a methodology of how to prove, the word prove, causation of phenomena. Within context, the natural world is something we all share. So this is validated. Science does prove things within the context of the natural world. So you can prove that you're on Discord, whether you believe it or not. You can prove that, to be sure.
Yeah, it'd be like with his worldview is like if you gave somebody who's like a persistent vegetative state or a baby, if you just put headphones on the baby and said, "Is the baby on Discord?" See, he would parse out what each word means. What does it mean to be a baby? What does it mean to be on? What does Discord mean? If you put just just put headphones on the rock, is the rock on Discord? So each one of these words he would have to parse out, which is kind of important to ask him. What does he mean when he says science? What does that mean for him? Is it just the word knowledge? Because he said alternative science that believes. See, that would be if you know something, do you also believe it, or do you have to believe it before you know it? It's trying to like really kind of parse out like how far off the reservation is he? Like how far outside of like standard thinking?
It's not even his fault, Crit. It's how he was told. That's how he learned it, right? So to hear a subject contrary to what I've been told my whole life, yeah, I'm gonna
It's
come in.
also it's also a good caliber for anyone who is in the topic to give their, say, their litmus test. Like if you want someone to give a litmus test of how much they know, you can know. We all do, actually. So when somebody speaks and they talk about how much they know, we know how much they know. We don't act like we don't. Like, so maybe to the
You roboted out on the end there.
Yeah, that was a hard cut off. While we're waiting for Flatsy, what's your response to what's been said, Gonzo?
Well, I mean, for all practical purposes, I believe I'm on Discord. I just said I'm not. I leave a 0.00001 possibility that I'm not.
All right, we're past make believe stuff now. Based off of the statement of science proving things, we're talking about that, not the make believe stuff.
Sorry, can you?
So you said science doesn't prove. We say science proves. Do you understand now that science proves things?
Well, the conventional scientific method is you repeat tests, and the more repeatable it is, the more confident you become.
And what does that do? Validate something? Does it prove something using that process?
You just get increasingly confident, and you live your life according to that being. Like I step onto an airplane because I'm extremely
I
confident
see.
that
So actively
I'm not
ignoring
going to die.
reality. Science
Yeah, so
proves
I make a
things, right?
decision to fly
We laid it out.
because
Just
I
a second,
trust
just a
the
second.
engineers.
Just a second,
Because I
right?
trust the
We laid it
engineers
out
aren't
for
going to
you.
build a plane that's
Yeah,
going
just a second.
crash.
Yeah. And we laid it out for you how science proves things,
You guys
right?
are boring.
Were you able to track that conversation or that logic in that conversation? Do you understand now that science absolutely proves things, whether you believe it does or not, right?
Your mic's a little muffled. I can't hear you too well.
So we understand now that science proves things, right? Minus the individual perception, whether I can deem it proof or not, right? The method proves things, right? Thank you, Mikey.
So it's your position that science always proves stuff? Always?
No. It's a fact. You apply the scientific method to things, to whatever you're trying to prove or disprove, right? You can apply that method to prove things, right?
No, I think I don't agree. No.
Right, and that would be a you problem at that point because it absolutely does prove things the way it was laid out for you. Using the scientific method, how you validate or uh, come to a conclusion of a no, right? It
Yeah,
proves
I can
things
come to
and what,
conclusions. For all
right,
practical purposes, I can come to
right,
conclusions. Yeah.
right,
What
and,
would be
and
your
then you could
alternative
repeat those
explanation?
conclusions and come to the same conclusion. Uh, manipulating variables, right? You can still come to that same conclusion, which is what it deems it proof because you experimented on it, you observed it in reality, so you can prove that these things are real, right?
His alternative explanation. So he's got something he thinks proves it. He's got proof. We're not proof. He's got a test, an experiment that he's done 100 times. 100 times it got the predicted result. one time it didn't. So he's going to say 99% sure. What would
Right.
be your alternative explanation?
Are you asking me?
Some reason to justify saying 99% and not 100%. What's
Well,
the
yeah, like if we
alternative?
use your example, and one time out of 100, there's an inconsistency. At that point in time, yeah, you could, if that's the evidence I have to go by, you could, kind of say 99%, something like that.
And then what would be your alternative? What's your alternative explanation?
I don't need to have an alternate. Like I don't. Like I can just say I don't know, that I have that luxury.
Yeah, I mean that's okay. That's why I was wondering what you would use. You say so there could be something out there like God or
Yes.
supernatural being or whatever.
Yes, there could be. Yes.
Leprechauns.
Yeah, I have a 0.00000001 belief in leprechauns.
Well, a 1% belief in leprechauns. Do you ever see the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Or read the book? Probably a lot of people read the book more than saw the movie. The original one, not the remake.
No, but I heard it's good, so I might.
Okay,
yeah, I
so
might
just
check
a
it out.
minor spoiler: when Earth was going to be destroyed, all the mice disappeared because it turned out that they were pan-dimensional beings that were experimenting on people to see what they would do. So, the scientists would set up the maze for the mice to go through, and one would seem to react to a piece of cheese. The other one would just randomly take a left turn. One of them would just fall over and die. They're always doing interesting, wide variety of things to see how the scientists would respond to the stimulus of what the rat would do or the mice. So that's kind of what you would be looking at. You're like, hey, I just ran an experiment with mice and which type of cheese works best for a trap. 99 times they went for the cheddar. One time it disarmed the trap and then threw the cheese into the sink and flipped on the garbage disposal and just kind of wrote me a note and said, "Nice try, asshole." And you would just say, "Oh, okay, I don't know what caused that. It must have been leprechauns."
I don't know if I follow, but there's a hierarchy of evidence. You can't word of mouth or eyewitness accounts are very low on the hierarchy of evidence, and then different qualities of evidence. So I don't know where that would land on the hierarchy, but yeah, I'll have to watch the movie.
What lands
I don't have
on
a strong
there is no evidence for the contrary.
So observer dependency. This is really good because you said eyewitness testimony. So if somebody tells you they saw the curve of the earth, that would be very low evidence for you.
Yeah, same as if they saw the Earth being flat. Yeah, it would be very low evidence. Yeah.
And then even more so if they can't define what they saw. Like you say, "Hey, you saw the curve. What did it look like?" And they're like, "I don't know. I can't define it. I don't know what numbers, what words would you use or numbers to describe it?" All they say, "It was curved." Kind of like a fish story, huh?
Yeah, if I was only going off that would be poor evidence, just as it would be if I was only going off someone saying they saw it flat. Yeah.
So how about if you were to take a measurement?
Yeah, again, if it was high on the hierarchy of evidence, but I don't really feel like searching links about studies and mathematics and stuff like that. I'm happy just listening.
Well, I mean, we're just going through the hierarchy of evidence. Which one has the higher level of evidence, the curve or the flat?
So yeah, I don't know which is the best measuring method of measurement. So yeah, I don't really want to. I don't want to have a geometry kind of discussion. In the mood for a geometry discussion.
Yeah, any method to measure, like any method at all.
Yeah, that would tilt me. Again, far from 100%, but yeah, it would nudge me in one way or another. Yeah, that type of thing. Yeah.
And then how about practical use?
Practical. I don't know. Is this like the surveyor thing?
Or like, say, plumbing, or say like the St. Lawrence Seaway, Suez Canal, Panama Canal, these massive superstructures that effectively use the Earth as a flat baseline to sea level.
Yeah, if you want to, I don't know, leave me a short read on that. I'm happy to, like a few paragraphs. I'm happy to read that.
Well, yeah, you don't need to read it. Just think about it. Like an aqueduct, like a Roman aqueduct. Would that be a practical use of the Earth as flat?
Again, I'm not. I don't know what the best forms of measurement are.
Well, I mean, we're talking about practical use, not measurement anymore. Measurement would have been, like, say, step 2. So you've got observation, which would be really low, and then you've got taking measurements, and then what the highest level would be practical use. So simply put, do you ever see, measure, or observe the curve or rotation of the Earth?
So as someone who does not, have any kind of any profession that requires me to go up into space or have.
Would that be eyewitness testimony? So that
Just say no.
He ignored. Like, just
Yeah.
answer a yes or
Just
no
say
question. Yes or
no.
no. That's yes or no.
So yeah, I do require to trust experts. Yes, on that.
Oh, so no.
On what?
Like, he didn't even answer.
No, okay, for you. So at any point from the moment you woke up today to the
Yeah.
moment you go to the bed, will you ever use the Earth as curved or flat, or will you measure it as curved or flat, or will you practically use the Earth as curved or flat? Don't worry about other people, eyewitness testimony, or trusting other people. That you can save that for your pastor when you go talk to your
Yeah,
pastor.
he's an idiot. He's not
Okay,
gonna.
so just today, like, say if you're going to walk to the store or drive to the store with your car, will you account for the rotation of the Earth when you do this, or measure it, or observe it, or use it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, GPS. Yeah.
Wow. Conversation. This
No,
guy.
let's see. So how does GPS curve or rotate the Earth?
Well, it uses satellites.
Okay, so not the Earth. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about the Earth here. Like,
I thought it was. Sorry, can you? You asked me if in my everyday I use
GPS the Earth? Okay, number one. So is in your worldview, when I say you use.
And by the way, if other people can zip it, if we're gonna actually have a conversation, or else I'm happy to leave.
Oh, my feelings. Oh, my feelings.
Yeah,
no, I'm happy. I'm happy talking to this guy, Crit, who's being respectful, but the others are kind of being assholes.
I don't want to sit there and just control the conversation either. Like, it is an open panel. I mean, does someone else want to jump in? I can, but
No, I'd rather just talk to you actually, because
Like,
someone
look,
already,
yeah, because I run things. My
some
feelings,
coward,
my
someone
feelings,
coward just
my
already
feelings.
called me an idiot. So
I mean, because you're provably so. We laid it out for you, gave you examples, gave you different paradigms, but obviously you can't logically track that and use your own critical thinking and apply it. He asked you specifically, when you go outside and you drive to the store, do you account for curvature or the spin of the earth? You said yes, GPS. Wow, wow.
okay, can you expand on that? Why? Wow.
No,
Hello.
you can just talk to
Yeah,
him. I
can
don't
you
want to hurt.
expand
I
on
don't want to hurt
why?
your
Why are
feelings.
you
I
saying
don't want to
wow?
hurt your feelings because
Why are you saying wow? No,
because you
you can
couldn't
say it
track.
politely.
Yeah, I said wow because you couldn't track the logic or answer his question
Yeah, go ahead.
directly, right? And you can't
Expand
even
on
make
wow.
a stat. Right, and you can't even make a stat. Uh you can't concede that science proves things, right? So what's the point? You obviously don't understand much, right?
No, I don't. That doesn't follow. That's a non sequitur.
Okay, right. But that's individually perceived by you, right? The people on the outside would say, this guy knows nothing.
Are you? This guy is in who? Me or you? What are you talking about?
Irrelevant.
All right,
Right? So,
guys.
wow.
Thanks, Crit, for the conversation. I might check back later. Bye.
All right, yeah, take care. See you next time.
I need to bring band aids when I come in here. I definitely don't want to hear that I'm wrong by that guy. Like, what?
It reminds me of like not too long ago. I mean, people used to have like lots of phone numbers memorized, different places they would go. They know the route, they know how to get there. It's like now people can't drive to the store without their GPS. Like, not even a mile, like just down the block, you need to fire up your GPS or you'll get lost. Like, wow, like
It's like we simply identified the tactic, right? So Crit was asking direct questions. And if you can't hold a position or have a position to begin with, what's the point? He didn't even understand me putting that to him. Like, what's your position? Does science prove things or not? No, it doesn't. Okay, well here's how it does. Can you concede that? No, new point. Like what? What? And also my feelings.
Hey, I heard something I was going to bring up. Is anyone from like Australia here still?
Yes, mate.
I tried to Google it. I get kind of inconclusive results. So is it true? Like, is it illegal to have your dog in your car with you if it's not like? Is it required for a dog to have a dog seatbelt?
Sure is. It's got to be harnessed and attached to a seatbelt. But look, you can get booked for a lot of things here in Australia. Not just that. Driving in thongs, eating whilst you're driving. There's a lot of things they can get you. Apparently, someone the other day got booked for going too slow. He wasn't going that slow. He was maybe 7 kilometres under the limit. He got a ticket.
Wow,
It's
that's
all about.
crazy.
It's
Well,
revenue raising.
yeah, it's like if you drive at any time, they could pull you over for any reason and just get money out of you.
Well, there's a lot of speed cameras, fixed speed cameras. They've got now cameras that'll pick people up if they're using their phone or if their phones are on their laps. It's huge revenue raising, and the fines are huge. I tell you. And I basically drive around using cruise control just to avoid the fines.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Far away.
Yeah, man.
I tried to ask this last time, and a couple of people like really spurred down on me. But I'll
Okay,
try.
hold on. If
Okay.
that was, were you here earlier where you tried to say something like with?
I mean, I'll just ask my question. So, people that believe in flat Earth,
Slow
I never
down.
found.
Slow down. We're
Well,
we're troubleshooting phase right now.
well, I know. I mean,
Okay, so
calm down. Why? That's got my. I'm just.
okay, dude, you need to listen. Okay,
It's unbelievable. He's gone like that. They won't even listen. What do you expect what do you expect from someone that has a monkey as an avatar?
yeah, it's like he wants to ask a question, but he thinks it's like the answers he's already got were people like quote unquote spurging out. Okay, let's evaluate the current answer you have on the table. Let's see what that looks like rather than just asking again and you're like, okay, people spurred out again.
I don't, honestly, in all the time I've been in the two servers, I just can't believe people. I really can't.
It's like, hey, I got a question, but every time I ask it, people spurg out. I'm like, okay, let's troubleshoot it then. Instead of just repeating the same exact thing over and over again, let's evaluate what happened, what answer you got. Let's figure it out. Because otherwise, the same thing's gonna happen again. Why you're asking instead of what the question is. What are you looking for? What do you need to know?
And what is splurging out?
It's like it
Yeah,
seems like no matter what answer he's given, that's his takeaway. Like if you give no answer whatsoever, that's Bergen out. If you give an answer, that's Bergen out. Anything, any information he's given is old. Like in his worldview, everything is a Spurging. So let's fix that. Let's find a way for him to adjudicate and call balls and strikes and fix it. So this
he
way,
might just
oh, go ahead.
he might just need to ask the question a little bit different. Instead of thinking that we're splurging out, just modify the way you ask it. Hey, Crit, did you see that link I sent you from the fittest flat earther on TikTok?
Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, like
Did you see that last one?
Yeah, I went down the whole
amazing.
rabbit hole. I clicked on it and watched a lot of his videos. I've never seen that guy before. He's pretty good.
Yeah, but that last one was just unreal what he managed to capture. He did another one. It's that one where he used that Bisland's Earth curve calculator, and he put the refraction in at 1,000 feet or something, and he said he could see the back of his arsehole. That was so funny.
Great. Hello, Chris.
What up?
Hello. Have you seen the video of the bloke who's got a laser crosshairs on the wall, and he puts it through water, and everyone, he's put over 1,000 people there, and they all say that they can see the same thing. It's like the Matrix in motion. You can see through the wall. You can see through quite a bit. It's quite interesting, actually. I've posted it in a couple of areas. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's not ringing the bell, but I probably saw that at some point.
Okay. So that's a no then. All right. Cheers, man. Apart from the last guy that flounced a few minutes ago, have we had anyone with any Benny experience that they can display to us, or are we still living on a dream?
Yeah, sort of like the best so far has been he trusts GPS. a higher confidence level than he trusts his own senses.
It is a mysterious world when you have to trust everybody else's opinion, yeah?
Yeah, it seems kind of not really a good way of adjudicating what's real and what's not. Because as soon as they change their opinion, you're kind of fucked.
Anyway, I'm out of here, guys. So enjoy the night. I hope you get some sort of glober that's got some sort of evidence that's willing to argue with some logic. We're yet to see it, but we can all live in a dream like they do. All right, cheers, guys.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence.
Amnesia.
Yeah, but for Karma, because he's working there and has been
AI
working there
enters
for
the
like
VC.
decades, or a little bit over a decade, she sees, of course, the waves come and go, and the parents come and go, and like people just having amnesia.
It's like a mass amnesia. It's weird. Probably partially induced by the mass hysteria that they bring on every 3-4 years. Always a new narrative.
Yeah.
This year we're going to be afraid of this. This year, this is this year's fear model. They bring out something new that's terrifying.
Hey, have you guys spoken to In the Firmament?
No, not yet. Please go ahead.
What's up, In the Firmament? Are you there? In the Firmament, are you there?
Hi.
How's it going?
Oh, it's good.
Hey, what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I was just coming here to listen, see what you guys were up to.
Okay. And what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I mean, I don't think it has like a definitive shape.
Doesn't have a shape? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And so what do you think the Earth is? Do you think it's a globe? You don't know what it is?
No, I just think it's like the land.
The land?
Yeah, like the land.
What about the land?
Well, you asked me what do I think Earth is, and I told you. I mean, if you need another example, the stuff that trees grow from, the land.
This guy's voice has changed since the last time I heard him. You okay, mate?
You've heard this guy before?
Yeah, it's PD, man.
Oh, it's PD.
Yeah. Did you get a new mic? Firmament guy? Wait, you can't have a new mic. You're still on mobile.
But he's correct. We know that the Earth is a land.
It's muddy.
It's a mud.
It's a mud shape.
What shape is mud? No one knows, right?
Yeah.
Dirty.
Dude, seriously, with 1,000 stock accounts, you still don't get it, do you?
I mean, I was just, you asked the question, I gave the answer.
No, you didn't give an answer. You don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, if Earth is not land, I mean, you'd be the first to tell me that.
Earth is plastic, man.
Earth is philosophy.
That also. Especially that one.
I mean, Earth can be anything in your mind.
Is the Earth flat and stationary?
I would say some places it's flat, some places it's hilly, you know.
Is this a flat plane that we're on right now?
No, I don't think that's what Earth is.
It's not a flat plane.
I mean, you already asked me what did I think what I think it is, and I told you.
No, but you just said it's not. It's not a flat plane.
Yeah, that's correct. I do not think that.
And why don't you think that? Just because there's hills and valleys?
Yeah, that's one reason.
But we're talking about land topography now. And so when we describe flat Earth, we don't say that there isn't any hills and valleys. Have you ever even heard of flat Earth before? Or you just think that you know?
Yeah, I've heard of flat Earth. Yeah.
All right, are we saying that there's no hills and valleys?
I mean, I don't think that's what you said.
All right, then. Then when we say flat Earth, we're not talking about hills and valleys, are we?
I guess not.
Okay, then. And so when we say flat Earth, you're assuming that, well, I think there's hills and valleys, would assume that we're talking about like a freaking sheet of paper.
But if you say sphere, what is done with the hills and valleys?
Oh, I never said it was that.
Earth is smoother than a sheet of paper, dude.
Your favorite person's in here.
Yeah, so Earth is smoother than a sheet of paper. Did you know that? You know that's
no, I didn't.
It's smoother than a billiard ball. Take the vertical compared to the horizontal scale. Smooth is super smooth. The only thing smoother than it would be like highly polished surfaces.
Or this guy's brain.
Did it? Flat Earth Comedy Hour, man. I'll be the setup man. I have no problem.
Yeah, I just thought I could spike that. You set me up pretty good.
Like that, you freaking popped a football when you spiked that.
We can also just take the flattest surface he can find and then just take a really powerful microscope and look at it. And oops, it also has topography.
What makes it more interesting is that this is like his, 858th attempt to come in here. She loves to hate flat Earth, I guess.
I mean, I like to talk about Earth.
Yeah, well, what's the psychology behind you trying to keep coming into this server? That's more interesting, I think. And why is it so important for your presence to be here? If you have nothing to contribute in the way of like logically consistent arguments, what is it with you? Like, I don't understand. What draws you into the server?
Oh, I just like to tell people the truth.
What truth, man? The imaginations in your own freaking head? You don't even know what you're talking about, and you think that you want somebody else to know what you're saying? Freaking idiot, dude.
Is he a 99%er?
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
I'm laughing because Indio said
You want to tell people the truth about things, and you don't even know your own reality. And you want to keep coming in here over and over and over again. What's this game you're playing at, man? Like, where's the end game to that?
How can you tell us truth when you don't even think there is such a thing?
I never said I don't think that Earth is a thing.
No, I said, how can you tell us about truth when you don't believe in truth?
Oh, I believe in truth.
Oh, can you know anything for certain?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like Earth taking the shape of its container.
I missed that one. Oh my.
How about did you eat before?
Oh, I mean, I had some bird.
What did you say? Some bird?
We're just trying to figure out if you
Chicken?
think that there are objective truths.
Bird?
Are there any objective truths?
I don't think so.
Bleh. On the one instance, you say that the Earth takes the shape of its container. Are you sure of that?
Yeah, I can demonstrate that.
Is that an objective truth?
Oh, I don't know.
He just said he believed there is truth, but then he denied there's objective truth. So what kind of truth is there? What's that left?
I mean, the truth that God reveals to us.
Is that objective truth?
I don't know.
That's about the first accurate thing you've said so far. I don't know. Since you don't know anything, why are you here to make us to bring us down to your level?
I didn't say I didn't know anything.
Yeah, you did.
You said you can't know anything for certain.
Yeah,
because there's no objective truth. You can't know anything for certain.
Yeah, I never said that there is an objective truth. I just said I don't know if that is objective truth.
No, you said there is no objective truth. I said
I don't think so. That's what I said.
Yeah. You don't think so?
Yeah, I don't think so. It doesn't mean that I know that there is or that there isn't. I just don't think so.
That's stupid. Well, if you don't think that there is, then there isn't, right?
No, it's still possible that there is.
Well, then where is it then?
Well, why don't you go figure it out and then come back?
Find some. Yeah, go find some objective truth and come back here.
And then you'll have a basis for your motivation to teach us the truth instead of teaching us a truth that you don't believe even exists.
Try
yeah, I mean, I know some things that are true.
What things are true if you just finished saying there is no objective truth? You're going in circles again. It's a giant circle jerk with you, isn't it?
Are you a Democrat or a leftist? Because like they're the only people I know that have no problem just talking contradictions nonstop.
Yeah, it's a contradiction, man. You're not in here telling anybody any truth, yet you want to say that there is truth, and then when asked if there's any truth, you deny it. That's what you're doing. You're confused.
I mean, if you can demonstrate something that's true, you can.
Yeah, you know what's true? What I just demonstrated right now is that you have no idea what you're talking about. That's true. Everybody here heard you. So we can all understand the objective reality that you don't understand what truth is. There you go. Demonstrated it. Bam.
I love the fake nicety too, right? We got the fake calm. Yeah, I'm just a calm person. Y'all are just these crazy, riled up flat earthers raging at us calm people.
Yeah, that little dog and pony show only goes so far. But you know me, man. I'm gonna burst your balloons. Like I'm a prick until I make you so pissed off and rage quit or just be upset. Yeah, I'm just calm. Bullshit, dude. You hate the fact that people are in here talking about flat and stationary. And you're just so pissed off that you have no way to prove that you're right. And you're trying to sound right. And everybody sees you like a dumb idiot that you are when you're speaking. Is there any objective reality? I don't think so. Right? I don't think so. They're going to keep saying that over and over again. And we're going to keep going back to the point that you're contradicting yourself and you sound like an idiot. But you're happy to sound like an idiot, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, he's willing to dynamite all rational thought. No, you're just willing to dynamite all rational thought to think that you can make contradictions and both of those things can be true at the same time.
Exactly.
If you want to dynamite reality, do it on your own time.
Yeah, go to your own server where you can make people as confused as you are. You ain't gonna do that shit here. People are gonna know what they're talking about, or they're not. Either have the conversation and say you know what you mean, or say I don't know anything, and then have a seat and listen to people that are telling you that we know what we're talking about, because we do.
Yeah, you clearly don't.
Oh, how do you know that? You don't know objective truth, so how do you know that I don't know what I'm talking about? Tell me that.
God.
Mr. Confused about objective truth.
0.0001% chance he does.
I got you stymied, bro, all day. I'm on. You know what? If you're gonna be in there and make sock accounts, I'm gonna just parade you around. I'm gonna tar and feather you and show you to the whole world. You like that? You like being tarred and feathered? You like being showed as an idiot around? Because I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna parade you. You'll be my personal little idiot when you come in here.
Once
you like that?
Say there's no objective truth, everything you say after that is like telling us your favorite color. It doesn't really matter.
Don't matter, dude.
Yeah, I never said that there's no objective truth.
Yes, you did. Look at this guy.
You said you don't believe there is. So why are you going to have a conversation about something you don't believe in?
Yeah, I never said that I don't believe that there's objective truth. I just said
you
that
did.
I don't know.
Okay, now I'm just fucking. You said you don't believe there is an objective truth. That's what you said.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing.
Yeah, if you don't believe it, then that means there's nothing you can say. Like if you actually honestly hold that belief that there's no objective truth from your own point of view, everything you say is just an opinion.
He keeps responding, dude. This is amazing.
That means there's either objective or subjective. Is that a false dichotomy?
Do you even talk about Earth?
Yeah, okay, change the subject.
Yeah, he likes to divert. Every single time you get him, he likes to divert.
There's a 0.0001% chance it's just a figment of your imagination.
Yeah, I mean we could talk about Earth.
No, we're not going
Which
to.
one? The one that you're not sure exists?
We're going to talk about your inability to be able to have a critical thought in your head. That's what we're going to talk about, because that's a lot more fun. To expose that and to let everybody know that people like you are a disgrace to logical thinking. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to talk about Earth, because that stuff there is for people who critically think about the topic. This is for people who don't know what they're saying. We're going to hone in on that and make sure and point it out to everybody else that's listening. This is what your brain sounds like right here when you don't know what you're saying.
How can we have a conversation with you about Earth when you don't believe in objective truth? Then what you're telling us from your own point of view is just an opinion. Why do we care about your opinion? Do you have some like why do we care? We're not in a relationship with you. Like, why do we care? We don't care about your
I
feelings.
can demonstrate Earth taking the shape of its container for you.
No, we don't care about that, because you're saying that you don't know if there's any objective truth. So how can you say that demonstration is going to lead us to a fact that we can know the Earth to be truly objectively, what you say it is?
And you can't demonstrate that anyway.
Yeah, I can show it to you.
Yeah, you could show us the totality of the Earth. Yeah, shut up.
I mean, I can show you Earth taking the shape of its container.
Yeah, how do we know? How do we know that that's the Earth?
Yeah.
How do we know that that's the container?
Is
no,
what you're going to present
things?
Is what you're going to present to us objective truth?
Maybe.
Maybe. No, it either is or isn't. There's no maybes here. You're going to play out this game like you're going to say maybes. Is it objective truth what you're going to present this audience?
Maybe.
It either is or is not. So if you're not sure, you can't present it. How about that?
Yeah.
You got to be
I'm not
sure.
sure. That's why I said maybe.
It's going to lead somebody to the truth, and they're going to know for sure if the reality is what you're saying it is or it's not.
So tell us, why would you want to show this information in the first place?
Yeah, I think Earth taking the shape of its container is important.
Yeah, in what way?
So people know how Earth works.
How would they know anything if it's not objectively true?
Well, God can
show it to them. It would just believe it, right? It wouldn't be knowledge, it would just be belief.
It's all belief.
See, you can't win with this.
You're not going
because
to.
Anything you say falls back on I don't know nothing. Do you understand? Like, even to say I don't know anything to be objectively true has to be an objective truth.
Yep. And you can't say
Yeah, I didn't
anybody
say that
else
I don't know anything.
No, you can't
I'm
say anybody
saying
else doesn't know anything. You can't say that. You cannot say that anybody else doesn't know anything because you don't know if that statement is true or not.
No, I didn't say that. I said that I know some things and then some things I don't know.
Yeah, but you also arbitrarily said that I don't know what I'm talking about. And I was thinking, how do you know that?
Yeah, I know some things.
Yeah. Who cares? But you don't know the thing that you think that you know because ultimately, when you do say the thing that you think that you know, you're not objectively, truly understanding if you know it for sure or not. Right?
Oh, yeah, the things that I know for sure.
No, okay. Are they objectively true, the things that you know?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, there you go. There goes your little circle jerk back into the unknown.
Are you not aware of the definition of what to know means? Are you like the reverse Descartes? I don't think, therefore I don't am. Or I don't think, therefore I am not.
People used to be scared of sophists like you. Now I'm just going to expose every single one of you. All of you. I'm going to lump you all together. A big 99.9999% group of idiots.
Well, I feel like I'm abusing the handicapped at this point.
No, actually, it's kind of good content for the people because they don't know that somebody.
Well, I'm just talking about personally. I don't care. Like, I think YouTube should see it, but I just feel personally this is like abusing the handicapped. He obviously has a mental deficiency or something. The wires are crossed. No. They're overlapped. Like something's going on.
It's weird. Go ahead, Race.
I get the sentiment, but like Matt Walsh was talking about, sometimes you just need to show and shame certain idiotic behavior to help other people understand how dumb it really is.
Yeah, because we don't, logically and critical thinking that we have in here, like when we start talking about within our conversations, the context of the things that we say, it takes people a bit of time to understand. We're getting people to really engage with their mind. And this right here, what he's doing, is the opposite of that. He means to keep people stuck in a loop where they don't ever know what's going on in reality. They want to play it both sides of their mouth, right? They want to say on one side, you can know something. On the other side, well, you can't really know something. And so they're going to have people in this limbo space like, oh, do I know or do I not know? Do I know or do I not know? So he, just like everybody else, these 99.9999%ers, they like to stay in that gray area, in the place where they don't know anything. And that right there, that is an evil scheme. Yeah. I feel like I want to just make these people, I want to group them all together. And it's just like my passion. I live for it. I want every single time that they come up, I'm going to keep doing it to because it's not, they're doing it intentionally, and intentionally to the fact that like they can realize what we're saying. They can hear what we're saying, but they just can't, like to them, it's like they kind of tilt their head and they're just like looking at us, squinting. Like, I don't get what do you mean? Like, and it's like, you know what we're saying. You do know it. Like, so
Miggy, it's a game with the ego, I can put it out my ego now, and you will never win. You will never win if I put my ego outside. Never, Miggy.
So this is the Alice in Wonderland CIA tactic, where you just, and that's all it is.
Confuse the enemy, and then like so. And you want to keep having the audience, the third party perspective that's listening right now. They're like, well, wow, he really got stymied because he doesn't know how to answer this guy. No, the guy's a freaking moron. First of all,
did he get disconnected?
He probably got disconnected. I need to rage quit these guys, dude, on the daily. I want them to come in. I want them to rage quit on me. I want them to feel like there isn't any out. I want to push them to a corner where they sound so absurd to the audience that the audience is like, damn, I can't believe they're in here. Like, that's what I want. I crave that, dude. I like, because I know that there's like more of them than there is us, dude. Like the critical thinkers, there's few of them. Like actually, because it's just the way people are being, like this mind virus that everyone has.
Do you know something? Well, I believe I do.
Bro, like I Like we start talking about like things that are important. Like, how can we have a logically consistent conversation and stay within the boundaries of critical thought when they say things like that? How is it possible? It's not gonna go anywhere. I was telling the guys about it, man, in here.
Well, we know what it's the same. It's like the game plan, right? You change the definition of words. You change what it means to be rational. You question whether truth can be known at all, whether you can actually know anything. They're trying to just like uproot the entire scheme of rationalization altogether, to throw it all into chaos, to throw it all into doubt, right? And there's a reason for that, because they want to rebuild it in their image.
Yep.
And at some point, when all of it is stripped away, when all the critical thinking ability, oh my God, I'm confused, I don't know anything. Oh, please, leader, just tell me what's true.
Yep. And here comes the expert. Well, I've studied this for 20 years, and my professional opinion is freaking yada yada, etc., etc.
Then they revert to, don't ask me, ask a scientist.
Yeah, it's generally my professional opinion is I believe.
My best guess is yada yada.
When they start off acting like they're absolutely uncertain whether or not they can be certain, that's like giving up on the debate and discussion before it ever begins.
That's what I'm saying. And he said he's here to tell people the truth. You're disclaiming that the truth exists.
Yeah.
Is that the truth? Like, where's the truth? Like, what are you trying to tell us?
And then he doesn't know if it. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. So your whole world of bringing everybody. Okay, Kim, I gotta show you guys a demonstration. Check out this demonstration. Are you sure the demonstration is gonna lead us to the truth? Maybe.
I think on one level, it's to create like an emotional response.
Yeah.
Because generally people are fearful of the unknown or things they don't understand. And if you create enough confusion, that emotional like response, right? It's like, imagine like I drop you off in a rainforest like you've never been at, and like you don't know where you are, you don't know anything. That unknown is going to scare the shit out of you. I mean, you know what plants are, you know what grass is, you know what ground is, you know what sky is. So you know the basics, but you don't know where you are, and that will scare you. But if someone comes walking along out of the woods and says, "Oh, I know the way," you're going to follow them. Really simple. And that's what their gambit is. I'm going to create so much confusion and chaos, so I'll just say I know where I'm going. I'll lead the way. But you know what? Before they lead the way, you should ask the person, do you believe in objective truth?
Yeah, exactly. Imagine having a leader that they're
I believe it's this way. Well, go there and find out, and then come back and get me. Okay, see you later.
At the end of his spiel, you're like, so are you sure you can lead us out of this? They're like, well, maybe.
Yeah. He's like, I believe it's this way, and then after a few days of walking, you're like, I'm pretty sure we're back at the same rock.
Yeah, I believed I could walk in a straight line.
Well, what's weird is though, like when they have the conversation in here, we don't often ask them if they're sure about their reality, because it's just like, why would we ask these like redundant things to people, right? Like, but it seems now that it's almost like something that we have to start with, like when in our investigation to like talking to someone. It's odd that we have to. Like, I don't feel like we need. That's why the whole flat and globe Earth discussion was built on like a point for point, like kind of a back and forth. It was meant so that both parties can have a way to rationalize the information. But it seems now that the people who think the Earth is a globe don't even know, they're confused about their reality in the first place. So that's why they're so dug in, because they don't know. They're leaning their minds to the experts, and then the ones who tell them that the Earth is what it is. But then we start to realize a bit deeper than just kind of like a rational thought of like how they understand the Earth to be a globe. But it's more than that.
That's why the flat earth argument is starting to become global arguments. Black Swan is it's a global argument.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Well, yeah, you remember when they come in here, they're all about their gimmicks and what they're going to say and stuff. But when you peel back the layer of onion on their thought process, it just really sounds to be like they got nothing, man. None of it is like related to something that we can actually do. And so like that paper that you were reading earlier, you read in there how they even assumed it being like a mathematical construct. It's a spheroid, So they're everything is built on this assumption.
They even said the mathematical sphere that we're using doesn't match the real Earth. I mean, there you go. Like, there's nothing else to say after that.
But I like how he, Miggy, I like how he said water. How he said water keeps the shape of the container. That's correct.
He said Earth. Did you hear him?
Earth.
Yeah, he said Earth. He didn't say water.
He didn't say water.
Okay.
Yeah, Earth.
I thought he said water.
But yeah, whatever he's saying, or
I mean, what was he going to do? Show us a wheelbarrow?
I will ask him how water is behaving in that container.
No, he meant Earth. But well, whatever he's saying, like, it doesn't matter. And these guys come in here, they're gonna keep doing the same thing. But their little, their little fun house or whatever they want to take you in, like, it's gonna be exploited every time. You got to remember though, because these guys who sound like they know what they're talking about, these sophists, like they divert. One of their tactics, and he was trying to do it too while India was saying something, while I was saying something. Last night, Faustanos, who was in here, the guy who was speaking to Jedi, was doing the same thing. They don't answer the question, guys. You gotta hold them to that, because that's the thing that they escape with. By confusion, they want to razzle dazzle the audience, and while you're talking about your point and you got them stymie, what they're gonna do is like, oh, but let's talk about the Earth. Wait a second, wait just a damn minute, man. You didn't even answer what I just asked you. You want to talk about another subject? I don't think so. Get your ass back over here. Like, we're gonna stay here until you concede or what I'm saying. Like, that's the whole magic trick. It's just getting the subject switched. I don't like that. These guys that's the dirty dealings in there. It's slimy. It's getting the audience to not really focus, because people are just, they shift with whatever's being said, right? So if we have the topic, don't go with it. So we have.
I think that's how they actually help themselves not remember. That's how they respawn. It's because they're not paying very good attention, and so when it sounds like you're refuting them, they don't want to think about that. So they're just like, oh, this other thing, and trying to jump to that. So it's really good to keep them on point and drag them back to that, just so that they can realize where they're wrong, instead of them respawning always and not remembering the earlier conversations.
That's also why they won't answer the questions. Because if they answer the questions they're asked, they're going to prove themselves wrong, and then it would be hard to deny it. But if we're just making statements, right, at them, we're just saying stuff to them, they can just say they don't agree. But when they answer the own questions, were they going to disagree with themselves? Like, how are they going to get out of that?
There you go. That's it. That's what I'm all about. Let me hear you say it.
Yeah, again, I try to build it, right? You ask a very basic question, right? And then, get to the next question, which is a logical consequence of the first one, right? So you just build on it, like, a basic question, another basic question, you add them together, boom, then you have another thing, and you just keep building on it. And eventually, you just lead them to where they can't support their claims. It's really simple, and you make it come out of their own mouth. It isn't even you. It's just like, a lot of these Goldbergs, they just don't, they're not asking the right questions. In fact, they're not asking any questions.
Here's what people don't realize also, their soft tones, don't be mistaken by their soft tones that come in here. Why are you so mean to that guy? Oh, you don't think what the shit he's doing is evil? You don't think that stuff is malicious? I guarantee you, man, that thing that he's trying to do right now to you guys is even worse than what I'm doing to him. So I'm exposed to that. front of everybody so you can realize, whoa, there's something going on here. What's going on? It'll wake you up. Because what he's doing is lulling you back to sleep with the smooth tones and the way he speaks. It's all a part of the gimmick. It's all to get you to realize that, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about, man. I don't know what the hell's going on. So what I do when I'm actually, it's to a point, is to wake you up. Whoa, he just said something profound. You just said some words to him. Yeah, I know. See how it is? Like that's what really makes the mind wake up.
What he's saying, that like what these people say reveals like how they really feel just by their answers, right? It's not just because they're talking in a soft tone. That's not how they really feel. Okay, and it's like this. I think about like you got a court, you got a defendant, right? And he's being tried for child molestation or something, and the judge has to have a certain amount of decorum while the trial is still going on. But as soon as that sentencing happens, he's hammering them, right? We already know from the first couple of the way they're talking and the stuff they're saying that they're like, boom, we're already passing judgment. Boom, you're already guilty. We don't even need to have the whole trial. Your stupid questions confessed what you really think.
And here comes the monster, you know. That's what it is. You see it bare its fangs when you know that they can't win. And when they can't win, they're going to tell you what you really like. They're going to do it. Either they're going to rage quit, they're going to tell you what you really are. And I'm like, yeah, just let me have it. Let me hear what you got to say. Yeah.
Well, first of all, it's a big presumption to think that you have the truth, right? And to think that you're going to give the truth to other people. But then when you're asked, okay, so it's reasonable to ask somebody that thinks they're going to give the truth to other people what they think the truth is. Right? That's a reasonable question. If you're going to go spreading your disease, right? We should know what disease it is that you're spreading. And then when they say, well, I don't actually believe in truth, like, oh, then why are you spreading it around? Why are you spreading around your doubt?
And then he's like, I think
that means there's an ulterior motive.
Yep.
He's calling his non-truth, his opinions, truth, and wants to spread them around because he wants people to adopt his opinions. Now, why do you want people to adopt confusion? That means you have an ill motive.
Ill motive, that's right.
So, dude,
that's
real simple. Yeah, they have an ill motive. And the nice talk is just nice talk. They're just talking calmly so that people don't see their real face. They're showing Dr. Jekyll, who we know about underneath there, it's actually Mr. Hyde.
Yeah.
And we've been doing this so long, we can see it immediately. Takes other people, like you were saying, they like say, why are you talking to him? You're so mean to him. What he's saying is blatant sociopathic deception. And we're just calling it what it is. We're not even going to pretend for a second that it's not that. We're not going to play that game.
I'm going to burn down the first white knight that pops their head up. Why are you so mean to him? All right, you're on mute. Because you don't know. You're totally blindsided. And see, that's what happens. These sociopaths, they do that because they know exactly what they're doing and how to do it. They've been good at this game. And so they're using their ability to tug at people's heartstrings and get them to kind of emotionally go with the conversation versus logically, and they get them engaged. Let him talk. Bullshit. I'm not going to let this idiot talk because all he's going to do is keep going around in circles. So you identify the part where he doesn't know what he's saying and you expose it, and then tell people, okay, so you guys want to hear this guy who doesn't know what truth is tell you about truth. Does that make sense? Well, I'm going to let this guy ramble on for 30, 40 minutes about some shit or demonstration he doesn't even know is true himself. Is that demonstration going to lead us to objective truth? Maybe. That's what he said. Maybe. So he doesn't even know himself. And we're going to listen to this guy? For what? We're in here about the truth business. It's either really true or it's not. Right? Why are we going to listen to some guy? I don't know, but here it is. Like, kick rocks with that shit.
Yeah, man. Just trying to drag people down into his freaking pit. Come down here with me where we don't know anything. We feel safe.
Yeah.
Feel secure.
Hell nah. And that goes for the rest of you sophists out there listening right now on YouTube. You come in here with that shit, and I'm in here. You already know what time it is, man. You don't play no games with me and say, "Well, why are you being so mean?" Because I'm gonna rough you up when you come in here with your shit. Trust me, you best believe that. So you're gonna come and you know what you're saying, or you don't know what you're saying, and have a seat, sit down, sit in silence, or whatever. Yeah, do whatever you do, but you're not gonna come in here telling everybody else about truth when you have no idea of what truth is. That's just the way it's gotta be.
By their own admission. It's not us saying you don't know what the truth is. They're saying it. It's not our accusation. They're literally broadcasting it to the world. I'm an idiot and I don't know anything.
It really feels like a defense mechanism because they always go to this when they have to defend their beliefs. Like, maybe, I don't know. There's no certainty in this. But when they tried to appeal to it in the beginning, it was like, yeah, you can know.
Yeah, it has the flavor of them knowing, right? When they first start talking about it. And everybody, for the most part, is just like, hey, maybe this guy might know something. Then upon further investigation within the context of our conversation, and start to realize, wait a minute, this guy's saying this shit, he doesn't even know what he means to be, if it's true or not. There you go. But we got, let's see, who's this guy? Crescendo? Let's see, Crescendo, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the server. Crescendo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, man, what's going on? Welcome to the server.
Thank you very much.
So what we're talking about here is the shape of the Earth, and it's important that we get to, talk to the new people that join our group and find out what they think the Earth is, whether they think the Earth is a globe, they're on the fence, whether they know the Earth is flat. What do you think the conversation is, and what is your position on the topic of the shape of the Earth?
Oh, that's easy. I'm convinced it's a globe.
Okay, and why are you convinced that the Earth is a globe, Crescendo? Yes,
the real reason, not the political reason.
Just different evidence.
All right, give me one. How about that? Let's start with one. What's the first evidence? If anybody, you're on the street, and somebody, how do you know the Earth's a globe? What would you give them as a response?
The Cavendish experiment.
Okay, so what does the Cavendish experiment tell us, in your perspective?
Gravitation.
Okay, so it talks about gravity with the physics, right? So on this, and I would call it's a derivative argument, or at least a subject, because you have to actually think that the Earth is a globe before you actually get to the physics of the globe. Would you agree with me on that one? You have to first know that the Earth is a globe.
Not necessarily, no.
Before you talk about the physics of the Earth being a globe, it has to be a globe first, right?
Not necessarily.
No, it has to be a globe first in order for it to have...
Okay, let me lay it out to you. Let me lay it out for you. So if I went into the Amazon rainforest with a bunch of people that never seen any freaking white people, Europeans, or anybody that have been living there for 10,000 years, I set up the Cavendish experiment, the balls attract towards each other, then start oscillating. Do you think they're going to go, holy shit, the Earth's a globe? Okay,
I don't think so. No.
Yes or no?
Derivative argument.
but we're not in the Amazonas.
Well, the analogy is fitting, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
No, you said that was the evidence of the globe. You didn't provide the logic that led you to that.
World nations, and you have you can reach out for knowledge for science.
You're struggling here, brother. All right, so check this out.
So hold on, Miggy. Let me just lay it out for him.
English is not my first language, so please.
That's fine, but you can understand what we're saying, so that's good.
Okay, so you didn't give us the logical connection between the Cavendish and why the Earth's a globe. You just said Cavendish experiment.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I used that analogy. And Miggy asked, what about the Cavendish experiment demonstrate that the Earth's a globe? You just said gravity. Like, what does any of that mean? Does gravity predict the Earth's a globe?
In a way, yes.
In what way?
In what way?
In that way that you can observe asteroids with a certain mass become more and more globe-like. Just like you can observe Phobos and Deimos, the two moons.
Hold on, wait, don't go into any other thing. Just stay with asteroids. Their mass. What?
So somebody has observed asteroids forming into globe-like things.
Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
From Earth.
That
was
talking about a video game.
Yeah.
With a certain mass, they become more and more globe-like.
Yes. But
that
where
an
has
observation?
been done? When or where?
That's a fact. From
No, okay, fine. Where has it been done, Crescendo? But you just have to stop for a second. Don't go into anything else. Where has this been done? We're asking you a specific question.
Wasn't done.
What name of the person has
observed?
Say again.
It wasn't done. It is observed.
Who observed it, sir? Who did? Who observed it?
Oh, I'm not prepared for that right now.
What do you?
If I'd known, I'd be asked today.
Well, I can make something up too if you want, right? I mean, I can make something up, but then if I don't back it up with a knowledge base of like how I understood this to be,
absolutely.
Right. So what I'm saying is I'm going to hand wave dismiss what you just said about that and say that you have no knowledge of that until you bring forward where this has been witnessed or how it's been done. You really you're making things up at this point until you can.
I'm not making things up.
Oh yes, I would say that you very much are because you haven't brought any information, sir. That's going to show us
because I didn't come prepared. Come on.
Well, think about it like this. It's not that you're not prepared.
I'm not here to offend you or something.
It's not that you're just not prepared, right? It's not that you're just not prepared. It's that coming into a discussion where it involves a particular type of, critical thought for somebody to like, okay, if you're saying one thing, how do I know this other thing is connected to it? And so we're following like a logic chain.
We're following here to listen and maybe
we're following. No, you need to listen, sir. We're following a logic chain. So it goes from you saying Cavendish, right? From that to you proving that gravity is the physics working on a globe. From that to how does the gravity prove that the Earth is a globe? So we're going on a logic chain.
Gravity.
What you're telling us. You're not letting me finish. So what you're telling us that this logic chain somewhere down the line, there's a link missing. So then the chain can't be complete. So what we're getting to right now is showing the audience that some people that come in here, they'll tell us that they have evidence, but at some point that logic chain breaks down and then there's no way that they can connect the fact that the knowledge that they know about something like Cavendish is connected to the Earth and its rotundity. Okay, so there it is. And I laid it out for you so you can understand there's a logic chain, sir. Even if you start off with Cavendish as a derivative topic, it's still going to lead back to the Earth being a globe. But if you don't have the thing that you're talking about leading back as a logic chain to the source, which means that it's going to point to the Earth's rotundity, then you don't have an argument for saying that that's evidence of the Earth being a globe.
I wasn't trying to make an argument. You asked me why I was convinced that the Earth is a globe.
I know that.
I told you one example. That's it.
But it's not an example. An example would be the Earth is a globe because there's measured drop over distance. That's an example. And I could probably show you that if I was somebody to believe that. And then if there would be any evidence for that, then of course it would follow. But
again, I wasn't prepared to participate.
What you're presenting right now is
I'm
something.
not presenting anything. I'm just giving you
told me about
an answer.
Cavendish. You told me about Cavendish, did you not? I mean, that was something you showed us.
It was not a presentation. Just an answer why I am convinced the Earth is a globe.
We're trying to figure out why that's convincing, and you've gone back to something that you don't even know for certain exists, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yes. You can't say.
Let me say this. Okay, if you go Google right now, images taken from Earth with a telescope of asteroids. Go do that, and then you're going to tell me that they can tell from those images they see asteroids forming spheres. That's bullshit, and you know it.
Again, I didn't come here to debate.
Okay, no one's ever observed that. Okay, so your reasoning from Cavendish going back to asteroids form spheres is faulty. So we often deal with this gravity claim. We've dealt with it lots of times. There's no evidence.
You might doubt that as you wish.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now. I've asked many globe earthers, many. Is there any evidence of gravity forming something into a sphere? An observation, an experiment, or a physics model that predicts it? And the answer is no for all of those.
Indeed.
Okay.
That's not how I remember it, but
Well, I mean, I know they told you something in school. I know they told you something in school that's different, but that's actually not the truth. And you can go find out yourself because there's published papers from astronomical journals where they've done simulations, like particles in a simulation.
I continually do.
Pardon me?
I continually do.
What do you say?
They continually do? What does that mean?
I continually do.
Do what?
Okay. You read astronomical journals?
Not exactly, but I found some sources I consult every now and then.
Hey, let me just ask him a question real quick. And
I just want just let me finish, and you can go. Well, in the astronomical journal I've seen, they've run in simulation. It's called the discrete element analysis, where they take individual particles, right, and they run them in a simulation, and they don't form into a sphere. And they say that a sphere is a special case if the mass and density of the particles is homogeneous and isotropically spread apart, right? That means all the particles are exactly evenly spread apart, and they're identical mass. That's the only way, by running them in simulation, can you get this to work using Newtonian gravity. So the fact remains is that it is a claim that gravity will form things into spheres, but it doesn't have any experiment, it doesn't have any observation, and it doesn't have even a physics model that predicts it. And that's a fact. I know they told you something different in school. They told us all the same thing. Oh, there's a big ball of dust out there, and gravity's going to get it to form into
when
a
you
ball.
say something as when they say something.
Well, this is what they say. There's a difference between the science they teach at the academic level and what they tell you in primary school, right?
I guess so.
So in primary school, they say, Earth's a ball because gravity pulls everything to the center, right?
That's not what I heard in primary school, but
let me ask
we've had hundreds of kids come in here and say that.
Yeah, let me ask him something real quick.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, and then you guys can continue. So, if we're to say right now that we're talking on Discord, would you agree with that, Crescendo? Right now,
I didn't get that.
If we're talking on Discord right now, would you agree with that?
We do. We talk on Discord right now. Yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now?
Yes, I am.
You had to think about it.
Why did you have to think about it? Why didn't you respond right away?
You could argue I am not actually talking on Discord. I'm talking on a microphone I have here right by me now in my home, and this is going into an application called Discord, which is a client that is connected with a server, and the server is connecting to many other clients. Where
Yeah, if you wanted to be hyper specific, you could analyze it in a way. Yeah, you could do that.
Say
right?
we are talking on Discord.
Yeah, but so the understanding
we can leave it at that.
Yeah, the understanding is that we are talking on Discord, but are you sure that we're talking on Discord, as in with the certainty of 100%? That's what I meant.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So long as you're able, so long as you're able to understand the reality in which you are in. So if I was to tell you, what are you doing right now? Sitting down, standing up, walking around. What are you doing right now, physically? Laying down.
I'm sitting, having a cigarette.
Okay, sitting down having a cigarette. Would you say that you're certain that you're 100% certain that you're sitting down having a cigarette?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's all. That's
it. We're trying to like weed out the brain in the jar types, that the ones that think you can't know anything for certain. Trying to make sure we're not wasting our time with one of them. Make sure you're not one of them.
I am as certain as I can get. There may be some models.
Oh shit!
Let it be the Matrix. Let it be the dream of the gods. Whatever. But that doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Okay. Good enough.
Certain enough.
It's good enough for me, man. I don't lose what you have right now, because if you lose it, it's gone forever.
So,
I do my very best.
We have many. You sound older. You might not be.
I am.
Okay, so you're out of high school.
I am definitely.
Are you past college age?
Yes.
University. Okay, cool. We have many people, because Discord is primarily younger males as a demographic. So
it's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a lot of people coming to the server. They're like between 18 and 24. So they're like either at the end of high school or in college somewhere or in university. Many, I can't even tell you how many, thousands come in here and they said, Earth is a ball because gravity pulls things to the center. Right? This is how they're taught in school. They're not taught the inverse square law. I mean, not till later on, not till they're like way in university. They don't get these. Well, the point is that at that level, at some level, they teach you very basic. They teach you at some level. Everything is pulled to the center. It's a ball. But then at the university level, they teach you the actual, physics model, which is the math, right? Which is the mathematics. And if you take these mathematics and actually apply them, you don't get a ball. Trace posted it in the live stream. Like if you go in the live stream voice text, that's where he posts things. If you scroll up, simulating asteroid rubble piles with a self-gravitating sosphere distinct element method model from what the hell was it? American Astronomical Society. I got sent this by a Glober. When I asked, I was like, come on, do you have any actual evidence for this? It's just something people say. It's one of those things that gravity forms things into spheres. And this is why we need the sphere.
Why would they say that if it wasn't true?
Common delusion.
It's because when they created the Big Bang Theory, that's part of the whole premise of that theory, that Newtonian gravity, everything's attracting. That's how the ball started to get created. That's just, in Einstein, that's not how it works. You need to have big enough balls to bend space-time to get gravity.
Yeah, it's a myth. Let's put it that way. So here's another myth. Latitude and longitude are points on the ground. That's a myth. Everyone believes that, but it's not true. And it's not true.
Yeah.
No, latitude and longitude, the actual coordinates, they're not points on the ground. Those are based on positions in the sky. How do we celestial navigate? How do we find our latitude and longitude? By looking at the sky. Because the latitude and longitude are actually spatial references. They're not ground references. They're just a common misconception, because when you go to kindergarten, they put you in class, there's a globe in the classroom, and people look at it, and they see the little latitude and longitude lines on there, and they go, wow, well, look, those are places on the ground. Well, if they use the celestial globe and stuck that in there, that would be more accurate to the truth, to the truth of the coordinate system. So there's a lot of myths surrounding this stuff, right? So you need the sphere, because they say the Earth has because a lot of it's really predictable that you come and when you were asked what your evidence for the globe is, you mention physics, right? You mentioned the Cavendish experiment, which ain't actually experiment. It's called an experiment, though. You mentioned physics, right? But if I asked you, what's your evidence that you have a square table, you wouldn't start talking about how a saw works, would you? Or what a woodworker does, or the properties of wood. You'd say, no, I know it's square because I took a tape measure to it, and it's 48 by 48, inches. So that's how I know it's a square.
But you
So when they claim that,
to navigate over the seas, would you?
Pardon me?
You wouldn't take a tape measure to navigate over the seas.
No, of course not. Of course not. Because that's too much tape.
For one thing, yeah.
You would need a big boat, man. Like you have a big ass boat. Like you wouldn't actually have any cargo in your boat. It would just be all tape measure.
All tape measure, right?
So it could probably work. There's different ways to measure. What I'm saying is there's different ways to measure long distances other than that. I'm just saying you wouldn't talk about the physics, like a physics model to determine like the shape of something, because the claim Earth is a globe or Earth is a sphere or Earth is a ball is a geometric claim. It's not a claim about physics. It's a claim about the figure of the Earth, its shape, its form, or whatever you want to call it, right? And the thing is, with flat Earth, you can eliminate the sphere, right? Flat just describes the surface. Doesn't mean it's a disk in space. It doesn't mean it's a freaking disk accelerating up or any of those things. All it means we're describing the surface. And if the surface is flat, it can't be a sphere. You can't have a sphere with flat surfaces on it, right? Then it's not a sphere anymore. But flat could be anything. Could be square. Could be a freaking pyramid. Could be whatever. If you want to talk about an absolute shape. But those are like
the Earth is a pyramid.
Well, I mean, but these are all idealized shapes, right? So if I ask you what's the shape of a rock, you don't have an answer. No one has an answer. There is rock, like what rock shape? Like so when people say what's the shape of the Earth, like we're not making any claim about it having some idealized shape, like a platonic solid or a non-platonic solid. That's the globe claim, and that's how it started. Like most people don't know this, that the globe idea started because of the aesthetic preferences of the Greeks of the time, specifically Plato and Pythagoras, the cult of Pythagorean, the Pythagorean cult, right? They said, and even Copernicus mentions this in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, that a sphere is the most perfect shape. It's just I guess it's just some odd coincidence that they had aesthetic and metaphysical reasons for believing that the sphere is the most perfect shape, and that was their reasoning why the Earth was a sphere. Before they had Eratosthenes, before they had any science, before they had anything, this is what they said. Right? Before any of that. It's in Plato's Dialogues of Timaeus. Like, you can just go read it. It's in Copernicus' Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. They had an aesthetic reason. It had nothing to do with science or geometry or anything. Well, I mean, it had to do with geometry, but they're
on the other hand, you find flat Earth in most mythologies.
Yeah. What I'm saying, when it changed, because the only people that believed in the globe was, started in ancient Western civilization and spread out. Right? So, at least that's the story. Started with the Greeks, bled into everywhere else. Bled into Persia. India took a long time. China took a long time. Most of the world took a long time. It was mostly this anthropologist that's a flat earther calls it the colonial cosmology, because that's how it was spread. It was spread through colonialism. And that's pretty much an indisputable fact that that's how the heliocentric model spread, was through colonialism. But that's political. I'm not going to get into that.
Don't you think that at least the Indians and Chinese would have tested that those theses?
At what point?
At any possible point.
Well, I mean, at the same time as Eratosthenes supposedly used sticks and shadows to determine the Earth as a sphere, or so-called quote-unquote measure the circumference, there was a Chinese guy at the same time doing the same test, concluding it was a flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I could actually post a link to it.
Yeah, and if you actually look into when China adopted the globe, it was during the fall of the Ming Empire. They invited Jesuits in to teach the emperor's sons, and that's where the globe model came from.
Yeah, so they believed it like, other so-called civilizations. I don't like using the term civilization because that is specifically Roman, because that's where the word comes from. It comes from the Roman Empire. So Western civilization, Greeks to the Macedonians to the Romans, on and on and on and on, until, they found the British, and then the British decided they were going to sail everywhere and do their thing, and basically tie off the loose end of anyone believing the Earth was flat. China, it was the official policy of China going into the late 1800s that the Earth was flat. But the point is that we can test this geometric claim. You can use lasers, you can use your observations, you can use your eyes, you can use radio waves, microwaves, pick something, right? Because we can't use a tape measure that's impractical. So what we can do is use instruments that we actually can measure things with, electromagnetic radiation, and we can determine if the surface of the Earth is actually curving. And guess what? It's not. And if it's not curving, it can't be a ball. And it doesn't matter what the theories of gravity say or what, whatever says, because if you can directly measure an object or or matter, and it has some particular form, it doesn't matter what your theory about how that form should form or the lights above it or any other stupid thing, because it is what it is. Nothing I do when I measure a table, no freaking goddamn mental construct in my head can change its squareness. No matter what I think, the lights look a certain way, it must be this, or, wood works this way, so it must be that. It is what it is.
So you also think the photographs from outer space are fake?
So this is the funny part. This is why I said tell the truth in the beginning, because that's why you really believe it. That is the real reason why people believe the Earth's a globe, is that television.
One among many.
That's the real reason.
I thought that I said so.
Well, put it this way: if you never saw a TV set in your life, you would be more. Flat Earth would probably seem more plausible to you than if you never saw a television set. Right? If you never saw the
Flat Earth does make sense within a certain possibility to reach. So when I go outside and take a look around, it appears flat. Sure.
Okay. Yeah. But there's some other people that came on TV and they said that is an optical illusion.
Not so much an optical
well, that's what they're
illusion.
saying. It is. It just looks flat, but it's actually not flat.
It appears to be flat, but with measurements, you can see it's not.
Which instrument is that?
You just said you can use lasers.
Yeah. Don't you think any flat earthers done laser tests? Actually, we've done the
I've seen this laser test. Forgot the name some time ago, and the whole documentary ended with his uttering interesting because his measurement just didn't.
That's a hit piece. That's not something flat earthers created.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that laser test. What was the distance they did a laser on?
I said it's some time ago. I saw that.
Well, would it surprise me if would it surprise you if I told you they didn't even use a laser and that they used a flashlight?
Hard to believe.
They used a flashlight. There was no laser. They had a laser when they were setting up, and they turned it on too long. And there's something called a collimator on the laser. It makes the laser beam not diverge and go parallel. But if you turn your laser on too long, that thing heats up. You can only leave it on like 7 seconds, and it'll melt it. Well, that's what they did. But they had like 100 people there, and they didn't want to just do nothing. And plus because people put up money as a GoFundMe for him to buy the laser, buy the collimator, and actually do the test. So they just went through with it anyway with a flashlight.
Yes, that's okay.
But why'd you get the idea that there was a laser, though? Because that's what they led people to believe in the hit piece.
Okay, Crescendo. By the way, if you look above the live stream, there's live stream voice text chat. That's the channel where we post accompanying evidence to support what we're saying.
The thing is, the test couldn't have possibly worked. He's trying to shine a flashlight through 3 little tiny freaking holes, 1.6 kilometers. It couldn't have worked in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
It couldn't have worked. Just think about it for a second. Okay. Now, say you took 3 black pieces of construction paper, and you took a pin and you punched a needle and punched a needle hole through each of them, and you lined up all those little holes in a straight line, and you took a light at the end of these 3, and you tried to look through the hole to see that light. It would never happen. It's not possible because of something called beam diffraction.
I can't see how these photographs you posted would object to the Earth as a globe.
Did you see the second to the last globe picture? You think those pictures are honest representation of where you live? You think the clouds are the exact same? What is this, 5 years apart?
Oh, that's what you're about. Okay.
The one below it is just showing.
I don't know. I've learned that they had to superimpose different layers to get a whole picture.
Yeah, no. If you go one picture higher, you'll see the man who made the Blue Marble image, for instance. He says, "We wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. Sure. That ball became the famous Blue Marble."
Where did you get your expectations of how Earth should look?
from learning about physics, from getting that a boat will disappear behind the horizon with its body first and some mass at last.
So you see something disappear in the distance, and you think that is caused by Earth curve? Do you have any evidence that it's caused by any Earth curve?
It seemed the most plausible.
Does it? How
For
do
me,
you
it does,
how do you figure that when we can see 10 times further than the required geometry of the globe?
I haven't figured that out.
Question. I decided to go and ask Google, what's the real shape of the Earth, right? And Google says it looks like a perfect sphere from space, and we just went over that, how it's just a photoshopped image of a ball in space. And then they go on to say that Earth's true shape is an ellipsoid. I was like, so it's a sphere and an ellipsoid. Like, once it's an ellipsoid, it's not a sphere anymore. You know, we know our shapes. You know, shapes, colors, letters. We know that was primary. That was primary. So how can it be a sphere and an ellipsoid? If it's an ellipsoid, shouldn't it look like an ellipsoid from this? You know, from fallacious space.
No, they want to have their cake and eat it. That's why it's slightly chubbier on the bottom, like pear-shaped. Oh, and the same guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, also tells you it's kind of hamburger-shaped because it's flattened at the poles. What he's basically doing is creating ad hoc excuses to excuse away the errors within their models to reality, because the models don't match reality, and you got to have some kind of it's because it's wider below the equator, that's why it's off here. Okay, I get it.
I think Crescendo missed Indio's question as well. Indio said, where do you get your idea of what the Earth should look like? And you said boats over the horizon and stuff like that. I think it was meaning more like, where do you get your idea of what it looks like from space to recognize what you're looking at? You understand? Like, where do you get these pictures from in your head that what the Earth should look like? Shendo?
Yeah, I'm here. Where do I get the idea? There are observations from other planets that show that they have a sphere-like shape.
No, where do you get the idea? Where do you get the idea of what the Earth should look like?
Changing, and with time we see the same surfaces again. So that might be a hint.
Well, the point of the question, I think, is more like, you've seen a horse, so you know what a horse looks like. So you can recognize when you see a horse. But when you see the image of an Earth, the only reason that you recognize that image of Earth is because they fed you an image of Earth. And then they fed you another one and said, look, we have a photo. Oh, and you go, oh, okay, well, that looks like Earth should look like. And so, how do you know what Earth should look like if they've just fed you what Earth should look like? You understand what I mean? There's no images of Earth from other planets. I don't know where we're going with that, but
It might be the Mars thing, and if you really just do some digging on that, you'll find out that they've been faking Mars in places like Greenland and Devon Island, and in the deserts in like Arizona and New Mexico. The terrain coincidentally happens to look identical. So there's, and NASA tells us that the planets are balls of gases, right? So it's just a ball of gas, and it's not terra firma. It's not a firm, like, ball of hard land, like our planet, like where we live.
Mars is supposed to be a rock planet.
That's supposed to be, but by whose definition? Who said that? Who says it's supposed to be firm?
Just think about it this way. All of that supposed knowledge of the terra firma of these planets is something you can never confirm. You can never verify that. But you can
Me personally, not. But the probes we send up?
We send out? You don't make any probes and send out any probes.
We, the species.
No, you don't send any probes out and you don't know what's coming back. Anybody could be feeding you whatever they want, and you just have to take it on faith. That's the difference. It's unverifiable to you, and you just have to take it on faith.
At some points, I have to take things on faith. So when
the whole globe is only taken on faith.
Nutritional facts on the bread I bought. I have to trust the people that printed that on there.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No. You can eat it and you can try it out and figure out, oh my god, this tastes really bad. There's something wrong with this. And then you sue them and you figure out, oh my god, they fucked up the process, and you get a lot of money. You don't have to trust them.
The nutritional facts. They
Wait. Hold on. Why would you have to trust them? Why?
Because I try to live on a diet.
Well, I thought we were talking about the vacuum of space and stuff like that. I thought we were talking about NASA.
What I was talking about, taking things on faith. That we can't do without taking things on faith.
To take something on faith like this is to like, it's like to give $20 to a homeless man and take it on faith that he'll pay you back tomorrow. That's not going to happen. It's a blind thing. It's blind faith, that has absolutely no supporting evidence.
But do you also understand that arguing from a standpoint of just blind faith is not very valid and doesn't serve to convince anybody here of your stance?
Right, but we have satellites that give us GPS signals to find.
They work through towers mostly, actually.
Actually, there are massive cables under the ocean floor that all connect. They run together. They run to repeaters, amplifiers, and servers, and they run to towers on land, which triangulate your geographic position on land. So that doesn't happen from any kind of object in quote unquote orbit. That's happening right here on Earth.
Yeah, it's based on the LoRaWAN system.
Would you cable through the oceans to triangulate on land?
No, the cables to the ocean are the thing that we're talking on right now. It's what all the internet runs on through, and all of the GPS and everything else. Everything else hooks on through this infrastructure. GPS uses the cell towers for triangulation. That's how primarily how it uses it. That's why when you go in between mountains, when there's no towers anywhere in the middle of fucking nowhere, you don't have a signal. You can't call anywhere. You don't have GPS either on your phone.
with no line of sight to the satellites, you would.
Well, you have line of sight to the whole sky, which is supposed to be covered in satellites. So you should have line of sight to the satellites, but no towers. But that's why, because you don't have a line of sight to any towers, that's why you don't have any signals.
In the mountains, you just might not.
Yeah, the mountains are blocking the signals laterally from coming from the towers, but it's open to the sky because you're not in a cave.
Not what I experienced.
So, you know that we were all taught that what goes up must come down, right?
I know that is taught in some English-speaking countries. It's not common here.
Crescendo, what do you experience?
I can follow. Where are you going with that?
Not how I experience. And what do you experience?
I had GPS signals in the mountains.
Okay. And what that GPS signal is telling you?
They're not telling me, they're telling the software.
Okay, how does having GPS signal somewhere where there's GPS coverage with towers prove that GPS is from outer space?
There were no towers.
What is telling to software?
GPS signal transports a timestamp.
Okay.
And a measurement of it enables the software to recognize the distance between the satellite and my position.
Does has anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
Excuse me?
Has anything to do with the shape of the Earth, that GPS signals?
I was talking about satellites.
Yeah, you're assuming satellites. The thing is, we have actually
just one example of them.
We have maps of GPS where GPS is available and can be used. These maps do not show roaming circles. They're centered around towers.
Right, the map, the GPS map shows towers on land. It doesn't show any kind of orbiting satellites in space. And so your argument for satellites is, I mean, it really falls flat, no pun intended.
I bet it was.
But if Crescendo, let's say, which signals, I want to understand, and satellites giving the signals, and now what? Does that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
I used to stay out of Belgium.
If satellites sending the signals, does that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
Was GPS satellites working all over the world? I guess so, yeah.
Well, how come there's certain places on Earth that I can't get signal?
Jenna, just a second.
I don't know about them.
Crescendo, I want to make conclusion. That means if we have signals that Earth is sphere.
Come again?
If we have signals from satellites, that means that Earth is sphere.
As long as we have those signals all over the world, I guess so.
Okay, that means that the surface of the Earth is curving because we have signals from the satellites.
Being on the globe Earth with satellites orbiting around the Earth, yes.
That means that water in reality is curving.
I've got one for this.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Do you see how there's no logical connection between the two?
And can you show us where is that it's curving in reality?
You might see that most impressively in the Pacific Ocean, I guess.
How? I was in an Adriatic Sea and it doesn't curve there.
No line of sight between the Americas and, let's say, Japan or Australia.
And how I could do that? How I can measure and have the distance from America to the Japan?
Whatever light you might send in that direction, it won't get there.
Can I ask you one simple question? Well, I don't want to be rude. Do you know what is fear?
I guess so.
Do you know what every sphere has?
Tell me.
Radius. That means that it's curving, and that means that has the over drop over distance. Every sphere.
Okay.
This one has no. This one has no drop over distance. This one, what you calling the globe, this globe Earth.
I can't quite follow.
This sphere, what you call Earth, what you think that satellites, it's giving signals, has no that drop over distance in reality, like all other spheres.
That's what you say, sure.
No, that what is nature saying, not I'm saying. That it's what water is showing you every day. In reality, I'm not saying that. That it's
I'm
water
going to ask
doing.
a question. Can I ask a question?
I will tell you something.
Only line of sight between the Americas and Japan or Australia.
One important thing: do you know the size of this ball?
The size.
Yeah, that is important because it must. Yeah.
How big around is your ball at the equator? How big around is your ball at the equator?
Again, please.
How big around is your globe at the equator?
To my knowledge, it's 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah. Do you know what that means? How far you can see?
It's not 40,000 kilometers.
No, but do you know how much you can see on the globe?
With your own eyes. How much?
With your own eyes.
Oh, again, I'm not prepared. I don't have anything.
Okay, we can help you. We can help you with that.
Sure.
It's about with your height, like 2 meters, 3 miles, 5 kilometers, not more. But do you know what? We see 16, 20, 40, 50 kilometers. 100 kilometers.
Something like I know when you're up at elevation. I mean, you can see pretty far out. Like we shouldn't be able to see as far as we're able to see if there is curvature.
As a matter of fact, I can see some details from a nearby city in about 30 to 40 kilometers distance. On a clear day, not always, but I've never been able to see the streets of these cities. I've been able to see
think about this. Though.
some towers, the Dome of Cologne, such, but no streets, no residential.
I don't think you'd be able to see these through the atmospheric distortion. You know, when you're driving on the road and it's hot, and you look ahead, and there's like a mirage. You know, it looks like the road has turned into water. That's the atmospheric distortion. That I mean, you're not going to be able to see, certain things from too far away. Because of the atmospheric distortion. Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Okay.
On a clear day, I can see the dome from Cologne and the tower. Funkturm heißt das.
And from where you are, how far away is that?
That's about 30 to 40 kilometers.
Okay,
And,
that's pretty significant.
and on which height are you on valley, or you on a mountain, or what?
Yeah, what's your elevation in comparison to what you're viewing?
See, if I came prepared, I would tell you those measurements, but I cannot because I'm not prepared, as I said.
So you don't know the elevation of the place you live?
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
But isn't that something you can just figure out in like a couple of seconds online?
Yes, that's exactly. That's yes.
Yes, I guess I could.
Yes. You could do it right now, even while you're talking to us. You could do it right now, which we encourage you to do that. To research things in real time with us.
And there is an answer for satellites. If satellites are correct, that means that this curve also must be there, and everything is fine.
Yeah, that's what I still believe.
Yeah, but that curve is not there because you need to go outside and check the reality, not television.
So I've got a question I've got a curvature question. Okay. When you're looking at, like, say you're looking at the reflection of like a mountain range in like a large lake, okay, in a large body of water, is the reflection on the water symmetrical, or does the reflection on the water have convexity?
Symmetrical to what?
So it's symmetrical. Well, you only get symmetrical.
I'm asking, symmetrical to what?
To the natural landscape.
Oh, that depends.
It's a simple yes or no. Are reflections in water symmetrical?
I think I've seen symmetrical reflections.
Yes, we all observe, correct. We all observe symmetrical reflections in water with no convexity.
Oh, there are pictures. Huh? Nice.
Yes, there's tons of stuff about it. Now this would indicate that there is no convexity on water. This would indicate that physics is correct when physics says that water seeks its level. And that's level, flat. If you go look up the definitions for horizon, which is horizontal, it's parallel, it's level. And that's for a reason, because water rests level. This earth contains water. And the land comes sticking up out of the water. We have points of elevation above and below sea level. I believe the Dead Sea is the only sea that's below sea level.
But this still are small bodies of water, aren't they?
Yes, I understand that. There are lakes that are also level above sea level. Okay? But every body of water from the highest point to the lowest point is 100% level. We're not saying flat, because we understand there's waves and stuff. There's waves and water. So, of course, it's not going to be flat, but it's level.
Mm-hmm. Level.
So water, period, is level all across the inertial plane. All across the inertial Earth plane, right?
But level to what?
What do you mean level to what? The water seeks its own level. This is physics. This is the law of physics. Water seeks its own level. It becomes level with itself. It becomes level with itself.
And curves on the water.
There is no curve. There's no convexity in water. It's all very.
You're right, Crescendo. If you say like that, your
body of mass, it should curve, shouldn't it?
Crescendo, you're correct with the words. What you are saying, the gravity should to curve the water. You're correct, but it doesn't in the reality. That's the point.
Right. Yes, that is another very important
So why
attachment
don't we
to this.
have a line of sight between the Americas? and
Just think about it this. Just think about it this way, Crescendo. Like,
Just
if
because
you are,
my eye
just think about it this way. You are correct.
A laser.
Hey, think. Stop talking. Think about it this way. You are correct that the water would be bulging up if the Earth was a ball. So that also means that if you have a really flat surface, like a salt flat, for instance, then the water would collect in the center of the salt flat first, and it would build up into this ball or curve, as you believe. The problem is, salt flats actually, when they flood, they're at equal elevation throughout.
Yeah, because water's always level. On the surface, it's always level.
Okay.
That's just physics. That's undeniable, irrefutable physics that water is always going to be level. And if it's level in a cup, if it's level in a bowl, if it's level in a puddle, a pond, a lake, sea level, water's level all across this place, man. That is the reality that we all observe. And that is why there is the law of physics that dictates that water will find its own level. You're like, in reference to its level to what? It is level with itself consistently all the way across the surface. Okay. This is a law. This is a physical law. So how does water curve?
Unless acted upon by outside forces.
Outside forces. But those outside forces, I mean, they're way on the outside of our massive container.
The problem is, globers like to believe that gravity is holding it all together into a ball, and therefore level means curved, and it's all just based on belief. So we would like people to go out and test it with lasers and infrared cameras and look for this curve you believe is out there. Test it, look at the numbers.
Well, I want to encourage people to look up acoustic resonance levitation and really just do some deep thinking on that and think about gravity. Think about what is the force of gravity? What could be, holding Earth where it's at on the outside of things, But that doesn't have to do with the shape of the Earth. It doesn't have to do with the fact that water rests level.
It's irrelevant.
Gravity, their whole excuse for gravity is just, it's very poor. The water's always going to be level, and I haven't heard any refute. I haven't heard any debunks or anything about that.
Yeah, the curves you're going to find in the water
because I didn't come prepared.
The curves in the water would be due to the water motion, or air pushing the water and creating waves, or the tides, which are an unknown phenomenon, really. They don't understand well how that's caused and have no actual scientific experiment to prove the cause of that, because they believe it's the moon that's causing it.
Yeah, there's a rise and fall of the tides, but the water's still level. It's still at a level, whether it's a lower level or a higher level.
The way that works is tides circle around amphidromic points. The amphidromic points all over the world are all level with each other. So the whole world is level. But these bulges of water or depressions move around these points in circular motions. And that's what we call the tides.
You're saying level on a sphere, like a sphere is level? Like a sphere is going to go in like any direction. That's not necessarily
I know. They just claim that level is curved because it's relative to their spheroid, essentially. It's like every point where you are on is level, and then someone else standing somewhere else is level, but your levels are not the same level, just like they believe your up is not his up. They're just all over the place.
It's very contradictory. I mean, you cannot get a perfect 90 degrees horizontal to vertical on a sphere. You would have to completely change and morph your angle, and then what? What kind of an angle is that? It's like this weird trapezoidal. I don't know.
Yeah, they're locked in this.
Not even
They're locked in this. They're locked in this mental gymnastic, like knot where they think the Earth is so big that it's locally flat. Like it's flat all the way up to the horizon, and then it starts to curve away. And then as they rise up, that horizon, of course, extends out because the angle to the ground opens up, and you can see further. But to them, they're like, I'm
Well, why
seeing
doesn't
around.
NASA show us? Why doesn't
They're-
NASA show us buildings that are like the
I'm not done.
rectangles?
And they're like, I'm seeing around the ball. But they're not actually seeing around the ball, they just don't know how their eyes work.
Right.
And the thing is, to them, as they rise up like this, it's still level all the way up to the horizon, and that's where the curve begins. And so the higher up they go, the flatter it is, but it's still a ball. It's retarded.
Yeah, it makes no sense because if it's technically flat when you're on the ground, but it just gets flatter and flatter as you go up, then but it's still a ball. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm with you.
I'd say it appears flat, but it doesn't have to be.
It appears flat for a reason, my guy.
Well, the reason Grace
There's
L just told it, because it's really, really big.
It's not that big. They gave us the numbers, and you think boats are disappearing over the curve at the horizon, which should be 1.22 miles away from an observer looking from 1 foot off the water. So it should be really close, depending on how close you are to the surface. But as you rise up, it just disappears and runs away as you rise, and that's just retarded.
Grace, I think that he in this moment didn't comprehend that because he said big. You said the size and
The observer's elevation does play a role in that.
Crescendo. Did you comprehend how much that big it is?
I'm not sure I comprehend it, but
Okay, listen carefully now. Listen carefully. This is big. This is that 40,000 kilometers. With 1 foot height, with 30 centimeters height, you cannot see more than 1.22 miles. You cannot see more than 2 kilometers. That is your big air. Do you understand that now?
I guess I do, yeah.
That's the math. But you said that you see 30 kilometers at the
30.
Okay. Welcome. Ooh. Welcome to
Because I wasn't 30 centimeters above the earth.
I last summer. I was like, sorry. Wait, Anna. Summer I was 2 inch above the sea level. Do you know when you're swimming how much your eyes is above the sea level?
The 1.6 miles you just said?
But did you know that before he said that? Did you know that before he said that? You're just repeating him?
I just repeated him, yeah.
Yeah, so I want you to look. I wanted him to look at the Black Swan real quick. This is a picture taken from a video snapshot, and he goes out there almost every day. We could give you his YouTube channel, and he's done this like a lot of times. And he keeps bringing back evidence of this. Basically, from 1 foot off the surface, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. But we're consistently seeing the horizon way beyond things that are 10 miles away.
Right.
Do you know how big the globe would have to be if that were due to a geometric curve of a globe?
Actually, I don't. Not at the moment.
Would have to be, I mean, more than 5 times bigger than what they tell us.
as if I came prepared and be ready to.
No, I'm just asking if you could do the math. If you can't do the math, it's okay. We have done the math already. It's all good.
I am not. So some of your questions just don't.
Proof that globe believers just they don't know much about their own model. They don't know much about their own globe.
That's not fair, Messi.
Well,
I mean, it happens a lot. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean.
I came here to listen and learn, and not to debate. I told you.
Okay.
Well,
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just saying that, like, you know, I get this a lot. Like, I hear this a lot from many, heliocentrists, and, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, we have the information. Like, we're proving to you that we have taken all of the numbers that have been given to us, all of the numbers for your globe, and we have put them to the test, and the numbers fail in comparison to physical tests and observations. That's what we're saying. That's what that's getting to right now. That's the big point right now.
I guess a lot more resourceful people just did the same thing, but with different.
And if we ask you for a specific example, you won't be able to come up with one. That's what Jen is trying to point out. Is that there's a disproportionate. It's disproportionate. The strength of your belief in something and your actual knowledge of the thing you believe in.
Right.
Okay.
And that seems universal across like almost every single, like I would say 0.001 out of 1,000 Globers knows even half as much as like maybe the average flat earther.
Right.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
So, like, what I'm trying to point out, and I'm trying to put a mirror up to you, is that, you're like, oh well, I don't have this. I'm unprepared. I don't know. I'm unprepared. I don't have that. I'm unprepared. But you still believe in this thing, okay? And we've done the math. We know everything that there is to know about the globe, and we put it to the test. So for you to be believing in the globe with a whole bunch of, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me, I'm unprepared, equates to blind faith. That's reality. That's the reality here. Would you, I mean...
Yeah, and that's why, like, I don't know if you were here, Jen, the first thing I asked him was, like, like, the real reason why he believes it, and, like, the real reason most Globers believe it is simply because of the images they've been shown on the TV set, right? And the thing about those is that you have no way of evaluating their authenticity, right? If I show you a picture of a cat and, like, a fake picture of a cat, you probably easily determine which one is real or seems real, but you have no reference from which to compare a so-called Earth picture to anything else. You can only compare it to other Earth pictures that you have nothing to compare it to.
Right.
There's no way of evaluating its authenticity.
Yeah, and then you start looking at it, and the continent sizes on each, globe image from year to year to year, they're shifting sizes.
And colors and everything. Everything changes.
Color of the ocean, the color of the land, the size of the continents. Yeah, like it's not consistent enough at all to be proof. It's not consistent enough to be evidence, And that's the whole thing about it. Like, if you're gonna have like a belief in something, you have to be able to, at least prove it. Like, live in reality. Live in reality. That's all it is. You can't be believing on blind faith here. You say, I come prepared. I come unprepared. I come unprepared. I don't know. But it's, you know, there's curvature because of XYZ, you know, that's just a belief.
Yeah, the belief that somebody somewhere actually went and did the tests we're talking about and got a different result. That's a belief. I remember 5 years ago, someone came on this Discord. They said they have there are 3 PhDs. The guy's name was Dan. We presented him with like laser measurements, and he said, well, I know it stands to reason that if flat earthers did the test, more Globers have done the same test and got a different result. And I said to him, okay, go find that. Go find that test that Globers did where they measured curvature with a laser or any type of thing like that. That was 5 years ago. The person's never been back.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, they did the Homer Simpson thing where they backed into the bushes.
Ha! Yeah. Just disappeared.
Does anyone have that bit? Can we put that up?
But like, if we have something to say and we gave some information, that somehow it didn't get it to him because I'm not prepared means that what we said it's nothing. Because he will go now and he will go to prepare himself. That means what we said it's nothing.
No, that just means I didn't come prepared, so I'm not able.
Okay, Crescendo, put it like this. That you put it like this. That you don't need to be prepared for nothing.
But you believe that there's contradictory information out there
when it comes
somewhere,
to
right?
math and physics, I do.
No, you don't need to be prepared. If you can get logically and observe with your eyes and do with you don't need physics. You don't need nothing of that.
Well, I mean, he thinks there's information out there that he can prepare himself with that he would be able to answer everything we're saying. Take our word for it, or don't take our word for it. This service existed for quite a long time. We've had people of varying ranges of academic accomplishment, credentials, physics PhDs, cosmology PhDs, astrophysics, geology, geography, you name it. They've had it. They've come in here, pilots, freaking ship makers, ship sailors, you name it, dude. They've all been in here. And they have the same thing you have to offer.
That may be so.
It certainly is. I mean, it's why we still exist. And it's the simplest thing, right? Is that in order for the Earth to be a ball, the surface of the Earth has to be curving. And the best place to measure that is over water, because according to the theory of gravity, that forms things into a ball, that the water has to be curving. Because they say that the surface of the Earth is 70% water. So it has to be curving. The oceans have to be curving. Lakes have to be curving. Ponds have to be curving. Any liquid has to be curving to conform to this 3,959-mile radius. So we can just go out into the world, into reality, and check it. Thing is, when you go out and check it, that curve that they say exists, that they show in these space pictures, doesn't actually exist in reality.
Nope. That's why, anyone with a really good camera, anyone with a Nikon P1000, you can take shots 300 miles from land to land, 300 miles across water, and see land on the other side. That land that you're seeing on the other side should be the top. Should be several miles below the curvature for the globe. But it's not. It's right there, right in the line of sight.
It's also, you have to understand that it's not, we were raised in the globe belief as well. Most of us wanted to try to either verify the globe to be true because we couldn't find the things that the Globers claim they have. They imagine someone has. So we went out and tested it. And we just had to come to terms with the truth. I didn't trust any flat earther. I didn't believe any flat earther. I looked into all this stuff myself because I wanted to show them how they were wrong. But then I just realized in the end that I was the one that was wrong, even before I managed to present anything.
Yeah, that's ultimately how I got here, was by trying to prove the globe. But I kept an open mind, and then I took the numbers and I compared them to the physics and the physical world that we see, that we can observe, that we can test and verify, and it wasn't adding up at all.
That's where we differ. I didn't come here to prove the globe Earth.
Then are you here to
listen and learn? As I said.
listen and unindoctrinate? Yeah, it can be hard though. It can be very hard. I had a really hard time with it. I've been on this for 5 years or so, and it was really hard at first. And I did come in, and I would listen, but it's really, really hard to shake off a whole lifetime of programming and try to really understand the reality of the physical world that we stand on. So appreciate you being here. But that curvature is so elusive that only NASA can find it.
Yeah, I highly recommend watching this video by Bjorn Ekberg.
Yeah.
This is basically what happened. He's seeing what we saw, the whole Jenga tower of assumptions. We just pulled the bottom pin from underneath the whole Jenga tower, and it completely collapsed.
You said, yeah, I said.
I don't know why NASA can't zoom into Earth with their high-powered telescope. It's supposedly floating around in space. Why can't they show us things that are antipodal, upside down? Why can't they show us how buildings are at different angles to fit to a sphere? We don't see any of that. They don't show us any of that ever. It's just
That would
game
be
changer. It's a game changer.
that would be excused as the angular resolution size of the building is too small, and they're looking at it from too far away, so they cannot discern that.
Well, but the Hubble can see into deep space. How come they can't point that thing at Earth?
That's because the Hubble doesn't have any thrusters, and so it cannot turn around and look at the Earth.
Ah.
But that excuse in itself is so retarded, because that would mean it would just its orbit supposedly would just degrade, and it would just collapse into the Earth.
Yeah.
They keep saying they keep saying they're boosting it up and all sorts of jazz once in a while to try to make it the excuse float. But if you really look into it, they have a duplicate telescope that is identical to the Hubble on board a 747 plane called Sophia. And whenever the Hubble telescope took a picture, Sophia was also flying at the same time, taking a picture of the same exact spot, because they would always layer the information from Sophia over Hubble, supposedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you could also make the people who are running Sophia just be sending the information and bouncing it back down, and the others are oh my god, we're getting information from Hubble now.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. After you see it, you can't. After you see the lie, you can't unsee the lie. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Atmospheric Observatory.
I just pulled over on the road and talked to a surveyor.
Anyways,
One of the-
Graysow, thank you for your effort and some of the others too. But I'm exhausted a bit, so I have to excuse myself for tonight. I hope you have a nice session.
It's a lot to take in. It can be exhausting.
No worries.
We might
We're-
see.
Yeah, yeah.
each
It's
other
cool.
again.
Yeah, it's cool. We'll be here 24/7 whenever you need us. Go do your homework, bring all of your A game and your best proofs, and we'll demolish them for you.
Right. Have a good time. Cheerio.
Good talking. Good chat. Good chat. Anyway, someone popped in here talking about he pulled over on the side of the road. I wanted to hear that.
Yeah, that was God Rock, and he said he was pulled over and spoke to a surveyor. You there, God Rockin?
Oh, I wanted to hear what he was about to say. Sounded like it was going to be good.
Maybe he'll pop back in a bit, hopefully.
Poor guy, we exhausted him.
God.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance can be exhausting. It's uncomfortable, and being uncomfortable is not a sustainable state.
Sueño.
I think we gave him a lot to think about.
Yeah, mate. You still believe it's a ball?
Everybody, give Crescendo some encouragement. Yeah. Yep. Pretty intelligent response from Crescendo. I know only how little I know. I can see how much there might be to know. It's a, yeah, it's a good response. Good response. He at least seems, somewhat open. It seems like he's open, but also struggling with his own cognitive dissonance. It's that weird fine line.
Yeah, hopefully he'll come back with something interesting, and we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Like. You people, you didn't account on refraction.
Yeah, that's probably what it's going to. That's probably what's going to come back with. But that's one of my favorite topics. So yay!
Refraction. Are they getting refraction confused with atmospheric distortion?
Yeah, it's because they like these one-word thought stoppers where they're like gravity, refraction.
Yeah.
They don't understand what they're talking about when they just say refraction. They're kind of talking just about Snell's law. What they're actually trying to invoke is terrestrial refraction, which requires the R value.
But they can't prove R. I can't even prove R. Right.
Yeah, the whole of terrestrial refraction isn't even validated by any science or experiments. It's just ad hoc after the fact because, oops, our optics allow us to see too far. It must be bending around the globe to make it look flat.
That hurts my brain. I'm here because I'm here because I tried to prove the globe several years ago, and then I just couldn't. I already knew so much about it. You know, I already had the information. I wasn't that glober that didn't have any information about the place that I live. And it just, once you really start putting it to the test, it's like, oh man, look at all these holes. Look at all these holes in the boat. It's, throw a wet tennis ball, water comes off. I don't know. My clothes spin around in the washing machine, the water comes off. I don't know. Seems like if it's going to work here on a small scale, it would be the same thing on a larger scale. And then I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. Can't hold water onto a ball in a fallacious space vacuum.
Yeah, it was difficult for me when I first heard all that. Like when I saw Eric Dupé's 200 proofs, my brain was just like the Globers. I was just like, gravity, refraction. But because I'm not an idiot, I'm not gonna just go gravity, refraction. I'm gonna try to understand what that is so that I can explain how gravity shows you that this all works on the globe, and how refraction makes everything work if I just imagine it's bending. But the more and more I looked into it, and the deeper I looked into it, and the more experts I talked to, the worse and worse my belief system looked. Like, all of my faulty ideas just, yeah, that's not how it actually works, buddy. So, like, I just had this cold water poured over my head when I was trying to defend my globe belief and asking the experts to help me defend it. But because they didn't realize I was, like, trying to get to the be globe or flat, it was just based on the basic principles. This is not how this works.
Right. When I started to understand, gain a deeper understanding of physics, that's when the physical world began to make sense as not a globe. But like, there's so much physics that, like, that, you know, they don't teach us in the indoctrination day camps. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I made good grades in, you know, geometry and physics and language and everything like that. So, but I had to learn so much more outside of school, so much more. And I was like, this is stuff that they could have been teaching us, but they don't. You know, pay all kinds of crazy ass money to go to college and university to you know, learn some of this stuff. It's a scam. It's a scam. And the moon is made of cheese. I remember being out in the Arizona desert early in the morning, and I could see the full moon in the sky on one side and the sun on the other side. And I was like, wow, this is awesome. Like, I was geeking. I was like, how am I even seeing this right now? And my friend Destiny, she just kind of grins with the side of her mouth, and she goes, "'Cause the earth is flat, man." I wasn't ready then. I was like, shut up, Destiny. No, it's not flat. But I mean, that's cool. That's way cool. And, you know, I was like 24 years old, 24, 25. So yeah, that would have been like the start of my flat earth journey. Noticing the sun and the moon and the sky at the same time, like, you know, perspectively, like I'm standing on the ground and these things are right here over me, above me, like, and it makes perfect sense now. It makes perfect sense, you know, for a flat earth. being just like a clock. But people want to say that there's nothing predictable for flat Earth. Well, we're not claiming a model here, but, if you really look at how everything works, it works like a clock. The sun goes around hour by hour by hour, just like the hour hand on a clock, and the stars go around. The constellations never, ever change their shape. They never, ever change their shape. The same constellations are constant, always. And they only change their positions in the sky, which, tells the months. It tells, the seasons, tells the time of year. This Earth it acts like a perfect clock. Polaris stays pretty well fixed in line with magnetic north, with, dead center. And they all make perfect paths around the North Star. And there's no way in hell that we should be observing something like that if we are spiraling through an infinite expanse of nothing at Mach 88, at this unfathomable, just unquantifiable breakneck speeds. And then we're not colliding into anything. It's been going on like this for billions of years. And we've just been all safe and sound the whole time. No collisions, no accidents. The odds of that are astronomical. I'm rambling on in here.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my mother.
Oh, you're good. I got on a sleepwalk.
It's all good. She just wanted to see the Delusions of Cosmology video. She hadn't seen that one.
Nice.
Hey guys.
Hey. Who we got?
Yeah,
Hi.
that was my mom. My whole family is flat earthers at this point.
Nice. My mom's a flat earther. My aunt's a flat earther. My 15-year-old cousin is a flat earther. My 13-year-old cousin is an I don't care earther, but I mean, that's still better than being a globetard.
Yeah, it's just normal, man.
I'm like, she's 13. She's at that age. She doesn't really give a flying hoot about anything.
It hasn't touched upon her passion yet.
Right. Yep. But my 15-year-old cousin, he's got it down. He understands it. He comes and asks me questions. He goes, hey, I was thinking about something. And he'd be like, if this is this, then this would be like this, which would make sense for a flat earth, right? And I'm like, yeah, you got it, buddy. He's on it. It's awesome. It's awesome. There's a lot of people that are I don't care earthers, but they just haven't figured out what it matters to, quite literally, their God-given freedoms.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I heard what you said. He goes, oh, yeah.
We got Faust Thanos in the chat. I think someone spoke to him the other day.
Oh yes, many times.
I did.
We had
I know that.
we had a good run in with him yesterday.
Is that something we want to repeat?
It's pretty funny.
Didn't you put him in Cogdis, Heretic?
Yeah, but I let him out so we could live stream him some more.
Okay. Could be entertaining.
Yeah, just for the cat and mouse entertainment. The dude is, I mean, like, no offense to him, but it's like he literally has a comprehension issue. Like, I don't know if it's like a language barrier thing, or if it's quite literally just a comprehension issue, like the literal definition of ignorant, the inability to learn.
Okay.
Poor guy.
Poor guy. They were holding hands, bro. They're running around that corner and holding hands. Yeah, I'm over here with the run shelf. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to go around.
Ah, dang. I'm sorry to hear that your wife gets mad when you bring up the topic, man.
Oh, hello,
She just hasn't figured out, what it means to the ultimate freedom of humanity, and maybe, if it's something like you're passionate about, it's just something you're interested in, she should be willing to listen to it, even if she doesn't agree with it, at least be willing to listen, like I give people the respect of listening, and even if I'm not interested in what they're talking about, I still give them the respect of listening, because it's something that they're interested in, it's something they're passionate about, and they want to talk about it, and yeah, they deserve to talk about it. So, dang, dude, I hope she opens up, man.
We were the low upsetting spaghetti. Ah.
Oh, that's pretty based. Yeah. About your son-in-law. Plant the seeds, man. Plant the seeds. Yep. Everyone knew Earth was a ball 2,000 years ago. Oh, that's cute. That's cute, because they were teaching geocentric stationary level Earth up until the 1920s. I'm like, oh, that squashes that.
And that guy was really.
Oh, that's a great graph of perspective right there. I like that. Yep. This is how the sun works on flat Earth, because yes, it has everything to do with your perspective. See, it looks like that. That looks like the apparent path. It needs another line in that graph, honestly, for the direct perspective line. But no, that kind of works. That does work. Well, that's good. Because everyone does have a personal dome of perspective, ultimately. When you look up and you look all the way around, like, you see sky that looks like it nearly comes to the ground, Perfect dome of perspective. Sea level be with you. It's already done. Well, they want to say that a sunset proves a globe. Not necessarily, because it's been observed, the sun going really, 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 really far away until it looks like this tiny little pin dot, and it just disappears into the atmosphere. I'm like, so that right there means that, we're not falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound here. When the sun has been observed, quote unquote, setting in so many different ways. I think the coolest that it's ever been observed is when it fades into a tiny little pin dot and just disappears. I'm like, well, that's not us falling over backwards.
Look what Trace posted. Look how Earth it's changing the shape. Look.
Yeah, exactly. Its angular size is increasing with the rise and decreasing with the set.
Look how Earth is moving. Look.
Yeah, Earth is. I love that. That's beautiful. Look, everybody. Look. The sun does not set. We
Look
call
how
it sunset.
Look how sun is stationary and we are moving. Look.
Pin dot. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Drace. Thank you. Yes, you pulled up exactly what I'm talking about. Love it. Love it. This this proves perspective. This proves the laws of perspective. This proves that the sun isn't quote unquote setting, but that it is going further away. It also proves that it's way smaller than they tell us. It also proves that it's a whole lot freaking closer than they tell us as well. Just look at it. Just look. Open your eyes. Look with your special eyes. Look at it. Will you just look at it? It's so beautiful. Will you just look at it?
Look at it.
Look with your special eyes. Just look at it. It's so beautiful.
That's not real sun.
Da 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 da. Yep.
Ed Bassmaster, that's hilarious. Love that guy.
Oh, man. Where's he at? Oh, I see him.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Hey, Trace, have you ever heard the argument that we, as flat earthers, we need refraction to be able to see the moon that far away?
Yeah, no, I haven't heard that global argument.
It was Michael had it in his video that the Michael Learns guy, what Michael Weathers had it in his video that was posted a year ago. Like he's debunking the flat Earth. He's basically claimed that we need refraction to be able to see the sun that far away when it's setting. But the thing I find funny is then how does Sticks and Shadows work if the sun can get refracted that extremely?
The problem here is Matthew is projecting his own problems onto us. In the globe model, when you see the sun set, the sun is already supposed to be behind the curve.
Hey.
That's pretty cool. Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome.
I think we have
How can you have a Ryzen 1 FE? I don't know, maybe because it comes from the word horizontal, and if you look up the definition of that, it's that definition for a reason.
Jenna, you're laughing, but Guy was serious when we.
I know. I know. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Look at that checkerboard. See, and I can see how it looks like it's curving down in the center. Do you see how it looks like it's going up on the outer edges, and it looks like it's curving down in the middle? That's all just a perspective thing. Check that out. See, I was in art classes from like all the way through middle school and high school, so I had to learn about the angles and lines and perspective, light, shadows, all of that.
Yeah, that seems to really help. The thing is, back in the day, art, philosophy, and science were all together in one, because the scientists needed to draw and visualize and be able to show people, so they needed to have understanding of art. And this allowed them to like be in line with perspective, because that's in art. It's taken out of everything else. Like if you look at the globe Earth calculators, they don't have any perspective accounted in that calculation. Yet they use that calculation and compare it to images in real life, which are in perspective. And so what they kind of did was took perspective and converted it into Earth curve, and that's why the size of the Earth matches what the human eye would, how far the human eye would be able to discern due to the diffraction limit. So that's why it matches that. But it's also why we destroyed their claims so easily once we had the good cameras, because they have a much bigger aperture and therefore can see much, much further. And then we also have digital zoom on top of all of it. So it's so much better at seeing at a long distance, whereas the globe is always going to be limited by its supposed size. And that doesn't work out very well for them. You can't just say that light is refracting only for one camera but not for another. If you have two cameras set up right next to each other, one with a big aperture and one with a small aperture, and the bigger aperture camera can see further, there's not two globes in the two different, like in reality, just because in the camera it looks like the horizon is further away in one.
Aw, who let Fausthanos back in? Is he gonna come into the VC and play? Mic up, Fausthanos. Let's go. Have you learned anything about the curvature? No. Fausthanos is speaking in his native tongue. Brick. Brick. He comes in, he goes, brick. That's how Brick says hello. 2 bricks. That's how Brick says good afternoon. Brick. Man, come on, mic up. Is there anything new about this elusive curvature of Fausthanos? I need to know. I've been trying to find the curvature for 5 years after being told that there's one, but I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. People have been looking. You don't care, then why are you here? Sorry. Quit talking to me in the chat. Come on.
Scared of talking to girls.
Brick cells. Yeah, I have listened to some brick talking. I've been at it with you before, Fausthanos. Stop talking to me in the chat. I think it's funny that you're accusing me of projection when you're the one that's been projecting, and it's like this weird, like, reverse weirdness that you're doing. Yeah, Fausthanos came in here instantly projecting bricks. He was like, Brick, I are Brick. Earth is globe, I are brick. But the curvature! But my rotation! I love lamp. Tastes like blue. And I can count to apple. Brick. Thanos. Can you tell me how you know the moon is a rock? Rock. Brick.
Come on, Thanos. This is finally your chance to talk to a woman. Take it.
You can do it, bro.
Flat Earth is cognitive dissonance. No. We're not trying to prove flat Earth. We've been trying to prove the globe. We're here because we've been trying to prove the globe, and it just seems impossible, Thanos. Help us out here. Thanos, I need help understanding what gravity is and how it holds water to a spinning ball. Peace may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Peace may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Hey, Thanos, why are you typing in the chat and not on the VC? Come on. Did you find any new information about the globe that maybe we don't know about? Please tell us. Please tell us. Please tell us how you know that the government and all of its agencies and organizations are being honest. Tell us how you know. I do miss your voice, Thanos. I do. You don't have a bad voice. Come on, Thanos. I'll try to let you do most of the talking, okay? Come on, I'll try to let you do most of the talking. Let's go. You believe the colors of another globe world blunder, but it's not a globe. Thanos, did you eat the paste when you were a kid? Despair sounds like me. Thou thinks thou does protest too much. I don't have to try, buddy.
Don't worry about it. He's just intimately familiar with despair. That's why he's the expert on it.
He's trying so hard, telling me to keep trying. I don't have to try.
I love hearing you talk, so he's just looking like a fool.
Looking foolish, Thanos. Looking like a silly goose.
I guess he's just gonna be a chat skank. There's also cousin.
Chat skank.
Has anybody spoken to cousin Sueno?
I think the only thing rotating is Boss Thanos' brain right now. Circles, circles, circles. Chasing his tail.
I called out. I tried to call out cousin Swinyo before, but he didn't answer. Got Glow Bertha though.
Yeah, someone's talked to him.
Glow Trotter.
I was just wondering if he found any globe evidence yet. I guess not.
In the midsection.
Weak. Weak.
You see him down there? Yeah. Open GDR. Otherwise, anybody even use that? Gosh.
Poor Boss Thanos. He doesn't know. He's trapped in the Matrix.
Matrix.
In a fishbowl.
Dodging bullets.
Act. Right, give him something other fallacious thing to believe in.
I also think that the whole story of Santa Claus and Easter Bunny undermines the family unit and the trust between parent and child.
Yeah, I was talking to my mother about that, and I said, I really think parents should just be honest with their children and tell them, like, there's really no Santa Claus and there's really no Easter Bunny. Like, mommy and daddy are Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, and just be real with your kids. It's time to just, have full truth and honesty. Like, we can't. It's
Yeah, like if honesty is gonna be a core value, I think it's important to be consistent. Otherwise, they're just gonna think you're hypocrites.
Right. Yep. I was like, yeah, tell my kids that I'm Santa Claus, so you better frickin' behave. Thanos, where'd you go? Come out and play. Oh, look at that. Look at Earth. Earth is just so pretty. It's so pretty in its flatness. So beautiful. I'm so glad that we live in such an amazing Earth system. It's like a massive closed terrarium, has everything we'll ever need. Just so long as we take care of it. We're supposed to take care of it. We're supposed to understand it and take care of it. And this thing will always have everything we will ever need.
Heretic, are you there?
Hey, yeah, what's up?
I'm just thinking, like, there should be some way for us to incorporate this and this into our arguments with gas pressure, because in their imaginary world, the globe is moving to the side in its orbit at super high speeds, and so it should be pressing against the gas on one side of the globe, and on the other side there should be a wake. There should be low pressure, and this would result in a Doppler effect. We don't see any of this in reality.
That's a good point. I haven't thought of that before.
Because I'm thinking, like, when we look at the gas, for instance, we're looking at gas expanding away from the surface into an available space, and it does that always, at all times. But shouldn't it be easier for them to, like, if the Earth is moving into the gas at super high speeds and gravity in one experiment, and on the other experiment they should be showing the Earth moving away from the gas, and therefore it feels like they should be able to show it if this speculation was true. What I get from Globers when I talk to them about this, they're like, oh, well, gravity holds all the gas in perfect symmetry around the globe. And I'm like, so gravity is not pulling down, gravity is pushing away all the gas on one side of the globe that it's moving in, and then on the other side it's pulling extra hard just to make it look like the globe isn't moving at all. Is that how I'm supposed to interpret this?
Yeah, I kind of think that's what they'll say, is that it's all just moving together. So you're not like moving towards or away from it at all, but it's just one system moving together.
Yeah, they keep trying to invoke something like that, but that's not how it works. So, like, the car is on the Earth. It's like, is it not, like, it moves into the air. The air is not attached to the car. Like, they want to say the air is attached to the Earth. Can they prove that somehow?
No, they can't prove it. It goes against the laws of entropy and thermodynamics, spectroscopy even.
Yeah, because once you get to that point, you're saying if you rise straight up in a balloon or whatever, the balloon will not deviate, or it should deviate due to the Coriolis, essentially, because the rotational rate it gets would be fastest at the ground. It's going the shortest circle, essentially, as it's being rotated in a circle, and then as it rises, the circle gets bigger and bigger, and so it would trail off, or appear to trail off to the side with the rotation. However, this doesn't happen in reality, so, like, they're like, yeah, well, gravity, it's holding it all, so it's like velcroed to the Earth, and so in their mind, the gas is rotating faster and faster the higher you go, to make it look like it's not rotating at all. But that is so illogical, because you would be able to measure that. You would be able to just put up an accelerometer onto a balloon, let it go straight up into the air, and you see, oh, there's acceleration to the side as it's being accelerated to keep up with the Earth rotation, so it appears to be just going directly up, and appears so there's no rotation, but there's actually rotation because there's magical acceleration to the side. That's how it works. We can show evidence of it, but they don't have any. That's my problem. Like, gravity is making now everything go down, it's making everything go up, it's making everything go to the sides. It's a ad hoc excuse for everything, even though there's no mechanism behind it.
Well, after you destroy that, they want to go, well, what about the Foucault's pendulum? What about it? What about it? It proves rotation. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That thing's kept running by magnetics. It's got magnets in it, and every now and then it has to be given a push, or else it's going to stand completely still, like a plumb bob. You know, so that as proof of rotation is fallacious as well. Just to be, if we're pointing out fallacious proofs of rotation, then I needed to point that one out too.
Yeah, even Einstein didn't consider that proof of rotation because, according to him, if the Earth is not moving and the stars are what's moving around us, that would lead to a centrifugal effects within the containment, which would show itself in something like the pendulum. And so he considered there to be no terrestrial observations that you could use to prove that it's rotating or not.
Yeah, he said by no observation can rotation of Earth be detected. Then he carried on to say something about he still thinks his theory is right. Can't prove it. Can't prove it.
Yeah, he essentially made the Earth move in the math.
Yeah.
It's just a thought experiment.
Yep. That's the whole thing about numbers. Numbers are manipulatable. People want to say the numbers don't lie or the math doesn't lie. I'm like, that's fine, but people do lie about numbers. It's such a concept. I don't know. Where's Faustainos? You're fishy, 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 fishy.
Well, he likes to say that it's multiple reference frames or just one, depending on what, hope he's going with. How many reference frames are there today, Faustanos? Is the Earth and the atmosphere all just one spinning reference frame? Or does the Earth rotate underneath jets? Or what's going on today?
Yeah, can you tell me which is the inertial reference frame, the ground, or the object falling? Which is in the inertial reference frame?
That's what I'm asking. Because if you think about it, I can be on the ground looking at a plane that's going 500 miles an hour, and it looks like it's not going that fast, It looks like it's going slow. But if I get closer up to that plane, it's booking. It's going pretty fast. So me standing on the ground, okay, so I shouldn't feel rotation. So yeah, what's the inertial reference frame? I'd like to know, where is he? Where did he's just go?
I asked that question because the difference between the inertial reference frames I mentioned are the differences between Einstein and Newton. So, depending on which he chooses is the gravity he's going to have to be using.
I love that you said that because I always ask people, I'm like, and which gravity do you choose, Newton's or Einstein's? Oh, it's great. I'm like, oh, well, why'd you choose that one?
They kind of make their work harder for themselves when they go with a version of gravity that Globers themselves had to discard.
Yep. Scaredy cat.
Your priests already admitted that this didn't match reality. So you're going to prove them wrong and us?
Good luck.
It's just funny. Newton is used to describe basically the effects of stuff in the world we live in. It's describing an effect through different means. You can use many different means to try to describe an effect, and that's basically what Einstein did. He did a totally different way of describing the effect, and so they're completely contradictory, but they're trying to describe the same effect. That's the only thing they have in common. The difference is when they tried to extrapolate Newton out to the solar system, they figured out, oh shit, this doesn't work at all. So we needed Einstein to try to make all that stupid shit work. And so he bent space-time and all of the light, and gravity is bending light left and right, even though light's not supposed to have any mass. And so the space-time itself is the one that's bending. It's not the mass. It's just because there's such big balls in space. They're bending the fabric of space-time. But when they continue to look at the sky, they've looked at the galaxies and they were like, oh shit, Einstein doesn't work either. The galaxies are spinning way too fast at the edges. That doesn't compute. Well, Einstein can't be wrong. We based everything on Einstein. That's like the foundation of our shit. And Einstein and Newton are the same thing because we think they work together because we're idiots and haven't actually looked into how any of this works.
They're completely separate equations. They're completely separate theories of gravity, and that's why I ask them to choose one.
Yeah, and so now they go and create dark matter and dark energy to try to fill the gaps in Newton's faulty theories. And as you get further and further up this Jenga tower of assumptions, the theories start breaking down, and you have to just invent new things to try to fill the holes because it just gets more and more wrong.
That's why I'm like, choose one. Which one do you want?
That's why I kind of like it when they choose Newton, though, right?
Yeah,
because it didn't match their heliocentric assumptions, right? So, like, are you throwing away the solar system now? Okay, go for it.
Yeah, you're going back to like Greeks, like geocentric globe. Like, what are you talking about? That's another thing that kind of bothers me. They're like, we've known this belief system since we were like 2,000 years ago. No, 2,000 years ago, heliocentrism was a joke. It was mentioned by one person as a joke because he was a geocentrist. He was just joking and talking about how it didn't work. It was retarded to them.
I'm looking for memes in here.
However, many of them had a geocentric globe view. So because they transfer, it's globe, it means round, it's what I believe. No, they didn't believe what they believe. Like, this idea has been developing over the years and is completely different between most of these guys.
I'm like, okay, well, well before 2,000 years ago, everybody knew that it wasn't a ball. And they had already mapped it, they navigated it, they did it by the stars, they knew that the sky was moving and not the earth, and, something like this. 2,000 years thing is out the window.
Yeah, they back-engineered it into a globe from looking at the sky. The funny thing is, they come in here and they're all like, the start of this is, the funny thing is, this is the religion of the atheists, this whole globe and space and solar systems, but their objection against other religions is like, oh, the books were made by man, they're like, you don't know it was God, but their own religion is made by man. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, it's definitely some atheistic stuff. Something came from nothing, and that's just a theory that we can't replicate, we can't observe, we can't recreate. And then we've got all of these other theories that branch off of that, that also can't be proven for the globe, for gravity, and all this. It's just one theory stacked on top of another, on top of another, on top of another that absolutely nobody can prove. But
their religion is the right one, right? So it's not a religion.
Right. And then they want to turn around and project and gaslight us and say that, FE is our religion. No, no. No.
It's just observable. They have a belief that defies the observable, so I don't know what they're talking about. I don't think they do either.
We don't have any FE. We're all in here talking to each other.
Classic example yesterday with Faustanos. No one brought up religion, and then he decided to bring up the earth is flat because of God.
Yeah.
This is your argument, he said. We didn't bring it up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. If that had been our argument, he wouldn't have been the one bringing it up in the conversation. Why can't he argue with the things that we actually say?
Yeah, pretty much.
I've got stacks upon stacks upon stacks of images and videos that show just how easy it is to fake things.
Well, yes.
Yeah, but none of that can be fake. It must be reality itself that's fake. When you're at the beach looking at the ocean, that must be a distorted body of water there that's not appearing like what it actually is. That must be the fake thing. Reality.
Yeah, when you see the sun move, the stars move, it's all just like stationary, and it's not moving. You're seeing it move and saying it's moving. It's not moving. You're moving. You have to reject everything you see in order to believe.
Yeah, don't trust your eyes. Don't trust your senses. Don't trust your intuition. Trust what somebody else is telling you. Trust what we're telling you. Trust what we're showing you. And it's so easy to fake it. It's so easy.
And isn't it funny how they always put the label science on top of it while they're throwing out observation, the very first step of the scientific method?
Yeah.
Just ignore everything you actually observe and then just call all this stuff science.
It's crazy.
Couldn't even get the first step right, but oh well, we'll just call it science anyway.
Well, it's okay because we redefined science and we're the Royal Academy and we're like the authority, so you just have to accept that science is now changed and it's evolving, so you can just throw away the scientific method and all scientific empiricism and just imagine things, and as long as you create a math example that seems to work out and it fits with our current math simulation, then you're going to get published.
It's a good way to hide the fact that they have a religion. Just call it science instead.
Yeah, they just stole the word science and corrupted it.
I had to post that meme. It was just so appropriate for the 24-hour Discord.
One of the worst things that happens when you have such a murky definition of science, and you're not adhering to any of the methods, and you're just calling anything science, is that special interest groups can just pay scientists to find X, and if they don't find X, they stop getting funding, and you know, so they're super incentivized to just try to find X and like massage the data so it fits with whatever the guy who's paying the bills wants.
Yeah, science to them is just branding and marketing. As long as they call it that, they don't have to justify anything they say.
Was asking for the full video.
Oh yeah, go for it. I got another care package.
Someone's asking for a full video of what?
Over here in Yellow.
I don't know.
No problem.
Yeah, you're not high enough. Yeah. Yeah. That's their favorite argument. You're not high enough to see the curve. You're not high enough to see the curve. I was like, well, apparently you're just fucking high and hallucinating a curve.
So what's high enough, Ben, and when did they go there?
Right.
And is that what the ancient Greeks did? They went really high above the surface? Like,
They
why did they
must
go to
have.
things... Yeah, why did they go to things that Globers themselves never claimed that they had to do to prove this stuff in the first place?
Just fallacious arguments to support their indoctrination.
And also, when they say that, they're totally ignoring the fact that we are accounting for the claim size of the globe, right? We're giving them the math based on the radius and everything about what we should see. And then they just say, you're not high enough. It just doesn't address anything. It's just silly.
Not high enough.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, maybe they meant something else. My bad.
Well, you can't get up that high. And we're supposed to trust NASA? Why?
I find it kind of frustrating to deal with some of the Globers when they're like, yeah, I went to the beach and I saw the horizon curve, and I'm like, dude, that would mean the ball is so small, your whole country doesn't fit on it. That doesn't work.
Yeah, my favorite is that different space agencies all have a completely different Earth.
That last thing.
Yeah, the problem with what I'm saying is there is a known phenomenon known as wishful seeing. When you believe something strongly enough, you can actually have visual hallucinations or even auditory hallucinations. This is how hypnosis works. And and these people are just basically hypnotized by this stuff, and they have such a faith and belief in it that they can literally hallucinate things to make it fit with their worldview. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I've noticed that. You know, once you believe something enough, you know, you say it to yourself enough, you hear it enough times, repetition. After that much repetition, you know, it becomes what people believe, and then it's like really hard to break out of that. I think it's a Mark Twain quote that says that it's easy to fool a man, but it's near impossible to convince him that he's been fooled. And that's so true. So true. Painfully true.
Well, that reminds me of how they keep saying, you know, why would they lie? And they have this like mentality where they think that they can't be lied to. And with that mentality, you're actually the easiest person to lie to. If you think you can't be lied to, anybody can lie to you.
So I'm blind with Isaac right now. Trying to see if
That's why I say trust no one. Don't even like, you know, when I'm in a debate with a Glow believer, I'm like, don't take my word for it. Don't trust me. Like, seriously, don't trust me. Like, go do it for yourself. You know, you're not. I can tell you until I'm blue in the face, but you're not going to understand until you go and do it for yourself. Until you see it for yourself. After that, you can't unsee it. It's like you're gifted with different eyes at that point. But you know, I think there's a lot of fear, that low vibration of fear that holds a lot of them back from actually, you know, taking that step.
I like sometimes just telling them and then telling them like, yeah, just go check my work, just check the things I'm telling you, see if they're true. If I'm telling you something wrong, you can just come back and be like, hey, this was wrong, and hey, you have an angle of attack now, bro. Like, you have nothing to lose.
Yeah. That's what I was telling Faustanos to do yesterday, is help us falsify flatness. Go out there and measure a curve. You do that, then we've falsified the flat earth. Still waiting, though. Like, they try to flip it around on us like we're the ones with the positive claim and the confirmation bias, when all we're doing is testing their ideology and seeing if it holds up in the real world. And so we're willing to test this too. Problem is we just don't measure a curve no matter what we do. Unless you found one, Faustanos. Help us out if so.
Yeah, that's all we were doing, kind of. But the problem is, they come in here, they don't know anything about their own belief system. They just have all these vague ideas about how things work. And so we spend like most of the time just teaching them, okay, here is how your whole system of belief works. Here's how it doesn't work. But it takes so much time going through how it works because they're fighting you every step of the way.
We have to go over to the main setting where the pool party is, but account management, really, and you can sign it up. How cold is it up there?
I've got a compilation of playlists that I put together on my YouTube channel of flights, you know,
Yo, what's poppin', my brother? Jenna Massey.
Hi.
What's going on, my brother? How are you doing?
Who are you talking to?
Jenna Massey.
Oh, hi. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, bro. What's going on?
It's going. What's your name, man?
Robert.
Robert.
Yeah.
Have we talked in here before?
I mean, I've not talked to you before, but I've heard you talk to everybody else in here.
Okay, cool. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, for the past 6 months.
Nice.
What about you?
What was your awakening moment? Like, what was like the dawning point? Like, what was the one thing that just like really snapped your brain into like, holy crap?
I actually came in here like 2 years ago, And I trolled in here. I've talked about it before. Some of the people probably won't like me for it, but I did that. I went to school for math and physics, so I'm kind of like, I used to be with the whole globe thing, you know? I studied quantum physics.
Okay.
So
You're honest about it, you know?
when the virus happened and everything locked down, I came in here and just kind of listened to people talk, and I started questioning everything.
Awesome. Cool. That's what's up.
Yeah, and I don't know. I actually just became religious recently.
You know, I say it's probably not best to be religious, but to definitely be, you know.
I mean, not religious about science, or I mean, like theologically religious.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't mean like religious about the ball or about the flat flat Earth. I'm talking like theology.
Oh, gotcha. Awesome.
Yeah. What about you? How long you been a flat earther?
About the past 5 years. Just I'm 30 years old now, and when I was 25, and I was out in the desert with my friends, and it was a full moon, and the sun starts coming up, and there's a moon in the sky and the sun in the sky, and I'm just so blown away by this. I'm just like, wow, it's so beautiful, and I'm like, why does it look like that? And my friend Destiny, she's just like, because the Earth is flat, man, and I'm like, shut up, like it's not flat. And then I really just down the rabbit hole I went. And it didn't take long before I was like, dang, yeah, it's flat. And the Flat Earth Society is gaslighting people. Figured it out pretty quick within just a couple months of that. So
I honestly like listening to the people here argue with Globers.
it's pretty entertaining. I mean, even for us sometimes.
Sometimes I have cognitive dissonance, but like the whole fucking globe theory is based on it.
Yeah. No, it's
Powerman 5000.
It's pretty entertaining. It can be pretty frustrating at times too, though.
Nobody wants to stand up for the ball today.
I love memes like that. They're so informational, and I just have them in my back pocket ready to go.
So neither Sueño nor Faustanos want to help us falsify flat bodies of water today.
Listen, crypto's dumping right now. I'm so happy.
Well, that's kind of off topic.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, bro. I'm laughing right now.
So anyway, can someone help us falsify flat level water?
You can't.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh my lord.
Seven. Hi, baby. Hi, Seven. Hi, Seven.
I find it funny when they say that like bullets or snipers or whatever, that proves the rotation, or whatever they want to say it proves. Because it's like they're saying that they're accounting for things that they can't show us the measurement for in the first place. Why would anybody do that? If nobody's ever measured Earth rotation, why would someone account for it? Why would you account for things that have never been demonstrated or known to exist in the first place? So you can do some calculations and call that a Coriolis correction, but are they correcting for the rotation of the Earth? If so, who showed that to be a thing in the first instance? It's just a weird argument. You know, we figured out the Earth was rotating when somebody, fired a sniper rifle over it. Oh, that's where this knowledge came from? You shot a gun? That's how you realized the Earth was rotating? Like, why not go back to the initial proof if that exists? Silly.
What proof?
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
I've been waiting for them to prove it, but I don't see one yet. No scientific paper and no experiment done. Only theoretical papers. Theoretical papers of abstract ideas.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a belief that they have, because when we ask them for the proof, pretty often the response is, oh, well, you just won't believe me.
Just look at the equations, they'll say. The equations themselves prove it.
Yeah, equations on their own prove something about reality. You don't actually have to measure or observe or test anything in the real world. You can just write some numbers down on paper. But most of them don't even get that far. And Faustanos here, we've been asking him for days, and he doesn't really get anywhere towards making his point. He just tells us, well, I could prove it, but you won't believe me. Like, do I have to believe you? Or is it just something that you can demonstrate? Something observable that we can all look at? Why would belief even really be required? Are you telling me that what you have is a belief? If so, fair enough, but, be straight up about it. Yeah, they would never have to go to any of these derivative arguments. Like bridges account for the curve, or whatever they want to say. People accounting for things that haven't been shown in the first place. Why would you ever talk about that? Just show us where it was actually demonstrated in the first place. Because if it was shown in the first place, then okay, that's where, bridge builders and engineers and all these people, snipers, etc., would be getting that knowledge from, so that they know that there's something there to correct for. So just take us back to the source of that knowledge, if it exists. Who figured out the Earth was curving or rotating to begin with, in order for all these other people to be correcting for those things? Which they don't, but, If they did, that would have to have been established somehow to begin with. Whoever did that, Glubbers. Take us to the source of your globe knowledge, Globers. I want the M-Boss. Take me to him. Yeah, planes get up to cruising altitude and they just fly level. Any evidence that level is equidistant from the center of a ball nobody's seen, Globers? It is just me talking, right? Like, I'm not having an audio issue on my side, right?
No, I'm hearing you right now.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure, like, there was not other people talking that I wasn't hearing.
Oh, yeah. No, while you're talking, I've been memeing up the chat.
Yep.
Where are we spawning? You want us to spawn at base? Oh, sorry.
All right, someone else will have to try to get these Globers to talk for now. I gotta do some stuff. Back later, pals.
Yeah, I gotta do something as well. That's why I've been a little bit quiet. Karma just got home.
Yeah, I'm working, but I'll keep an eye out.
Gloobers, where are you? Come out to play! If you believe in the globe, then you must disbelieve in the scientific method. To believe in the globe, you must have a cognitive deficiency and you must be a denier of science.
But they claim they're the science believers, bro.
Yeah, they don't know what science is. It's funny. I go by. I drive Tesla owners. 99% of them, they'll either have a mask on or they'll be clearly breathing from their mouths.
Bro, I can't deal with those masks, man. I never wore them, by the way, ever.
Oh hell no! I haven't had any test, and I have not complied. Well, I've been into a doctor's office, and it feels like it kind of makes sense in a doctor's office. But
Maybe it's better. Maybe it's better to not even mention them.
You mean the quacks, bro?
Yeah, that shit.
That's what they are. They're quacks.
yeah, it's just a symptom of this blind faith. You know, you drive around. It's no wonder that things aren't worse. So no wonder there should be accidents on every corner. These people are confused. They're scared. They're frightened. They're subservient. They have no willpower of their own. It's quite a debilitating condition to have a globe faith-based belief. I have empathy. I have pity. It's pitiful, but it's not pity. I don't have pity.
Oh, yeah, Pony Mayu.
We're moving so fast. I don't know how I haven't gotten dizzy. Whee!
I can't even feel it.
Conservation of angular momentum.
I'd rather conserve my brain cells. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, for this one, I have 3 words. Usually, I have 1. If you go to horizon, I have 1.
Very well said.
If you go to rotation, I can also go with 1. You say, and then it's finished. You know, you understand everything. If you ask me why I cannot see that water is curving, why I cannot measure that water is curving, and I will tell you refraction, and then you say, okay, and then it's globe.
Yeah, it looks flat, so it's a globe.
Yeah, and measure also flat, but it's because of refraction, it's a globe. Should I say again, refraction?
Haven't you ever heard of magic, bro?
You don't understand.
I don't think you understand magic.
You don't understand. That's the problem.
Oh no, I understand the spell that's everybody's under.
You cannot trust every time your senses.
I can't trust what I see with my eyes.
Yeah, because you have some phenomena happening in the air every day, and they are trick you.
So should I not trust my ears either?
Close your eyes and you will see that it's fear.
So how am I gonna know if I'm really gonna talk? If I'm really talking to you, then if I can't trust my senses?
I told you now. If you close your eyes, you will see that it's for sure it's fear.
Pat.
If you just believe.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying, Sasha? You're like, yo, just imagine if you just close your eyes for a second and just imagine that something came from nothing and that it formed into big spinning ball.
What is your education?
I think what Stevie said it best.
Mine?
All of you. All of yours. A bunch of people speaking about flat earth and you didn't even finish the high school. All people know and science, 2 times years of science telling us that Earth is a globe, and now you bunch of people saying that it's flat. I'm trying. Because nobody's here.
Say that again? What did you say before that?
I'm trying because nobody's here. But nobody's telling me nothing. Like,
Are you a flat earther?
I think right now he's a role player.
Yep.
Okay.
Now I'm not. But soon I will be again.
Nice. Nice. Because we all know that water finds its level, right?
Yeah.
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 It's like physics 101, lateral pressure.
Yeah.
That's because you don't believe in gravity.
Working around with the world.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have to calculate in gravity, because gravity has nothing to do with the world that I observe, the world that everybody observes, every day.
Oh, gravity is pulling water to the center, and because of that, it's curving.
Yeah, that's what they tell us.
That everybody knows.
Yeah,
you don't. That it's a fact.
It's called a plane.
It's called a plane. I got my buddy over here, and he knows. It's called a plane.
Oh, man, is that a bubble? No, it's a fucking plane.
It's a plane. Oh, what is it called? An airplane? Because it flies in the air over the inertial Earth plane. Amazing, amazing. And then physics has proven long time ago that water seeks its level, so it will be level with itself on the surface uniformly for the most part, all the way across. And we understand waves, right? But waves also move in straight lines. Waves don't move in curved lines, unless it's that wave is acted upon by another force. But it's amazing.
Oh yeah.
It's so amazing.
Yeah.
See, we've got high planes and low planes on Earth and points above and below sea level because the sea, the oceans, are at one complete general level. We have the rise and the fall of the tide. Still, that's a level. That's a rise and a fall of a level. All level. It's level. Stationary. It's not moving. You can't prove rotation with your Foucault pendulum. You can't prove rotation with the motion of the stars. There is no experiment that can be done to prove rotation, because just about every experiment that anyone can think of has already been done to try to prove rotation, and those got labeled as null experiments or failed experiments. So they got pushed to the side. So you mean to tell me that there's multiple experiments that failed to prove the rotation of Earth Oh, but Earth is rotating. Okay, all right. If nobody can prove it, chances are it probably isn't real. It probably doesn't exist. It's probably not doing what they theorize it's doing. That's just logic and deductive reasoning, which has to be used in conjunction with the scientific method. But they don't understand that. You have to have things that are observable, repeatable, testable, verifiable. You have to be able to form a hypothesis and put that to the test. You have to put what you believe under intense scrutiny and see if it holds up. That's the whole thing with science. Your belief, your hypothesis, your thoughts, you have to put them under scrutiny. Test them. That's the scrutiny part. And then you can observe what's happening. And you can potentially repeat this experiment. You can log results. This is how science is done. But this isn't how the globe scientists are doing science. No. They admit they fly by the seat of their pants. And they do guesswork. They admit that. They don't, they don't deny that it's theoretical science. They don't deny that it's just theoretical equations.
It's trash.
But it's not theory. It's not theory whatsoever. It's theory to the layman. It's postulations at best. There is no hypothesis. There's no hypothesis test. Thus, not a theory.
That's fair. So it would fall under being more of a postulation than a theory. That makes that's clear. I mean, like I go at it with Ball Earth pilots. I'm like, how the hell are you a pilot and a ball tard? No offense,
Well,
Like, you mean to tell me you can't look out your window and see? Like, your eyes don't fucking work? What's the problem? Like,
I love the pilots. 99% of them aren't pilots. They're just false valor. They're fakers. And you can tell that when they say that the correction for the orientation that must happen, the nose down to compensate for the Earth curve, they say gravity does it for them. So we've all seen that meme where it's like the plane crashing down. It's like they accounted for gravity. And it's like they're literally saying that gravity flies the airplane for them. And it's like, you're obviously not a pilot, because that's the dumbest shit that you could ever say as a pilot.
yeah, and this pilot, he may have been bullshitting me, because I asked him, I was like, can you tell me the name of the map that's downloaded into your autopilot system? Because it should be downloaded in like every commercial pilot and military pilot auto system. And he's like, map, well, there's a map and it matches with the globe. He couldn't tell me. And then he wouldn't even answer me about like an emergency landing. I was like, let's use the most like recent example. There was a flight from Hong Kong to the UK, which should have, passed over North America. So the in-between point before you even get to North America would technically be Hawaii. Like, if you're going shortest, quickest route, the emergency landing zone should have been Hawaii. From Hong Kong to Hawaii, over North America to the UK, right? Would I be correct in my directions here? But the emergency landing didn't happen in Hawaii. It happened in Alaska, way far out of the way. But for the globe, it's very out of the way for the globe. But when you compare it to, like, say the Gleason's map, it makes so much more sense. It makes so much more sense that they would go over Alaska, because the way it's positioned, Hong Kong goes over Alaska and to the UK. Like, it makes sense that the emergency landing was there and not Hawaii. For a flat Earth, makes no damn sense on the globe. For the globe, they went way the hell out of their way. No pilot can explain that. He couldn't answer it. Couldn't answer me. Wants to keep diverting. Wants to keep assuming what I know. Wants to tell me that I am...
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.
The subject, but I had a good conversation with someone who tried to claim that all the craters on Earth were caused by meteorites. So I just asked him, so where are the meteorites now? He's still researching. I love it.
Wait. You don't think meteorites caused craters on the moon, on the Earth?
Nothing to be coming directly from the Earth. Like, there doesn't seem to be any coming dragging across the moon's surface.
He needs to prove that air pressure doesn't require a container to have meteorites hitting the Earth, so we'll just stop there.
No, he's got, I'm sure, Iron Guy, he's got a demonstration from school he's looking for. So we're going to
Wait. I just want to, because I could easily say why we don't have any meteorites that we can see on Earth when they make massive impacts, like the massive impact craters.
Bro, it's easy to see why. You give us loads of stories, like that reinforcing the globe, not actually verifying it.
No, someone here just said that we don't have any proof that the massive craters were caused by meteorites.
We don't have any proof that they were caused by meteorites.
We have literally watched a meteorite impact on the Earth. There was one in Russia, for example, not long ago. You can see a video. That's already very concrete.
Listen, you believe you have seen a meteorite, which is a theological idea you have, and you believe this thing was a meteorite from space that hit the Earth and created an impact, yeah?
There are meteorites that come from space and create impact, yeah?
I tell you what, while we're waiting for the other guy to come back, why don't you send us some evidence of a meteorite, like a video or something?
Of a meteorite impact?
Yeah, and we can look into it and we can find out whether you actually know anything about this or whether you just believe it. Cool story about meteorites. My original question was, massive craters that are supposed to have been caused by meteorites on the Earth, where are the meteorites that caused the craters?
They vaporize because they come in at speeds that are so insanely high. They come in at over 11 kilometers per second, and at that speed, as soon as they come in contact with the Earth, they instantaneously, all that rock superheats until it becomes literally vapor, and it all just vaporizes out of the atmosphere or just outwards.
Have you ever seen this demonstration in reality? Have you ever seen this in reality happen? Ever seen rocks go so fast they vaporize?
Yeah, for example, if you take, let's say, let's Project Marauder, right? You know, when they make a railgun, right? Yeah, they accelerate a metal bullet.
That's not a rock. That's not a rock.
Rocks are made mostly of metals and metal oxides, the meteorites at least. They're not really rocks, they're minerals. They are made of different metals and different crystals and stuff like that. They're not really like the traditional rocks we imagine here on Earth, which are made by volcanoes.
How do you know what meteors are made of?
Because
how do you know what a meteor is made of since it evaporated and no one's ever seen one? It sounds like a story.
That's only the massive ones. The massive ones are coming in the same high speeds. The ones coming in really, really slowly, for example, which, for example, are already in our solar system. We have several meteorites orbiting in our solar system, right? The little ones that land on our planet and don't burn up in the atmosphere and don't come in at high enough speeds to vaporize, we cut into them and we see that they have these like crystal see-through patterns through them. You can go on Google and search up images of meteorites cut in half.
Yeah, but we're asking for a meteorite that comes at, 17 miles per second or some radical claim that you made. So we asked you for, again, like what we asked you before, for demonstrations or citations or any kind of verification that the stories that you're telling us that we've all been told before. Like, we've heard that we all used to be globe Earth believers, so we went along with all this stuff, but we're asking you for some kind of concrete evidence for any of the stuff that you believe in, please.
Well, we don't have evidence of a massive meteor impact like that on here because we'd be dead if it hit us, right? We have massive craters left behind, and we've observed them once land on the moon. For example, as recently as March, there was a Japanese astronomer that saw a meteorite crashing into the moon. I can find it pretty quickly now.
It's stuff on TV, man.
This dude, I'm sorry, dude. But
you can find a meteor right now. What exactly are you going to find?
You can
right now. Not see. You said you're going to find it. What were you going to find?
I said I'm going to find a video, not me myself find a meteorite, because that would take a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no way you were going to find it, right? So some guy told you a story that he saw something, and you're going to find that story and regurgitate what you think you heard.
Go by that reality, you can't. You can literally believe absolutely nothing. Like, for example, even your theories you've heard from other people, right? The reason why you became
you tested the Earth.
You heard about it from
you
other
can
people.
test gas requires a container. You don't need to hear that story.
There you go.
And we asked you for a
container in our atmosphere, yes, because it just disperses. It requires
gas requires a container in a vacuum. Ion, we asked you previously for a demonstration of this as well, just like what I asked you a second ago, just like what Crit's speaking to you about. Have you got a demonstration of gas pressure without containment?
There is a similar one done by this guy ages ago using a fluid, a supercritical fluid inside of a a tall rod.
A container? It's called a container.
Yeah, but it's next to a vacuum. That's the point. Inside of the container, there is a supercritical fluid right next to a vacuum, and it's just suspended there. And it stays between the vacuum. It doesn't disperse outwards into the vacuum. It stays there.
Can you post that in the live stream voice text for us, please?
It was done really long ago by this guy. He did it He did it ages ago. It was done once.
No, bro. You said that previously about the last demonstration, that it was at school and it was ages ago. So take it you've not got that either.
What, the dry ice one with around a pool?
Either gas pressure without a container for a demonstration of it. Could you post it in the voice text if you've got one? If it wasn't too long ago.
I can. Where is this?
Come on,
okay, this one I found was done with mercury, so not that one.
I mean, it's slightly worse than having gas pressure at normal air pressure down here at, say, sea level or close. But to have gas pressure in a near perfect, as good as infinite vacuum called space, that's literally ridiculous.
The size of the vacuum doesn't affect how quickly we lose the gas.
Is that the point that I made? Was that the point that I made? The near perfect vacuum was the point.
What? Wait, say again. No, the amount of, the vacuum does, how good of a vacuum it is does affect how quickly it moves away. But if you have a massive distance, a massive gradient, for example, let's say you have like a tube, right, a really, really long tube. This one I can actually probably find somewhere, right? I can probably find this one somewhere. Huh?
The tube is just another container, so we can have pressure gradients, but they're only possible in containment. You cannot have pressure or pressure gradients, because pressure gradients are pressure. You're forgetting that the first word is pressure. So to have a gradient, you need to have containment.
Let me give an example. Okay, so you have an aerosol can, right? Take an aerosol can, right? This is one you could do yourself, right? You have an aerosol can. Now, take the aerosol can and you spray it, right? You move your hand far away enough from it and you spray the aerosol can, you barely feel anything apart from the particles landing on it, right? But if you put your hand next to it and you spray it, it comes out at a really high pressure. And you could do that even in a vacuum. And if you keep spraying the aerosol can, you will keep feeling that pressure from the aerosol can, right? Therefore, there is a gradient difference in a vacuum.
The aerosol can would be a container, would it not?
The aerosol can is a container, but so is the actual plants themselves. Plants are containers, they hold oxygen, and they release them slowly. And the aerosol can acts like a plant, it releases gas from the inside of it.
They don't hold oxygen, they create it.
They create it and hold it and then release it. Well, they don't hold it long, but they do hold it.
Well, there's no plants beyond the Kármán line, is there? Is there any kind of plantation up there? Like,
well, obviously there isn't because there's no resources above the Kármán line.
Right, so beyond the Kármán line, space is a near-perfect vacuum, somehow enveloping and maintaining a pressurized system called Earth. And we're asking for actual evidence that this could be possible?
It is possible because the amount of gas produced by the plants holds a stable pressure around it, just like the aerosol can. The aerosol can emits gas even in a vacuum, and it will maintain pressure near the nozzle, a constant pressure near the nozzle, despite there being a near perfect, even if there's a near perfect vacuum surrounding it.
So can we have a demonstration of this? Like pressure maintained.
I mean, you could do this yourself. You can take an aerosol can if you have one, and just spray it at your hand and see and feel the pressure.
Yeah, but how is that pressure maintained without containment?
That pressure is maintained because it's emitted from the inside of the container, just like plants contain resources, and they process them and they produce oxygen and release them.
Sorry to interrupt you, man, but what are you talking about? What has that got to do with plants having pressure within an aerosol container? Like,
okay.
We've got Earth on a huge scale, a pressurized environment, and it's a gradient, so it gets less and less dense. Then you've got a near perfect vacuum called space enveloping it and maintaining it. You cannot give me an analogy about plants close to the surface and an aerosol can and expect that to be pressure without containment. I'm flabbergasted you're even saying it.
Okay. So you want me to demonstrate how pressure can be kept right next to a vacuum?
Yes, that's what we've been asking for the whole time.
Wow, he understands the question.
For me to... Now, I'm using the aerosol can to explain how the pressure gradient is kept, how that pressure gradient is formed, how it's kept near the nozzle.
So, okay, all right, let's go with that. So your can is Earth, right?
Okay, I guess you could say so. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you need a container to hold that air in the aerosol can. Where's the container around Earth?
Okay, that's okay. The point is that the can, right? The can is not meant to be Earth, right? The can is not representing it. The can is representing the surface, right? And the expulsion of gas coming out of it is representing the plants that on the surface that are emitting gas outwards into the atmosphere and outwards into the vacuum of space. If you took like a ball of that and the ball kept emitting gas from the inside of it, even if it was in a vacuum, it would keep replenishing that gas near the surface, keeping the pressure in.
Bro, so you're saying that in your analogy, the plant is the can?
No, the plant is not the can. The plant is on the surface emitting... Well, I guess you could call the plant the can, actually, yeah.
So where's the Earth in this analogy?
Where's the air from? The air comes from the plant.
The air, no, the Earth. The Earth. What you believe is planet Earth.
Where's the Earth? The can is on the Earth in this analogy.
So the can is a container. So we've got containment holding the pressure in, and then you're demonstrating a pressure gradient again and claiming that proves the story.
Because we're not talking about the pressure gradient of the can. We're talking about the pressure gradient of the aerosol emitted from the can, right? Plants produce oxygen. They are kind of like not really containers, but I guess you could call them containers because they emit oxygen.
So what's holding in the Earth's pressure? Like, what's that got to do with plants, bro?
There's nothing holding it in. The point is that even though gas is being emitted out into the vacuum, it's being replenished by the oxygen that's being made on our planet.
Well, that's another claim.
I think what he's trying to say is that the much oxygen, the vacuum of space can't suck it all off the surface of Earth.
Basically, yeah. Kind of, yeah. I guess you could call it like that. Yeah.
So where's all right. I'm going to give you that. Where's this windstorm that we should have shooting up under my feet, like Marilyn Monroe on the street with her dress blowing up?
The windstorm. No, the plants just emit oxygen at a constant rate. There's plants all around you. And if you look out your window, if you don't live in a
so entropy acts differently here than there. Is that what you're saying?
What?
Nothing. You said everything's shooting out into space, but there's so much of it we don't know the difference.
There's so much of it that it's being created at such a fast rate, at such a rate that it's being replenished as we lose it.
So it's almost lucky that we're not inside of a container. We would blow up like a balloon, right?
Basically, yeah. You blow up like a balloon.
So where is the solid container that holds the air in? You have to have a container to have air pressure. Did you look that up yet?
You need a container to hold an air pressure on a closed system. The thing is that we're not in a closed system.
And you prove that how?
We're not in a closed. Is there a ceiling above you? Is there like a ceiling above the sky?
So there's 14.7 psi at sea level, right? So we breathe in air pressure. It's not zero. It's not a vacuum, or we would be dead. 14.7 psi. You understand this, right?
Yeah.
So to have any air pressure requires a container. That's the simplest part of the definition of air pressure. So where's the container that creates a 14.7 psi?
The container. No, the 14.7 psi is measured by taking oxygen and putting it. So that's how you measure it. To measure it, you need to put it into a container, right? But naturally, it's just flowing around doing whatever.
What?
Yeah. The way we measure psi is that you have to put the oxygen into a container and measure how many collisions there are with the edge of the container, right? That's how we measure psi. But in the real world, it's not a container, so we don't. So that's just not how we measure it. It's just psi is.
Pounds per square inch of particles hitting the walls of its container. Look it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's the container causing the 14.7 psi that the particles are bouncing off of?
There is no container, but the only reason we measure it in psi because that's our most normal way of measuring air pressure. Or what we have to do is we go down to the sea level and we encapsulate some oxygen, the air, and we see how much psi it's holding.
If the gas is pressurized, Ion, that is contained.
The gas is pressurized, but in the real world, it's not contained.
No, in the real world, it has to be contained. Because remember, we asked you for a demonstration of where we can have pressurized gas that isn't contained, and you said we can't demonstrate that.
There is a demonstration, I remember, using dry ice.
No, because remember, I asked you for that, and you couldn't provide it.
I can't find it, no, because it's probably...
Well, then saying I can't find the evidence, but the evidence exists is meaningless.
Because I have done the actual experiment myself.
No,
so
you've got no proof of that, so we can't just take your word for it if you can't find a demonstration. If you did it, someone else has done it, and someone would have done a video of it at least, and you can't find that, so obviously not. So if we've got pressurized gas, the only option that is available to us based on what happens in reality is a container. And you saying, no, we don't need a container, but I can't provide any evidence for that, is just useless.
You need a container to hold gas in a closed system. It's just simple laws that exist in
No,
our world.
you need a container for gas pressure because the gas needs to press on something.
Yeah, that's how we measure it. To measure it, there needs to be a pressing of it on a container.
Yeah, so the air must be pressing on something.
The air is pressing on something. It's pressing on the Earth and the molecules around it.
No, that's not a container. A container, it needs to press off 4 sides or whatever, right? It can't just be the bottom plate, or it'll just freely move into the available space. That's not
There
a
is
container.
4 sides. The gas has the 4 sides around it because there's gas particles around it. The gas, each particle of gas.
Because now you're
contained by the
saying,
gas
now you're then
particles around
saying that the gas is containing the gas. That's not how it works.
Okay, let me explain the whole process. So the gas is emitted from a plant, right? Now the gas, that particle of gas specifically, is being encased by the particles of gas around it, right? And as
No,
it
gas
moves
doesn't
up,
contain gas
eventually-
next to a vacuum. That's not what happens.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. That's why when it reaches up to the top of the atmosphere next to the vacuum, it is then lost. But all those particles that are already surrounded by gas, they are being contained. And as soon as they aren't being surrounded by more gas particles, by the gas particles around them.
No, gas doesn't contain gas next to a vacuum. You just said that doesn't happen. Why are you contradicting yourself?
Because when it eventually goes up and it reaches the vacuum, it is no longer contained and it will go out into the vacuum of space.
Right, so that's what happens with all gas that is uncontained next to a vacuum.
That also happens to all gas that are directly next to a vacuum.
Any gas, if you've got a pressurized system and then you pull away a divider next to a vacuum, all the gas is going to rush into the vacuum and freely expand into the available space. That's what occurs.
What you don't see is that when it actually opens the divider, each layer of gas moves one at a time. As soon as some gas moves forward, the other gas.
Why are you making claims to something you've never seen?
I just showed you the opposite of what you said.
Yeah, if you're saying we don't see this, why are you making claims to it as if you know, if it's something you've never seen?
What? Because it's just how the laws work. It's just how the laws of physics
No, the law is gas pressure requires a container and will fill an available space and move to a lower pressure system. That's how the law works.
Yes, that's how it works. But here's the thing:
Right,
gas
the high pressure system of gas on Earth, if it was uncontained, would move into the lower pressure space.
The gas that is directly next to the vacuum would move into a lower pressure space.
All of it would move into
on the surface.
All of
because
it.
they don't interact.
No.
The gas
So
on
see,
the outside.
if we have a container of gas and we open it up next to a vacuum, it's not like some of the gas stays in the container that's further away from the vacuum. It all goes into the vacuum.
Yes, because the layer that's right next to the vacuum moves out into the vacuum, and then the layer that's now behind it that now has a vacuum in front of it, so it also moves out.
Right. So what you're saying then is that it would cascade, and yes, all the air would eventually go out into the vacuum.
It would cascade. Yes, it would cascade in layers. It would move them outwards.
Right. So eventually, all the layers on Earth would go into the vacuum.
Yes, but those layers are being replenished by
Welcome to Flat
plants
Earth.
on Earth.
No.
What?
You just said all the layers of air would go into the vacuum, so that would mean we would have no air pressure here.
The point is that the layers move outwards, right? The layers move outwards. They come off the surface. They shed off the surface, right? And as each layer sheds, another layer is formed by the plants on Earth.
Right. So you're saying it's all equal. It's all going out into the vacuum, but the Earth is generating enough gas that it just is constantly here.
It is constantly replenishing itself, yes, and eventually the planet will run out of oxygen.
No, bro, no. The gas is not replenishing itself faster or at speed with what equalization would occur in a vacuum. That's instantaneous.
Let him finish that thought. He was going to say the Earth will eventually run out of oxygen. Go ahead, brother.
The Earth will eventually run out because we're not in a closed system. We're losing energy over time. So eventually, the Earth will run out. I mean, it will be ages since the Earth is absolutely ginormous. It will have.
Where are you getting this information from?
It's just common logic. Energy is being.
No. That's not an answer. Where did you get that information from?
It's just common logic, dude.
Where did it come from?
Okay. You've heard the principle energy cannot be created.
No. I'm asking you, bro. Where did you get that information that you just said from? What's the source?
It's common it's intuition. You can figure that.
No, it's not, because you've just agreed you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So to say we can have gas pressure without a container is not intuition. It's a violation of what's observable reality.
In our observable reality, right, we can see that gas does not equalize instantaneously. Layers of the gas that are right next to the vacuum will move outwards.
Incorrect. Okay. Stick on this point. So you're saying we can see the layers, quote unquote, of air peel away into the vacuum. What's your source on that? Show us the video of the layers of gas peeling off. What's your demonstration?
Finding it.
This should be good. Because you didn't give your demonstration for the little ball with the dry ice, did you?
Yeah, that one's that one. I can't find that one probably because there's a lot more experiments with similar names. It's because the dry ice ball experiment, when I search it up, it just comes up with the bubble that's made by dry ice.
Right, so no demonstration of that. What about this one that you're talking about? The peeling layers going into the equalizing into the vacuum. Where's that?
And also forming a hard solid layer to hold the rest in.
Yep.
It's not a hard solid layer. It's made out of gas, but the particles each particle itself is solid. It can
That's a violation.
Interacted with.
Let's just see your demonstration, bro.
Okay.
Third time lucky. I came out of a flat earth server to argue for the globe. I would have all these demonstrations ready.
I don't have.
Because to be honest, you've never seen this, have you? It's just something that you're saying and you're hoping is true.
Except the fact that it is true.
Well, based on what demonstration?
Discovery Channel. Ancient aliens.
I'm interested. I want to see the layers of air peeling off slowly into the vacuum instead of just equalizing instantaneously, as we all know it does.
You can't take an image of an atom, so you can see.
So why are you saying that it peeled off then? You were talking like you'd seen this.
Because that's the best explanation for it. There's no really better words to describe it.
I'm asking for explanation. You said this happened, so we need the demonstration. Or are you saying that you don't have a demonstration of this?
I'm finding it.
Okay.
Hope you've got better luck than the last 3 or 2 demonstrations that you were going to show us. Or was it too long ago?
This is where we need CB to be playing that do 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 music.
CB winning.
The Law and Order. No, what's it? The Ticking. What's it called, man?
I want him to put on the what's that? What was that TV show with the guy from Star Trek? Was it Strange but True or something? And he says, "Total fiction. It's all made up. Totally incorrect." And there's that little montage of him just saying it was a fabrication.
I don't even find anything yet, bro.
For some reason, nobody's popped a balloon with coloured gas inside of it in the vacuum.
And then filmed the individual layers slowly bleeding off into the vacuum, because that's imagination, bro.
You can see the gas as it moves outwards in like.
The gas will move into the higher pressure, into the lower pressure space, and it will fill the volume, and it will be very quick. It's not going off in little layers.
Yes, very quickly, yes, but those little layers are going off really, really quickly because particles move really, really fast.
Right, but you said you could see it peel off in individual layers.
I don't see that as saying that I could see. I'm saying that they do peel off in like not individually, like small, thick. They're maybe like 3 atoms thick. They're not very thick. But
how would you know? How would you know what it's doing if you've never seen it?
I'm approximating.
You're approximating based on what? Your imagination?
No, I'm just giving an estimated guess. I'm not saying that it's true.
It's just a guess based on. It's based on.
No. I'm talking about how thick the layers are. I'm approximating how thick the layers are.
Right, but it's based on nothing. This approximation. It's just what you're imagining.
Okay, there's a simple thing you could. So, do you think? Okay.
Wait. Are you saying that you don't have you're not going to provide a demonstration? Is that what you're saying?
I'm finding the demonstration. Give me a sec.
Okay, well, just wait. Next time, either say, here's the demonstration, or say, I don't have the demonstration. Okay.
Concessions make you a man.
Good morning, gentlemen.
It's hard to be a global believer in 2023.
Fucking right.
It's amazing people still are. I can't even believe people still are like fanatics about it.
I don't even know how they can sit here for like an hour or 2 hours or 4 hours arguing like these arguments are like they're indefensible. Like you can only argue against them, man.
In order to make these arguments, they have to quite literally jump through sophist hoops of fallacious reasoning.
Iron's literally making stuff up. He just says that the gas peels away at 3 atoms thick. Like, where the fuck was that ever measured, man?
Okay, here, what I would like to do...
don't distract him. You're still looking. Get that demonstration, Ion.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a question.
His claim is there's so many trees and so much air being produced that the vacuum in space can't suck the air away from Earth fast enough for us to...
An ever-expanding vacuum the size of the entire universe can't expand fast enough in order to suck the gas away?
Yeah.
Well, that's a new...
That makes sense.
Ion, at least I'll give you your due, bro. You've came up with an original bullshit story. Like, usually, like...
yeah, because normally the Globers are saying, oh, it's just a tiny bit that escapes, whereas you're pretty much saying, nah, it's all just rushing off, but the plants and that are just pumping out so much that it's
Wait a minute.
We'd be in like a constant... We would be experiencing like a constant upwards wind. Like our hair would be flying up. All the air.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was trying to
I
ask
didn't say it was happening fast. I said it was happening on a large scale. I was saying there's a lot. I didn't say it was happening fast.
Flying up around her head. Everybody's shirts would be flying off.
You walk by a tree and get blown over.
We wouldn't be able to wear kilts in Scotland. Let's put it that way.
Boys, that's where wind comes from. Did you not know that? Fuck's sake.
Yeah. My argument wasn't that it was happening quickly. I was saying that a lot of gas is being emitted because it's so massive.
It would have to be happening quickly because that's what happens when gas pressure is introduced to a vacuum.
It would be happening quickly, but on the scale of the Earth, that happens pretty slowly.
Well, that's just a claim, bro.
What's the scale of the Earth? But
wait. Where is your proof that the gas emits instantaneously? That when you open a container, the gas moves over into the one instantaneously and equalizes out instantaneously. Because, for example, that picture you sent me of those two, someone sent me the two bulbs and the gas moving over. You can see as it moves over. It doesn't happen instantaneously. It's not as soon as it's open to a vacuum, they both just instantaneously equalize. You can see
the valve has to open. The valve has to open. The opening starts off super duper tiny, then it gets big. So the gas goes in super duper tiny hole, then it goes through a big hole.
Yeah. As soon as it's open, you see the color change.
It should happen instantaneously. He said that it would happen instantaneously, but as you can see there, it doesn't happen instantaneously.
As soon as the containment's taken away from it,
that would be taking all the air off of Earth.
You were overlapping each other. What did you say?
Right, so you can see when he moves the valve, when he opens the valve, the gas moves into the other one, and the color fills essentially instantly.
Yeah, but you can see, look, the top one is still darker than the bottom one. As you open it, the gas is moving down.
It's a manual valve.
As soon as that valve
this is desperate.
As soon as the containment's taken away, the gas starts moving instantly. It might not fill the available chamber instantly, but it starts moving instantly as soon as the containment's fucking broken.
Yes, it begins moving instantly, but it doesn't all just pop over into the other side instantaneously.
So this demonstrates our argument, not yours. So what happened to your demonstration? Are you saying that you don't have that one either?
I'm trying to see why nobody's put steam in a balloon before.
Okay, so no demonstration then, is that what we're saying?
I could probably do it myself, to be fair.
Why would you have to be the one to do this? Shouldn't your globe side already have proven this a million times?
Yeah, they proved other arguments, but this one's just.
So this one they can't prove. But if they can't prove this one, then all their other arguments are out the window. If they can't prove this one,
Actually, your side hasn't proven any argument.
yeah.
Well, okay. Wait, what is any argument?
Well, okay. Who measured
Name an argument the globe's proved.
Who measured curvature?
Who measured curvature? It was a guy about 2,500 years ago managed to prove the circumference of the Earth by seeing how the sun affects how the sun.
No. I'm asking who measured surface curvature, not about the sun.
Who measured? Yeah, he measured the surface curvature by seeing how the sun hit the Earth.
You can't measure surface curvature by looking at the sun, bro.
Seeing how light hits the Earth. That's how we.
Right, that doesn't measure surface curvature. We're talking about drop over distance due to curvature.
I mean, you could just literally look into the horizon and see, for example, boats as they go off. You can look into the horizon and see as boats go down.
Right, but that's not a measurement of curvature. That's a claim about why you see boats disappearing.
Well, why do boats disappear then? Tell me why boats disappear then. Tell me why I can't look out my window.
That's a reversal. I mean, perspective accounts for the same thing. But you can't just say, well, you tell me how they disappear, and if not, it's curvature. You said there's curvature. I said who's measured it. You said look at the boats. That's not a measurement.
You go high up and see the curve, and you can see the Earth curve around you.
No, you can't see curvature.
Calm down, Linda. I'll tell you why you see boats disappear. Because they get smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually your eyes can't resolve them anymore.
But they're not getting smaller.
But if you pull, excuse me, I'm still in the middle of a sentence. But if you pull out a telescope or a camera, you can zoom that boat, the whole boat in, full boat. It's not disappeared. It's not gone over no curve.
Yeah, look, I just posted the GIF in the live stream text. You see that?
Okay, first of all, what you just said is just wrong, right? If you take a telescope and zoom in as much as you can onto a boat.
Excuse me. What I said is not wrong. Look in the live stream voice.
Wait. Ion. Look in live stream voice text now. Yeah.
What's up?
You see the GIF that I'm posting? Boat zoom 3. I'll tag you again. See this? So you see there is no boat visible, and then we zoom in, and then the boat becomes visible. Do you see that?
Wait, zooming out?
No, the one I've just posted, Wolfgang. You zoom in, and you see the boat. Yeah? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Right, so why can't we see the boat before we zoom in?
Because the camera resolution isn't high enough.
So there's an optical limit.
Yes, but by your logic, if I take a telescope and I zoom far enough, I can
then when you can't see a boat, how can you say that's curvature and not an optical limit if you're agreeing that an optical limit can play an effect?
Let me just pull out my evidence.
No. Address what I just said.
Wait, go again. Say it again.
Right. So we can't see the boat until we zoom in. You agree? There's an optical limit.
It's a very
So when we don't see the boat, you can't say that's due to curvature because the optical limit means that you don't see it.
Because that boat itself, first of all, that boat is not gone over the horizon yet, and it also is very small. When you take
so it's
them
not gone over the horizon, but we can't see it before we zoom in.
Whenever you find a video with these demonstrations, right, you'll always find that they use small boats, right? If you zoom in on a massive boat,
there's loads with big boats as well. It doesn't matter what the size of the boat is. It's a perspective issue. It's a principle of perspective.
Find me a massive boat, a ginormous boat,
No. We're demonstrating, and you've just agreed that optical effects can stop you from seeing the boat. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a mirage effect. The mirage effect hides.
No. It's an angular resolution limit effect because you can't resolve things that are too small and too far away from you. Yeah.
Precisely.
Right, and that has nothing to do with the curved surface.
But if the boat was to go further, it would go behind the curved surface, and you wouldn't be able to see it at all.
Well, that's a claim. That's a claim. But what you originally just said was when we see the boats
Not a claim,
disappear,
we've
that
seen
means
it happen.
curve. No. You see, but that's that can be an optical effect because you just agreed the optical effect can stop us from seeing the boat.
An optical effect can help us see the boat, but that doesn't disprove the curvature.
Right. So then, okay. So then that means So then we're at this position. We know that an optical effect can stop us seeing a boat, but you're saying it's a curvature. Okay. So then, who measured that curvature?
Both of them can be variables. Yeah.
Okay. So then, to confirm your side, you would need to show us who measured physically the drop over distance curvature to be there. So who did that?
There is a way to measure the distance. It was 2 bottles, I think it was. Let me check if this is the right one.
So the surface curvature is what we're looking for.
That's never been found or seen or verified ever. No water's ever bent in a curving manner other than a wave.
So we're looking for who verified that your claim about the boats is due to physical surface curvature, meaning someone has to have measured the physical surface curvature. So who did that?
Slow internet, bro.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes didn't measure the surface, did he? He didn't measure the surface, did he?
Measure the surface? What, you're saying you need to measure the entire length from here to the horizon?
No. You need to measure point A to point B.
Which, point A to point B to prove what? To
prove drop over a distance. To prove drop over a distance. Right, so imagine 10 miles, right? How much curvature do you think exists drop from point A to point B over 10 miles? Just have a guess if you don't know. Centimeters? Meters?
Maybe, a couple, over 10 miles. Maybe a couple
miles.
meters.
Couple meters. Okay, well, according to the globe model, it's about 67 feet, right?
67 feet, all right then. So a couple meters.
Okay, so who's measured that?
They've taken a light, right? They've shined it over into. They take like a laser or something, and they measure the distance from how high that laser is to the ground.
Right. No, that's what we've done, and it showed no curvature. That's the point. So who do you think did it, and it did show curvature?
Who do you think didn't?
Who did it? Yeah, we want to see the laser that measured curvature. In before Jaren.
Okay, I found your experiment actually, and I found people debunking it.
Wait, no. You said that a guy used a laser to measure the curvature. Who did that?
They can do that, yeah, on days that aren't super hot.
Who did it?
Who did it?
Yeah.
Bro.
Oh, actually, flat earthers tried to do it. They disproved themselves.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. No. You said the globe sides. Or are you saying that the only people who have proven the globe are flat earthers?
Do you believe in flat earthers on TV, bro?
So this isn't NASA or Harvard or something. You're saying flat earthers.
NASA didn't need to, because NASA didn't exist when they found out that the Earth had curvature.
Right, so are you saying that no one's measured curvature with a laser?
People have measured curvature with a laser, but it's been done by several people trying to find it.
Who did it?
People.
I know it's a stress trying to prove the globe, but you're doing all right.
People did.
I mean, you haven't proven it yet, but I think you should keep trying.
Well, people put rovers in a helicopter on Mars.
Yeah, so they should be able to measure curvature with a laser, right?
Surely.
They left out the part that helicopters don't work in a vacuum.
Themselves, because it's taken over the thing. So I have to.
Who did you say measure the curvature with a laser?
It carried a. Okay, here it is. It is done. It is called the Bedford Level Experiment.
Oh no,
Right.
that proved no curvature. That's why it's called level, the Bedford level, because it's level.
Sound
the Bedford curve.
Claimed that he proved the Earth was flat after adjusting Rowbotham's level method for allowing the effect of refraction. Alfred Russel Wallace found the curvature of the Earth. Alfred Russel Wallace.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. And that went to court, by the way. You don't know this story because you're literally just Googling this on the fly. But that went to court, and the court sided with Rowbotham, and Wallace had to pay Rowbotham. So you don't know the history of this. But again, why would it be that the only time you say it's been measured is when you're referencing a flat earther who doesn't believe in the globe and actually measured no curvature? So come on. There must be a modern experiment with a laser. Because remember, you mentioned a laser. So who did this and measured curvature?
I say we go in a hot air balloon and shoot a laser at the ground and find the curve that way.
Sounds good.
Nah, there must be someone that's done it, right? Ion for the globe? Must be. 2023? 2023?
Yeah, by now, I mean, flat earthers have been around now for a while. There's got to be somebody who proved it wrong.
Refraction doesn't prove curvature.
Oh, this isn't
Gravity
refraction. This
is bullshit.
Okay, so have you found that laser test yet, Ion?
I have found it on the site yet.
Who does it say did it?
It is a resource by a large company called GeoGebra. And it is created by someone who doesn't actually use the actual name, it's a username.
And where did they do the test?
Experiment, height pointer. And you can do it literally on any large.
No, I'm asking where this demonstration, where this test was performed.
Resources, linear equation, vegetation, linear solutions, test selection.
Are you on Wikipedia or
over land,
Google right
over
now?
water?
No, I'm not on Wikipedia. It's a
Google.
Okay.
Was the laser shot over land or over water?
The laser. It doesn't say exactly where it was done in this thing. I've got to find the article that's linked to it.
This isn't a good start.
Probably because all of the coverage of any experiment. Actually, wait a minute. I can use, what was it, Google Books? What was the thing that showed up with all the articles?
Sure. Wherever the test is documented, go there.
Like if they went to the salt flats to prove curvature?
That's a good idea. That's good thinking. To prove the curvature, we should go to all the level places and all the flat places. 200 IQ.
It's only locally flat, man. Fuck you. It's like locally flat everywhere. But
It's internationally.
So once the international legislation gets into play.
Are you surprised at how difficult it is to find a measurement of curvature, Ion?
They've done it with light before. I just happened to pick a kind of bad example of one experiment.
Well, could you find us the example of the good one?
I was waiting for him to go from boats over the curve to the curve in the airplane, and I was gonna
Hold on,
let him know I jump out of them, and there is no curve.
Ion, are you surprised at how difficult it is to find a measurement of curvature?
I can't find this specific experiment, but I'm sure I can find other ones here.
I'm sure you could, bro. Just find us the good one. We've only been looking for about 6, 7, 8 years. But I'm sure you'll find it.
Collectively, as a server, we've been searching for centuries.
Maybe we just didn't Google the right keywords.
If someone asks your opinion on anything else, do you Google your opinion on that too?
Okay, here's one question. How come the sun sinks when it goes out of view? How come it sinks behind the horizon?
Well, any object that you increase your distance to will optically appear to sink towards the horizon.
Makes sense, but it shouldn't disappear completely.
Why wouldn't it?
Because it creates so much light that it literally causes cancer. So if it was that powerful,
that's a crazy response to what I just said. So all light has a limit. All light has a limit, and eventually, when things move in the distance, they will sink towards and then appear to sink into the horizon. But before we get too distracted onto this, have you had any luck finding that laser measurement?
The laser measurement, I can't find the laser measurement specifically, no, because it doesn't work because of what's called the mirage effect, because of refraction in the air and fluid particles in the air. They bounce.
So you're saying we can't measure the curvature?
Not with a laser, no, because of the air. Because the air refracts lightwards down.
But what would you use to measure the curvature?
What would you use to measure the curvature? You would use what is it? You would use. Oh yeah, there's this one where you can use You can use two bottles, right? You take two bottles. You measure. You have them two like a set level. No, just like two bottles filled with liquid, like any sort of liquid, right? Colored would be preferable, right?
Okay.
It's something like this. I'm doing this off the top of my head. I can find it actually. This was one that I can't actually find on the internet.
Okay. So two bottles. I put two bottles on the ground. Then what?
No, not on the ground. You take a rod and you tie the bottles to the rod, right? And you have to put them out in front of you, and you have like a relative eyepiece so you can see. So you look at it in the same place every time. And
wait! I'm confused at the setup. 2 seconds. So I get like a stick and I tie two bottles to either end. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and you tie two bottles to either end. You have to have the caps facing downwards. So
how big does the stick have to be?
I mean, you can make it any length. The longer it is, the more precise the measurement is.
Okay, so if I have a meter long stick, and I put two bottles with liquid on either end, then what?
Yeah. Okay, so then you take an eyepiece and you look at you look through like a specific area and you look at the horizon and you have to keep it straight and you have to match the line that you have to match the lines of the
straight. Like a straight line.
You have to match the levels of the water to the horizon point when you look outwards. You have to measure.
We need to make them. So we need to make those straight lines match the straight line of the horizon.
You have to make at one point. You measure it at one point because you create like a tangent line, right? With the water bottle, you measure like a tangent line because of course.
No, but I've done well. But if we take a bottle, let's say to the beach with water, the level water there just matches the level horizon. So how does that measure curvature?
Let me find this experiment because I don't exactly remember how it's done. I'm trying to find.
Do you have a demonstration? Yeah, have you got a demonstration of this one that you could show us?
There is a demonstration. I've seen it on the internet before.
Okay, let's see this. So no one's measuring it with a laser, right?
No, it can't be measured with a laser because of the water.
We can't measure it with a laser. Okay, but now we're saying two bottles of liquid. Okay, if you could send us that demonstration. This is an interesting one.
Never noticed.
Why can't we just use one giant long flat bottle and just fill it with water instead of two bottles at each end and try to balance that shit?
Yeah, I was gonna chime in, Wolfgang, but this one's too dumb for even me to. So you can have it. You can have it. I don't even want to start on this one. Have fun, man. That's all I gotta say.
I always get these ones.
I have a question.
I know.
So in what way would the stick experiment allow you to tell the difference between a flat Earth plane and a spherical Earth based off of the relative level that is claimed on the sphere? How would you be able to tell the difference?
Ether, there's so much wrong with this. There's so much wrong with this. Just let's let.
I know. I'm picking one. I know. I know. Let me just, yeah.
I'm picking up. I would use like the 2 sticks experiment, but I know you already have a backlash against that one. There would be you would go, and then you'd proceed to move up higher, and you would see the difference in the great. You'd have to go near surface level, and you'd see the horizon there, and you would.
Okay. So with the 2 bottles on the sticks, who did that?
The 2 bottles on a stick. I mean, people. I mean, there's been people on the internet who've done it. There's been.
Okay, could you show us? Could you show us who did that and what it showed? Because I still don't really understand what you're talking about. Like, where did you see this?
Years ago.
Because, you're saying a lot of things, and then I'm saying, okay, have you got a demonstration? And then you're like, okay, 2 seconds, but we're not getting any demonstrations. So I'm starting to wonder if you're just kind of saying these things without knowing if they exist. Is that what's happening?
I got like $5, and it's like a McToon. I got $5 just like McToon or FTFE or somebody.
Do they balance the stick on their head or something?
He pulled out.
No, you have to measure out you have to measure the you have to measure out like the line of the horizon. Like you have to remove water from the bottles. I don't exactly remember how to do it, but.
Well, I have to be honest, Ion. It's not sounding much like a measurement of Earth's curvature at this stage.
Sounds like somebody's trying to balance 2 bottles with a stick, and they got to level it out by taking water out of a bottle. You said.
No, you got to. Okay, the experiment was done. You take 2 bottles. You tie a bottle to each end, fill them with water, and you'd look into the horizon. You'd have one bottle closer to you, and the other one away from you, and you'd have to empty water until it matches the horizon line on both of them. And then you'd go to a higher point, and then you would see the difference between the bottle in front and the bottle behind it, and you'd be able to measure the difference in there. I don't know how.
This is a pretty wild way of measuring curvature, and I've heard a lot of. Wild claims as to how to do this. So could you show us who did that and what they were actually doing? Because I still don't really follow what you're trying to do here.
Okay. I can't find it, so just to save time, I'm going to move to a different one. What about the one with the 2 sticks?
Okay, well, he didn't measure the surface, did he?
What do you mean?
Well, he didn't measure the surface of Earth.
Measure the difference between the 2 sticks, and then you also measure the difference in...
No, but he measured shadows, right?
Yeah, shadows.
No, but we're talking about the curvature over the surface.
Yeah, and what you do is you have the sun that's shining down onto the planet, and you have
the sun. We're not talking about the sun. We're talking about the surface dropping over distance due to curvature, right? Remember, we said in 10 miles there was 67 feet of drop over the distance due to curvature. Yeah.
Yep.
And then we said who measured that? Yeah. And then you said, well, we can't do it with lasers, but you could maybe do it with 2 bottles on a stick.
Can't do
now
it
you're saying we don't have that.
Can do it with lasers, but it wouldn't be very accurate since the water in the Earth's atmosphere would refract.
Wait. So someone did do it with lasers?
Well, people tried to, but they didn't give them an accurate measurement, so they probably didn't publish it.
So we don't have a laser measurement of curvature then.
You can't use it to measure the curvature, no, because it refracts light, but it can be used.
So we can't measure the curvature with a laser. So how do we measure the curvature?
You measure the curvature. You can measure the. You can measure
67 feet over 10 miles. How do we measure that?
You take 2 sticks, right? You take the stick, you put it in one place, and you move a certain amount of distance away from it, a set amount that you pre-calculate, right? And you put it in that distance, right?
And is there curvature between those 2 points?
Yes, there should be curvature between those 2 points.
Okay, how do you know that? How do you know that?
You know that because you look at how the sun shines on the Earth, and then you're able to predict how much of a difference there is between those 2.
No, but that would work on a flat surface as well. So how do you know it's actually due to curvature?
Not if you use 3 sticks. If you use a third one, then it wouldn't prove.
Who did it with 3?
Who did it with 3? What was it called? The same guy who did it with 2 holes did it with 3 holes instead, because holes.
No, he just did it. No, his story is 2 sticks. Who did it with 3?
He did it with 3 after, much later, or some other guy who was also some Greek guy.
No, I don't think so. Okay, so who's replicated this in modern times then that we can see? Because if he did it in the BCs, presumably someone could do it in 2023, right?
Somebody should be able to go to Home Depot and do this.
But as well, this requires the assumption. See, you haven't really looked into this, because if you had, you would realize that his calculations required the assumption of a sphere and the assumption of curvature, right? Do you understand that?
I don't understand that. Okay, what about...
So we need a measurement that doesn't assume, it actually measures the drop over distance. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Right, so who's done that? Or has no one ever done it?
Wait, what about the flashlight experiment? You know, the one where they would shine the light and then they would put it well above their heads. How do you disprove that one?
There's nothing to disprove.
The gyroscope. You know, when
So
they
are
took
you
a
saying that the only people who've ever done it are flat earthers? So are you saying the only people who've ever done it are flat earthers?
No, people have taken massive gyroscopes and they've taken they cost to like.
No, a gyroscope isn't measuring curvature, bro. Come on, we're talking about drop over distance.
They can measure
No, we're not talking about the spin yet. We can get to the spin after this. Okay, so are you agreeing you don't know who's measured curvature if you want to go to the spin?
There are people who have measured curvature. There is.
Okay, who did that?
Oh my god.
Well, you won't find exactly who did it because they're ancient, very ancient people.
No, we can't say sticks from the BCs. Who did it in, like, you know, modern age, documented, not just a story from the BCs with sticks. You know, because if we came to you and said, "Hey, bro, Earth's flat because of this test in the BCs that we heard this guy did," would you accept that?
Here's an experiment that actually proves it. Okay, so if you lay down on the beach, right? Let's say you lay down on the beach, right? And you look into the horizon and you look at the sun, right?
Right.
And then you suddenly go onto a high ledge. It suddenly comes back into view after it goes down further beyond the horizon.
Could that be a function of perspective again? Could that be to do with perspective again and optics?
No, because if you actually go higher up, technically,
Come on, bro.
Higher up, they should still be the same distance from the sun if they go higher up. If they just lay down and they can't see it and then they stand up again and suddenly they can, right?
That's not a measurement of drop over distance, though, bro. That's you making claims about seeing something in the distance again, like you did with the boats. Remember? So again, if that story's true, then someone would have to have measured the curvature that you're claiming is responsible for it. Maybe you just need to do more research on it, bro.
Okay, well, here's one we've measured the curvature of. Our reflection on the moon.
What?
Wow.
Whose reflection?
Holy the reflection of the Earth onto the moon. Lunar eclipses.
Huh? What?
Lunar eclipses.
This is the end. This is the end of the show. Hey, you guys! This looks like this is the end of the show. He just picked that time bomb.
Yeah, we went from the Earth to the Moon like in a nanosecond.
we know the distance between the Earth and the Moon, right? We've measured it.
Hang on, brother. Hang on, man. Let me come in real quick. Just relax. I said we're not even measuring the curvature of the Earth anymore. We just went straight to the Moon and measured that. Like what? What the hell, bro? We haven't even established how we measured Earth's curvature. Sorry, Wolfgang. I just wanted to say that. It's like we went from Earth to the Moon.
Yeah, no. I need to jump in a few minutes, so someone else should take over. But obviously, we can't be talking about the moon when we're asking you about the surface curvature.
Yeah, we can measure the curvature by seeing the reflection of the Earth onto the moon. We know the size of the moon.
Reflection.
We know our distance from the moon.
What reflection are you talking about? The moon is not a mirror.
A lunar eclipse.
That's not a reflection. What are you talking about?
We cast a shadow onto the moon.
Well, even if that was the case, that's not a reflection, bro.
And say it was. No, we reflect. No, we know the distance from here to the moon because we reflected stuff off of it and seen how far it takes, how long it takes for light to get there and come back.
Oh, you know how far away the moon is now?
Yeah, we know how far away the moon is because we've shined stuff at it and we've seen how long light takes to come back, and we've done the necessary calculations and calculated using the speed of light.
You can't measure 67 feet of drop over 10 miles with a laser, but you can measure 240,000 miles to the moon with a laser.
Yeah, because it's going straight up, and when you point a laser straight up,
you can shoot 240,000 miles straight up, but you can't shoot 10 miles across.
Yeah, because when you shoot 10 miles across, you're going through a lot of water, droplets, through air.
But 240,000 miles, bro, versus 10 miles.
Yeah, but the thing is that thousands of miles, it's moving through virtually nothing, a vacuum, so it's able to...
Well, no, not a vacuum. That's just your belief, remember. You couldn't demonstrate that earlier because we discussed this.
I gave you a perfectly good... Any competent physicist would agree with me.
No, you didn't give us any demonstration. Remember, you said, I'll go and get the demonstration, and then you said, I can't find a demonstration.
At least 4 or 5.
No competent person is going to publish a article and spend money, especially like a government
Well, that's
funds.
not our fault. If no one's publishing your globe proof, that's not our fault. That's a deficiency on your side.
Ion, that's 5 or 6 things you've not been able to demonstrate. At least you've said, "Oh, wait a minute, I'll get that," and then you've never gave us nothing.
Yeah, and we were just on the curvature, bro. And then you went from sticks to lasers, but they didn't measure it, to the 2 bottles. That doesn't work. Then we go to the moon. Come on, bro.
And now we got no one's going to publish that. Who's going to waste their money?
Yeah, they're just going to publish an experiment to something that they already recognize as true.
Yeah, but we're asking for the proof of it, and you're saying we don't have it.
There are experiments that people have done. There's the 2 sticks experiment. Well, I guess you know.
That's not measurement of curvature. That's an assumption. That's an assumption of sphericity. Like, put yourself in our shoes, bro. Like, if we were saying to you, "Oh, it's flat," because there's a story about the guy 2,000 years ago with sticks, and he did this, that's proof. You would say, "No, I don't accept that." Or if we said, take a bottle and hang it on a stick and hang it next to the horizon, that's proof. You'd say, that's crazy. What are you talking about? Or if we said, look at the moon, that proves that the Earth is this shape, you'd say that's crazy.
Yeah, but your only argument to why pictures of the space are fake is that you just say that they're fake.
No, that's non sequitur to what we're talking about. We're talking about the physical surface curvature that you claim exists, but for some reason no one can detect or measure.
What about literal pictures of the Earth from space? Or from
how do you verify those are real?
How do you verify that they're not real?
Well, I don't need to. It's your claim, so you have to verify they are real to use them as proof.
They are real because you can detect that there is no photoshopping in them. People who Photoshop a lot, and also even in the times where we had no Photoshop, right? There was a time of pictures taken before NASA of Russian space.
What about when NASA say it is Photoshop, though?
They have to Photoshop because the Earth is really big. For example, with for example, Blue Marble, the image we have
of Photoshop, but they have to Photoshop it.
Okay, the reason why they have to Photoshop is because they have to stitch images together.
Okay,
right?
So yeah, bro, we don't accept Photoshops as proof of where we live.
What about just images from the ISS? You can see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, you can't verify those either because you're not going to the ISS.
Yeah, how are you verifying that they're not real, though?
No, that's the burden of proof, reversal fallacy. It's your claim to prove. It's not on us to disprove your claim that you can't prove. Unverifiable images and stories are not a proof. Okay?
What about weather balloons?
Well, you can send them up and see a flat horizon.
No, you don't see a flat horizon. You see a curve around the planet. It curves. If there's a flat horizon,
okay, so look at the live stream voice text. Look at the live stream voice text. This is a high altitude balloon. It's flat. See that? That's 120,000 feet. Here's Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it's flat from 120,000 feet. So,
if it is flat, that means that also disproves your flat Earth, because that would also mean that the Earth would have. If the Earth was a circle, even if it was a circle, there should be a curve.
So you're saying if it's flat, that disproves flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Okay. Even if the Earth was flat, there would be a curve around it, right? Because you think it's a circle, don't you? You think the Earth is
Oh,
a
you
circle,
do.
right?
You do. You think we live on a circle in space. We told you space is fake. You haven't proved that.
No, we believe that the Earth is a sphere, not a circle. There's a
You believe that the people here believe in a pizza planet or a space frisbee, it seems.
Okay. What do you think the Earth looks like? What exactly do you think the Earth looks like?
Well,
we have to get outside the reference frame.
When we look at the Earth and observe it, that's what it looks like.
So what shape is the Earth then?
Flat's not a shape, bro.
What?
Flat is not a shape. We're not claiming a shape. You claim a shape that we've falsified. So we're not claiming a shape. All we're saying is there doesn't appear to be any motion. There doesn't appear to be any convexity, especially over stationary water. So that's all we're saying. We're not saying the Earth is a specific shape.
Wait, you say space is fake?
Well, you yourself cannot give us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. I mean, you said that you could a couple of times, and you said you were looking for them, but then you came back and sort of backtracked a bit, and you never gave us anything. So we've been through how space literally cannot exist. So the derivative topic of that would be pictures from space. So we don't believe shit like that. Like NASA blatantly looks like
Things
a
go
line.
above the Kármán line, though. We have pictures. You can take a telescope and look at a rocket launch and see it go above the Kármán line. How do you prove that? How do you just prove
That's
that?
a lie, though, bro. That's a complete and utter lie that you've just invented in your head, because rockets don't go straight up. So why did you just make that up?
No, they pass through the Kármán line, though, to go above the atmosphere.
That's a story you believe, but you don't see that with a telescope like what you just invented.
You can literally see the ISS pass above you using a telescope.
Bro, stop changing what you said. You just said you can see rockets leave the Earth and go to space from a fucking telescope. That is a complete and utter lie, and you know it, mate.
It's not a utter lie.
It is, bro. Because they even admit it themselves. They claim that the supposed rockets have to speed up and orbit the Earth. So when you see it up, it's literally a parabolic maneuver. It goes up and away from you. That's all we see. That's all anybody sees when they see rockets.
That's true.
It goes up and away, and it exits the atmosphere, and we can see it as it orbits over us.
It exits the atmosphere. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't see any of that. We just see it go up and away. That's all we see. If we can't verify something for ourselves, you're getting excited. Oh, calm down. Calm down. The thing is, if I can't verify it for myself, the only sane and rational thing to do is to go, I can't verify that, right? Is to take the position, well, it may or may not, it might not be true. That's the way I see it anyway. I can't verify that. Don't you think?
I have seen rockets go up and out of the atmosphere through a high-powered telescope.
Wait a minute. Flat earthers don't deny that things go up into the sky.
And they go above up above our atmosphere.
But you can't tell that from the ground. Literally, they supposedly orbit the Earth a couple of times, or however many times they say that they do it now. So you don't actually see a rocket going up and out of the Earth. You see the rocket go up and away from you, too far to be seen, and then it disappears. So you're making shit up, bro.
We can't see things orbit the Earth, though. We can see the ISS from the ground. We can see satellites from the ground.
That's affirming the consequence. So you're saying that these things in the sky that you say are in a place that literally cannot exist according to the second law and entropy and multiple gas laws that you can't demonstrate. So, like, all that's, again, as I said to you, it's a derivative of you're now claiming rockets go into this place that you can't even verify exists.
Wait, then where do they go then?
Well, I mean, they go up and away. I mean, I don't own radar systems and fucking land masses. Like, how am I meant to verify where these things go, or any common person in reality? Like, nobody knows.
What? So you just assume they just disappear? What? Do they just?
What do you? The laws of physics just stop existing. That matter can just disappear. Like a lot of these supposed NASA places. they're all like from the sort of the south dumping into possibly the ocean. Well, I don't know. Further than that, Antarctica, I don't know. But who cares? You literally claim you see telescope through your telescope and see rockets going into a vacuum. That's
You can
nonsense.
see the rocket exiting where the Kármán line should be. You can see how big it is because you can use a calculation to calculate the magnification of a telescope and use the actual size of the rocket to calculate how far it is based on how big it seems in the image.
He just said you can use a telescope to calculate distances.
Yeah, he seemed to be lost in the law.
So have you confirmed that we don't have a measurement of curvature? Yeah, we're moving on to something else. Is that what you're doing?
Oh yeah, that's a really good point actually.
So because we still don't have a measurement of curvature, are you saying that you don't know where that is, and you want to move on to a different topic?
Let me just get this real quick.
Back to the drawing board.
Yeah, if you could concede to that point, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to say I don't know, whatever. Just don't be like, yeah, it's this. Okay, it's not that. But it's this. Okay, it's not that. But it might be this. It's not that. That's just wasting time. So if you don't have one for curvature, maybe we can move on to the claimed motion of the Earth.
Okay, let's go with the motion of the Earth then. All right, then let's move on to that.
Okay. So
well, wait a minute. So you did concede to that point that we can't see any drop over distance at all. That we look for curvature.
I myself don't know either. I myself can't find it because nobody has published an actual approved article of it. You can go on the internet.
Okay. So we don't have a measurement. Okay, so we don't have a measurement of curvature, right?
We do have measurements. It's just that there's no one specific person that.
You can't say we have a measurement because then we're going to ask you what's the measurement, and we're going to do all this again, which you just said you can't find it.
Okay, with enough time, I could probably find it. If I go tomorrow, I might.
For now, you don't have a measurement of curvature, right? Okay, fine.
Now I don't have a measurement of curvature.
Okay. Do you have a? Okay. Well, if you think you find one, you can come back and let us know. Okay. So the motion of the Earth. Has anyone ever measured motion of the Earth?
Well, we've measured the motion of the Earth relative to other objects.
Well, but like the ground being in motion, right? Axial rotation. Has anyone ever measured that?
The speed which the Earth is spinning at, basically.
Well, yeah, they claim that the Earth is a ball that's spinning. So has anyone ever measured this spinning?
People have measured the spinning. Yes, they've measured how fast.
Who measured the spinning?
A French guy.
Was this a flat earther as well?
Huh?
Was it a flat earther that measured the spinning as well?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so who measured the spin?
Leon Foucault.
Oh, how did he do that?
How did he do that? Let me check it. I'm just putting measurement high actions variations such as Okay, in 1851, French physicist Leon Foucault was performing direct measurements of the Earth rotation using gyroscopic apparatus.
Gyroscopic apparatus, like what?
You could use plenty of things. You could use a pendulum.
No, but you're saying. So did he use a pendulum?
In this case, he used a pendulum.
Okay, so how does a pendulum tell you that Earth is spinning?
Well, what you do is you take the pendulum, right? You take a point, so you find a point preferably higher up, like more in the northern or the southern poles, right? And what you do is this pendulum would swing, right? And it's connected to a hinge with as little friction as possible, right? And as the Earth spins, this very, very heavy pendulum tries to remain in place, right? Remember, there's no force pushing on the pendulum. If there's no external force.
So if we just leave the pendulum hanging, it will just start spinning, or do we have to start it? Do we have to spin it?
we push it, right? We push it so it begins going back and forth, right? So it's going in one direction, right?
So if we just leave the pendulum hanging there, it won't start swinging.
It may start slowly spinning.
Wait, the pendulum will start spinning by itself?
Very, very slowly, yeah, once every 24 hours.
Could you show us a pendulum that just starts spinning by itself? Someone must have documented that, right?
I don't actually think it would spin on when it's stationary, mainly because there's too much friction between the string and.
So really, what you're saying is, so we have to swing the pendulum.
You have to push the pendulum, and it's only going in one direction, right? And yet, despite that, we only pushed it in one direction. It begins to slowly spin, like it begins to slowly.
Of course, the pendulum's going to spin. Of course, the pendulum's going to spin if we push it. How is that? But we're asking about the Earth spinning.
We don't push it. We pull it up and we drop it. No, we don't push it.
Of course, it's going to move. Yeah, so the pendulum's spinning or the pendulum's moving because we put a force on it. We moved it.
Yes, and we pushed it so the vector only goes in one direction. It should only be going in one direction, and yet there seems to be some external force pushing it sideways.
Okay, what is that force?
That force is the spinning of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth.
How do you know it's spinning of the Earth?
Well, what else would it be?
Oh, what else would it be is not proof that it's the Earth spinning, though, is it?
Well, if there's nothing else that it could be, then you factor out.
How have you ruled out every other possibility?
Well, it can't. Well, air, like the speed of the air and whatever is negative.
What about possibilities that you're not aware of, or that science isn't aware of?
That we're not aware of.
Yeah.
What would we not be aware of? What other forces would exist that we're not aware of?
Anything. Something that you're not aware of.
Okay, it could be electromagnetism, except electromagnetism wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Really?
The actual magnetic fields would not work on a flat Earth.
So what you're saying is you're claiming that this apparent deviation that you're seeing in the pendulum, that's due to Earth spinning because you can't think of what else it could be.
There isn't anything else it would be, so you rule out all the things it can't be, so it must be one thing.
How many other things did they rule out?
How many things did they rule out? Well, they managed to rule out what's it called? The magnetic
field. You just Googled this 2 minutes ago.
No, I already knew about this pendulum experiment. I've known about this pendulum experiment. I just didn't know who made it.
Okay, well, someone explained to you then that it's an affirming the consequent fallacy to say, I'm going to claim that's because of Earth's motion, which you haven't established beforehand. Remember, this is supposed to be the thing that you're using to establish Earth's motion, but you're saying the cause of the effect that I'm seeing is because of Earth's motion, because what else could it be? But what do you mean, what else could it be? You haven't proven that the Earth's in motion yet, so how can you even claim that it's due to Earth's motion? You haven't proven that.
Because there must be some sort of external force on the object to cause it to turn like that.
Okay, but that's different. But that's different from saying that it must be Earth's rotation. That's just saying something is causing it to do something. That's different than saying this means that the Earth is in motion, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Yeah. Earth's rotation perfectly describes why that pendulum is spinning. We already had a previous theory of the Earth spinning, and we matched up the equations.
But saying my story isn't proof. That's just saying my story. But also, okay, so are you saying the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum?
The Earth is rotating with, and I guess, underneath the pendulum, yeah.
Right, okay, so does Earth rotate underneath a plane or a helicopter?
Does the Earth rotate underneath planes and a helicopter? Very, very slightly, yeah.
So if I went up in a helicopter and just waited for like a few hours, then I would end up in a different part of Earth.
Actually, no, because that helicopter, that plane, was already moving at the speed of the Earth. When it's on the ground, right, that plane is moving at the same speed as Earth is, right? So if you take a helicopter and it's moving currently at the same speed as Earth is, right? So when you move it up...
So it's not moving underneath planes or helicopters?
Because the planes and helicopters are moving at the same speed as the Earth.
Right, so how is it moving under... How is it moving under a pendulum but not a plane or a helicopter?
Because the helicopters they are influenced by the Earth's forces. They're influenced by wind. They're influenced by the Coriolis effect, by several things like that. But the pendulum.
He's not saying anything right now.
Yeah, like if the Earth is actually moving.
What about a sniper's bullet?
Yeah, what about it?
Does Earth spin underneath a sniper's bullet?
Yeah, but it's so insanely minuscule. It doesn't do anything. And also, the bullet is also moving at the same speed.
Oh wait, so it doesn't move underneath the sniper's bullet?
Because the bullet moves with the curvature of the Earth because it's moving at the same speed as the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so you're saying there's no Coriolis effect?
There is the Coriolis effect because the wind, the higher up winds, they aren't as affected by gravity. They aren't as glued to the ground as by gravity, and as it spins.
You're saying that the Earth is not rotating underneath the sniper bullet. It's all in the same.
The Earth is rotating underneath the sniper bullet, but the sniper bullet is also rotating at the same speed.
Okay, so it's rotating under the sniper bullet, but it's not rotating under the plane.
Look, the Earth is rotating underneath both of them, but they're also both rotating at the same speed as the Earth, so you can't actually see it.
Oh wait, so how do you know it's happening if you can't see it or detect it?
We know it is there and we detect it because we have gyroscopes and the pendulum to show that they slowly move over time because the Earth spins underneath that pendulum. Right, because the pendulum is...
You're saying you can observe it spinning underneath the pendulum, but then how couldn't you underneath a plane or a helicopter or a bullet? That doesn't make sense.
Planes and helicopters don't fly over the North Pole, like just regularly.
Was the pendulum swung at the North Pole?
The pendulums are swung very close to the poles. Yes, they try to get them as close to the north as possible.
Can you show us the pendulum that swung at the pole? Because to get that kind of drift that you're saying would match the Earth's space, that would have to be the North Pole. Right, so this may be going on a bit much. I mean, I'm just amused. Someone else, feel free to jump in.
No, man, you got it. This is good. This is good.
I mean, I just don't understand how you're saying.
There's definitely. Sorry.
So what did they put that? Did they put that pendulum like at the center of the North Pole in order to detect this spin? Because on the side, you wouldn't detect a spin like that.
No, it just needs to not be at the. It just needs to not be at the equator. Really, that's really the usual thing.
I see. Did you know the pendulum that you're talking about requires magnets to run? Do your research.
The pendulum is what?
You're saying planes landing on runways, whether they're running east, west, north, south, northwest, north, whichever way the runways are running, they're spinning underneath the plane and the plane spinning with the Earth. That's why it's not having a issue landing.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, basically, yeah.
Hey guys, so now with this guy, it would take divine intervention for him to come to the grips with the truth. There's nothing that this guy can offer. He's not even a glober. He's so far down the well that he's not even what the globe earthers say. Nothing that the globe earther says is what he's saying. He's just saying nonsense, actually.
Just making up.
None of it makes any sense.
It's almost like he's repeating the History Channel and the Discovery Channel and just different parts and not sure which ones match up.
Yeah, because he said, like, you were talking about the sniper bullet. He was saying that the bullet goes with the curvature of the Earth. It's like, what? He isn't even talking about the rotation anymore. He doesn't know how to form his arguments. It's really bad. This guy, anyway.
Okay. If the sniper is holding the gun and the bullet is in the cartridge, it's moving at the same speed as the curvature of the Earth, right?
Bro, you don't know. Listen, bro, you don't know. You honestly don't know the arguments, so you don't even know how to form the argument. You're I don't know. I think you're delusional, to be honest. You don't even know how to form the argument.
And the curve of the Earth doesn't have a speed.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
The
what I
curve
was
of
going
the
to
Earth.
say. Curves don't have speeds.
Yeah, the curve of the Earth doesn't have speed. That's what you said.
Rotation, I mean. It's...
No, we didn't mean that. You don't even know how to form the argument. Everything that you're talking about, you don't know what to say. Is this true? I just want you to admit to the audience that we've been listening to you just stumbling over your words. You don't even choose your words carefully. You don't even know what you're saying. At least be honest with the audience.
Well,
we don't want to listen.
I've had arguments like this before.
We don't listen. We don't want to listen to more of it if you don't know what you're saying.
He is Googling and reading, so he's not even reading before he says it out loud. He's just reading and then realizing what he's reading doesn't make sense, so he stops and then he gets confused. You can hear.
Yep. Is this true? I don't even know the gentleman's name.
I haven't argued properly like this, but usually it's with writing or something like that, so I have actual preparation.
Exactly.
But on a call,
Exactly. That's my point. You haven't reviewed any of this.
I could come later on with more. I could come later on with more research.
Honestly, when you do that, you're not going to wind up coming back over here because you're going to feel like, oh shit, I looked like a dumbass when I was in there. I might as well not go back over there. That's what's going to happen because usually people like you come in here, and it's like I call it the honey hold my beer fallacy. It's like you think you know how to argue this because you've seen the Discovery Channel, but you haven't even used your mind for any critical thinking whatsoever.
I haven't watched the Discovery Channel.
Well, it seems like you repeat things like you think you know what you're talking about, but you have no idea what this panel even discusses. The level of like articulation that we actually use in here. You're just spouting off at the mouth because you think it's something to say. It's embarrassing, to be honest, for you.
Yeah,
some of us in here, we wish that people don't come in here until they actually do the research and know the arguments. But you are a demonstration of somebody who doesn't give a shit. You're just in here like, I'm gonna say whatever I want. And then you find out that you're so unequipped to come in here and have an argument that you find out that every word that you're saying doesn't even match up with the argument at all. So I'm just saying, man, like, my hope was that, yeah, you go do the research and come back, but you're not gonna. That's the truth. You're not gonna do that. As soon as you leave this Discord, you're never coming back. You're probably gonna wander off and stay happily with your globe. So, if you want to, just do us a favor and leave right now and be happy with the globe. It's not a globe, we know that.
Before he does leave, because you should do that, Ion. You should go and double check the arguments and try and form a cohesive argument, because it has just been you kind of Googling on the fly and being like, well, it has to be this because we assume it's this. But yeah, that's obviously not going to be too successful here because we're looking for demonstration and proof and all this kind of thing. But I've noticed Witsit's in here. I don't know if Witsit's free to talk, but if he is, maybe Witsit can talk some sense into you.
I'm telling you, man, this guy needs to take a long look in the mirror. Other than that, we're really gonna waste our breath. We're gonna waste our breath with him. I'm being honest, Wolfgang. I've seen many iterations of this guy's character before. There's nothing beneficial by having. It's nothing beneficial by having him in here right now because his mind is on full reject mode. He's gonna reject everything that's being said here.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, there is some value in hearing them constantly contradict and fail to prove the globe. And we have 24/7 to fill the time. So, I mean, I'm going to jump off pretty soon anyway. So if no one else wants to speak to him, fair enough. I'm just saying, short of there's no one else here.
But that's still not not the point still, because we've already like it. So you take people like him, you bring them out to as much content as you can get it, and then at that point, you have to just say, okay, we can't get anywhere. You're not going to know anything. Like, go and do the research, come back. So if we continue to have him in here, it's going to actually work backwards. It's not going to be content anymore. It's just going to be frustration for us listening. And then, he's not going to listen to any good advice. It's going to be like, it's not going to be beneficial to any party in here. So at some point, yeah, I know we got to fill content, but this is not the content we need. Like it's at some point. We use it to.
I get what you're saying.
Let him go.
I do agree with you. But
wait, I didn't hear any of this, but I'm just curious. Can whoever you're talking about, I guess it's the Ion guy, maybe. Can you answer a question for me so I can just kind of get an idea of what's going on here? Do you agree that if you believe something just because everyone else believes it, and you don't really know truly what it is that you believe, you're not well researched on it, you're not informed, you're not really sure exactly the specifics of what you believe, you just believe it because everyone else believes it and you think that's what everyone else thinks it is? Would you agree that that's pretty much a religion? It's just a blind belief that you have so you can feel comfortable, like you fit in with what everyone else thinks?
For me, it's not a blind belief. It's simple. I do believe that the Earth is indeed a globe, but that's because I have gone and looked at things. But I haven't had enough time to look into. I haven't spent enough time to look deep into how exactly it functions and how to make a compelling argument. Mainly because I've never actually had an argument about it before, so I haven't looked into specific researchers or experiments that I've done on. I haven't had any of these things prepared, so I've been trying to quickly find things. But with enough preparation time, and I could find the researchers who've done this, and I could find the experiments, I could possibly make a compelling argument.
So you didn't really answer my question, right? So I get that you're baselessly confident in your blind belief, but that actually wasn't the question.
There is things that I believe is actually proof of it. It's just I don't know. I don't know the exact.
You interrupted me. You need to listen. It is a blind belief by definition. You just admitted you don't actually know how it supposedly functions, but you believe it, which means you don't know what it is that you believe, yet you believe it anyway. That is the definition of a blind belief.
I know the functions and the mechanism, but I don't know exactly who did them, and I don't know the experiments to prove them and stuff like that.
Stop. You don't know. You don't know. That's the point that he's telling you. You don't know. And so if you don't admit to what his question is right now, then you're even more far gone than you think. You have to at least be honest with yourself, intellectually. Intellectually honest is what he's telling you right now. If you're intellectually honest with yourself right now, you would say that you have a blind belief currently.
Yeah, right? I even gave you an out. I even softballed you. I'm like, you believe it? Look, you believe it because that's what everyone is told when we're a kid. Everyone believes it. You think all the scientists know it. They've researched this for years. There must be tons of experiments that prove it. You don't really know the specifics, but you just believe it because you can't grasp the magnitude of that many people being wrong about something that fundamental. So you assume there's no way in the world that the Earth could be something other than what we were told and what everyone else believes. Can you just admit that's why you believe it?
That's what started the belief, of course, that everybody else started believing it. And I think I have some evidence of it, but currently right now I don't have enough of a thing to be able to back up any of my arguments. So I guess you could say that I blindly follow the people, but I do have a question for you. I'm not going to make an argument out of this, I just have a question I want to know. Right. So, for what reason? So you're saying that these scientists, right?
We're not going to get into motive. We're not going to get into motive. You got to go away and do the. We're not going to answer motive to you. You wouldn't understand currently. You have to go and do the research. Figure out right now how to form your arguments. Come back in here. When you come back in here with your best your best arguments, and we refute them on their face, then you're going to realize something very clearly, that there's no evidence that you're going to have that can thwart the effort of truth. You're going to find that out, but you need to go and do that research, and then come back. Answering your motive question right now is not going to do justice to anybody. Not to you, not to us.
Okay, but
Yeah, it's funny that he did admit that it's you did admit that you finally followed it though. So I mean, I'll give you some props for that. I mean, I don't know how that wouldn't be a religion. So I don't know if you think you're atheist or whatever, but you do currently hold a cosmological religious belief. So I just want you to be aware of that. I don't think that you actually are fully aware of that or the implications of that. You just have a religion, bro. And it's not like an impressive, creative, or original religion, by the way. It's one that was handcrafted for you, that we were all told at a young age. So I think you should really soak that in. You don't know why or what you believe. You don't know what you believe or why you believe in it, right? So that's pretty telling. I mean, of course, you're not prepared to intellectually debate or defend it. You don't know what it is.
I don't know the arguments for it yet.
Oh, you don't know anything about it, Ion. You don't know anything about it at all.
I know.
You should probably start by learning. Hey, look, let me help you out here. You should start by learning how to think. Meaning, you need to start by studying logic. That's what you need to do. And one of the number one ways that logic is taught, say at university, is they use religion as an example of.
The things like you guys aren't asking for logic, you're asking for proof. I have given logic, but you want proof of the logic, and I can't give you the proofs.
Wait, let me just finish. Like, give me an example. So whenever you say like all the scientists, and you were to say like why are they lying or how are all the scientists wrong or whatever, the way that we would teach logic, we would say it's kind of like saying, wait, well, I don't know all the specifics of why the Bible's true. But all these priests have studied the Bible for centuries. So all of these priests know what it is. I trust the experts know because that's what they do. They're the priests, right? And what motivation do you think that they all got together to conspire to lie about what the Bible says? And no, they're the experts. I don't know exactly what it is that the Bible says, but I trust that the priests have figured it out, and I believe what they told me it is. You see how that's directly analogous?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, so there you go. I mean, because the truth of the matter is, bro, the idea that the Earth's like a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and flying through space around the sun is admittedly a philosophical interpretation. There's no empirical evidence for that at all. And that's what the top level of scientists and academia admit through the theory of relativity. So if you actually were informed, I think that's kind of why Miggy's frustrated with you, because we all know if you actually were informed, you would understand that. You would know that it is a philosophical decision that doesn't have actual empirical evidence. At the top levels of science, this is admitted.
Yeah, I'll go look into it then.
Thank you. That's the best course of action right now for you.
All right then.
Yeah.
But come back though. Come back after you're well studied on it. Research it some more, and then come back in here.
Yeah, and Ion, take a look like 3/4 of the way down the server list. There's like an additional information section, which is all alphabetized. So there's loads of good resources for you to look at there. Do you see those?
Wait, down the T1 list?
The server list. Just scroll down the server channels, and you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. It's got like curvature, motion of the Earth, gravity, eclipses, all this stuff. Do you see that?
Preview tier, pin access, Abby.
Like 3/4 of the way down, towards the bottom of the list.
Okay, wait, Megali. Wait, what's it called again?
It's additional information section.
Additional information, okay.
Do you see all those channels?
T1? What, underneath T1?
I don't know what it's underneath. It's just like 3/4 of the way down. It's like an alphabetical list of channels with like curvature, motion, eclipses, sun, moon, gravity, NASA. See all these channels?
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong server.
Right. Well, yeah, you need to be on this server.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Right. It's okay. We can tell you're a bit discombobulated. It's understandable.
Okay.
But yeah,
That's an understatement.
Take a look through some of those, and yeah, come back anytime you want to discuss. It doesn't have to be a debate. I would advise not trying to debate something that you haven't really researched. So you can just ask questions, and if you're honest and you're cool, you've been chill, so I'll give you that, and you were honest with Witsit, and you said, yeah, fair enough. It is kind of just a belief, because I don't currently know how they proved any of this stuff. So you are capable of being intellectually honest with yourself. That's a good start. So just keep on that mindset and understand, I have this belief, I want to try and prove it. Who proved it? How do I prove it? How do I verify what they're telling me? Yeah? That's the way you need to be thinking.
Yeah, this is interesting because you started today saying that you were 100% positive that with no doubt in your mind the Earth is a globe. And now look where you're at. And it's all it took was just a simple conversation.
I still do believe it. I still do think that it is most likely a globe, but I just don't have the imperative evidence yet. I may be able to find it. If I don't find it, then I may reconsider my beliefs. If I don't find it, if I don't find the proper proofs, I'm willing to change.
Good. There you go. That's how we all started, my dude. We all thought the same thing.
Good man.
All right. See you later.
Nice one, Witsit. Nice. Yeah. Have a good one, bro. See, Witsit pretty much cracks it. Nice one. We spent about an hour talking to him about hanging bottles on a stick to prove curvature and shit, so we should have just asked Witsit like an hour ago.
What? Hanging bottles on a stick?
Yeah, that 2 balls, that was the logic he brought, I think.
Put 2 bottles of water, and then what you do is you turn them upside down so you can see the... You know what was weird? I didn't say it because he was all over the place. But he's using water on 2 bottles to measure water. He's using the water in the bottles, the liquid in the bottles, the level surface of that water in the bottles to measure the level horizon. Wow.
I'll give him that one. I've never heard it before.
I've seen it before. It's so stupid. Oh god, it's stupid. But I'm pretty sure somebody from like the anti-flat Earth community has done that. They probably said something stupid, and this guy picked it up. So.
That sounds like something Jeremy was talking about not too long ago, where he wanted to put bottles on top of the water, then drop fishing line with a weight on it, and then stretch the bubbles across the water, and then see if the fishing line changed with its angle or something. I don't know.
Wouldn't there be a lot of evidence in a sundial?
No, there's no evidence in a sundial. The evidence that
the sun moves over us?
The evidence that you need is drop over distance. It's the consequent of the Earth being a geometric shape. That's what you need. You don't need
How would a sundial work on a globe?
It's not about. Yeah, listen. It's not about a sundial right now because what we're looking for is evidence of surface curvature. This is the first thing that we ask for: evidence of surface curvature. Going to shadows and the length of shadows is not going to give us that. And so when the person actually goes to see if the Earth is curving at the set rate that they are alleged to be curving at, what they find out is it doesn't have the geometric consequent that they thought it did. So we have the values that the Earth is of a certain set size, right? When you go to Google, you type in how big is a radius, diameter, circumference, it's going to give you those values. With those values, then you're going to go ahead and test the curvature and see if there is any surface curvature. So what you're doing with shadows has nothing to do with the consequent of a geometric shape. So this is the direct way that we can cut through the whatever idea that they're using sticks and shadows with Eratosthenes, like you can do away with that. Not even talk about it. You go straight to the surface curvature detection. If there is, then there's going to be drop over distance. If there isn't, then voila, the Earth isn't curving like they say it is, and you don't even need to look at shadows. However it's working over a flat and level plane. So you don't need to go to like sundials and sticks and shadows or nothing. Go directly to surface curvature.
Right, keep it simple.
Yeah, very simple. And that way it leaves out the fluff, because if you say sundials, then somebody can say, well, I have Eratosthenes with, he said that, you can use shadows to see that the Earth is curving. And so you're going to get lost in the weeds. And so it's just for your benefit, I would say. Yeah, this what we do here is pretty simple, actually. Except for when you were taught the blind belief that the Earth is a globe, you were taught all these ways to look indirectly that the Earth is curving, like sticks and shadows, and hanging water bottles upside down, like all this kind of crazy mess, just to figure something very simple. That, like, if you had a geometric shape in your hand, like a basketball, and it was a sphere, and you could measure elevation change from point A to point B on any part of the surface of that basketball, then you would understand something very simple, that geometric shape that you have in your hand has a consequent to it, meaning that it's whatever values it's going to have, how you measure it, is going to be directly proportional to what it is. So if I say I have a cube in my hand and it's a box, you know exactly the dimensions and the shape and everything, because I'm describing it to you. So in your mind, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And also when I say a basketball, so a basketball is, it's a sphere, and it's got surface curvature that can be measured. So once you apply that sort of critical thinking to anything that has a geometric shape with the consequent of that specific shape, then you're going to be able to find out, all I need to do is measure the curvature on this sphere that we're on. That's it. That's all I have to do.
Yeah.
But it seems like we get into these long, drawn-out arguments over, like the guy who was in here just a while ago, he was lost. He was lost. But if we were to take him directly to surface curvature and say, if there's no evidence of that, then it's not that. Yeah, and then have the person admit that at least. Because if they can't admit that, then they're not being intellectually honest with themselves, and they're lost in a blind belief that, somebody said something somewhere.
Right.
Like he thinks right now.
Right, because even if the numbers were incorrect, you would still see curvature if it was larger or smaller.
Exactly.
Right.
Because that is the consequent of it being that geometric shape. Right. So it doesn't matter if they say, well, you're just like an amoeba on a beach ball or whatever. It's like, that's not the point. The point is surface curvature would be demonstrated by way of us being able to verify that it has that. Because that is the consequent of being a geometric shape. If it's a sphere that we're on, then surface curvature, elevation change should be able to be measured. Absolutely, 100%.
Right, and if you're on a sphere, higher you would go, you would start seeing the shape bending.
Yeah, it would
start
definitely
seeing
show
curvature
itself.
at a certain height.
But like, they're not even telling us, because even with what they say you can't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat, and that's Neil deGrasse Tyson. And so you got all these guys, these prolific people in the globe Earth arena that's saying that you can't even see surface curvature. You can't even see it. You have to go far beyond the ISS levels just to actually start to see a bit of curvature.
Well, the numbers they give us on the size of the Earth, for you to be off the surface of the Earth to start seeing curvature, you would have to at least, to the numbers they give us, you'd have to be at least 1,000 miles above the surface.
Far away from the surface. So that doesn't add up, right? That doesn't add up for us. So that's
especially when the ISS is 250, supposedly.
250 miles. That's right.
Right.
And so anything below that, it's ridiculous. How they say they see curvature from an airplane or from a mountain. It's that redundant. So we have to. It's difficult, right? Because we know what we're dealing with. It's more psychological than it is like evidence based, because they can't even see evidence. they go straight to the motive. Well, okay, that's fine. They got the Earth is not curving, but why would they lie? And it's like, we don't have to entertain that because you haven't even looked at the evidence. You want to bypass the evidence and you want to talk about why they're going to do it. So we understand on our part that it has to do with something very psychological in their mind as to like why they've been why they've been blind believing that this idea has been something that they've always thought of it to be. Because of the fact that it's been something that, you know, ever since they were young, they were taught or told, and now they believe it as an adult. So it's difficult for them to let go of that. So that's why they go to the motive question. And straight to the motive, you know?
Yeah. It's hard to break through that barrier of cognitive dissonance.
Yep. That's all it is. That's why Witz's question to the guy was very pertinent to his, like, now going through and figuring out, oh yeah, well shoot, just like the priest of a specific religion, that's exactly what I have. I'm blindly believing the experts who tell me that the Earth is a globe. He's like, I can see that. So that much at least we have, that he could see that much, which helps us anyway. Because whenever he goes and does whatever research he's going to do, if he comes back,
he'll come back. He'll come back. He'll come back more confused.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. He's going to come back more confused than he did when he left. And then what's going to happen is he's going to be I think he's going to be a bit more combative, because he's going to be like, no, I'm just not going to believe that no one knows. Like it's going to get to him. Because right now, at least, the thing that it has his mind kind of, it keeps him kind of sane, is that he's like, okay, I might not know now, but there's somebody that holds the keys to the answers to like the Earth being a globe. I'm not smart. He's probably thinking in his head this. But when he goes and looks at all the arguments, he's going to get frustrated. Either he's going to come back and say, you know, shit, I looked everywhere. I can't find any evidence. Or he's going to find an anti-flat Earth, message out there by McToon or, FTFE or whoever. And he's going to come back in here with those arguments.
He's going to come back. He's going to come back and say, someone's lying. Someone is lying.
Yeah.
He's going to lose his shit.
It's a cognitive barrier, man, that we have to kind of, it's weird, but to say it this way, but we're like therapists for the globe, like the globalists. This is like globe therapy right here. Like we have to try to ease the pain of them not like losing their marbles from this, but.
Well, like what you said earlier, we were all there. We were all there at one point.
Yeah.
Until you do actual research on your own.
You have to.
It just, you get frustrated because there is no answers out there.
There
isn't. You got to research NASA lies. Like just NASA lies, all that. Once they figure out how much they've been lying, how much helium they can be consuming, they're the biggest helium consumer in the world. They launched the most satellites in the world from Antarctica and on various other remote locations. Yep. It's really obvious once you actually start looking. And then you find those pilots that are like, hey, yeah, it's flat. My curvature of my glass on my airplane makes it seem like it's round, but it's flat as fuck.
Well, we got to understand something. Yeah, we got to understand something very simple. So remember, when we're on this journey, we want to point everybody to the right place. I would say NASA lies would be something derivative to the understanding of the geometric consequent. You always have to remember the thing that holds them to the idea is that they think they have evidence by academia, by everybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe. So any agency would be a derivative topic built on the premise that we're going to actually demonstrate that the Earth isn't what they told. So I put it to you like this: NASA lies. We understand that there's a lot of aspect. Yeah, there's a lot of tomfoolery when it comes to like how the deception is being played out, and NASA's a part of that. But what I'm saying is the foundation for them should be the beginning is figuring out if the Earth is actually a globe or not. That's where they start. Exactly. NASA lies is derivative. That's secondary. That's something you get after you understand that the Earth isn't what we've been told. And of course, NASA, the consequence of it, what we have been told, and that it's not that, then we start to realize, okay, what else? Well, we figure out that there's a lot of corporations. There's people's hands in the cookie jar. Everybody's like trying to get a piece of it. These larger corporations like NASA, right? But you can show somebody that there's bubbles in space and all that fakery that they got going on with that. That's fine. But still, there's a lot of minds that will still say, yeah, but you're saying they're faking it. I say they're not. And it doesn't matter how much evidence you show me, like bubbles in space or wires that they're hanging from the ISS. I'm still going to believe that at some point they're still in space. So you don't deal with the Earth not being a ball. You're just talking about how NASA's fakery. You know, like, and so you don't get to the root of the problem, which is their idea they think they live on a globe. So always remember that. It's a derivative. NASA lies is a derivative topic to the consequent of the Earth being a globe.
It's weird because that's really how I really sold it for me in my particular case. But I know everybody's a little different with, you know, which research they've been doing. What do they know before they start approaching the flat Earth topic? What other rabbit holes did they go down? But yeah, that really sold it for me. That was like, wow, this is it. That's why they're lying. Boom, boom.
That's not a problem.
All these lights went off. You know, I was like, wow, holy crap.
I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that people can come to the understanding that the Earth is not a globe through that information. I don't think that's an issue. But I'm saying foundationally, it's not like the one size fits all kind of truth. This one here that I'm telling you, the consequent of the Earth not being a globe, that's the one size fits all. Yeah. That means if they don't have evidence for that, none of it makes sense. I don't care how hard they try. You can't listen. If you know the Earth is not a globe, NASA's definitely not real. Like the corporation of what they're doing.
It's right.
You know that. Like, but if you let's say you're talking to the average Joe who's like he doesn't trust the government. He could see your point. He could see your point that NASA's kind of fake, and he might distrust the moon landing.
You're like tiptoeing around it, until. Yeah.
Until you actually drop the hammer, and then they were like, "Oh shit, the Earth's not a globe. Damn." Now, then it solidifies it for them that NASA's lies and all that. So, but I'm not saying you can't come to it that way.
That's what I mean by that. Yeah. No, very well, man. Very well said. I like the way your charisma. You just played that out perfectly. Thank you.
Yeah, because you were already, I would say, partially a truther before you actually came to the knowledge of the Earth not being what we've been told. But what happened was,
correct.
It solidified it for you. You're like, oh, the Earth is flat. Hell yeah, NASA's lying. Now I know it's full on lies. Like I know they were liars before, but not to this level. Like when you know what I mean. Like that's
it was like the last nail in the coffin. That was like, okay, yep, for sure. Like this is like after everything else I've seen, boom, this is a good thing to show. Once they're like really leaning towards, hey, maybe it might be flat. And then you're like, oh, see, look at it. They have to lie to protect their ass because they have no scientific evidence.
There you go, 100%. That's it, right there.
Hey, I got a question for an advanced flat earther.
Advanced? Yeah. What do you mean by advanced? But go ahead, ask your question.
Well, someone that's been probably researching more than I have. The question I have is, okay, the model that they give us, the Earth model of the rotation of the Earth and the Moon rotating around the Sun. Now we have 9 moon phases, 9 phases of the Moon. My question is, if you put the Moon phases to the model of the flat Earth, it doesn't make sense because halfway through the orbit, wouldn't the moon phases be opposite?
I can answer this one if you'd like. May I answer this?
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say before anybody does answer it, I want to put a word of caution to this. There's something that is actually beyond like the scope of what we perceive. So if we're gonna go into the realm of speculation, it needs to be connotated with our argument. So if we're saying, listen, if we're gonna say something as a matter of fact, I would caution you on that because if you're saying this is a matter of fact, as far as
I will give you as a matter of fact. Hold on, because what he's talking about is the model he's talking about is from a flat plane.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is he's going at it from an overall worldview perspective. So overall worldview would mean, like he said, the Earth being a globe and such. So if we're saying that the overall flat Earth is the extension to the plane of existence, right? Because right now there's a concept. Okay, the concept is the AE or Gleason's map, and there's 2 ideas right now: the Gleason's concept, and you got the globe Earth model. And so you're going to try to work the moon phases off of one of those 2. right? So if you're going with the flat Earth, you're going to think about a Gleason's. My word of caution is to the overall worldview paradigm as to how the sun and the moon are moving over the flat plane of existence. Whether you say Gleason's or globe.
Yeah, but my point still stands. He invoked a model. He didn't realize he used a flat Earth model when he talked about orbits. I'm correcting him.
Well, once again,
the celestial sphere that the orbits are derived from is a flat Earth model. So he doesn't realize that. So he thinks he's talking about a globe. He needs to know that.
Yeah, according to the celestial sphere, you are correct in saying that.
But the answer is simple, man. Like, when you say it doesn't work on a flat Earth, you're presupposing some type of physical geometric obstruction being the cause of the eclipse, which is just a baseless assertion. There's nothing. We have it all mapped out.
No. I'm not talking about the eclipse or anything. I'm just talking about if you look at the Earth model, the model, right, and the sun is, because the moon is in a fixed orbit around the Earth, right? So what I'm saying is
it's the same thing.
Right.
It's the same thing.
What I'm saying is that halfway through the year, when the sun and the moon are on the opposite side of the sun, wouldn't that affect the moon phases? Shouldn't the shadow of the moon be on the opposite side?
Why? What's causing the shadow? What? How do you know the shadow?
Well, they're saying, on the Earth model, they're saying that the Earth, right, orbits the sun, and the moon orbits the Earth. So
yeah,
if you look at that model, how it works, wouldn't the moon phases flip-flop each year?
No. They claim that the moon spins. They claim that the moon is spinning on an axis 10 miles per hour, and that the time it takes it to rotate once on its axis is the same exact amount of time it takes it to orbit the Earth. So it always looks like the same side of the moon is facing the Earth. That's just a cool story, bro. That we see the moon and goes through a cycle.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual moon phases.
I know. I'm trying to explain it to you. They claim that the moon faces the same side because it's rotating and it takes the same time to rotate as it does to orbit, because they have to explain why we just always see the same moon looking the same going through a cycle. So it only makes sense on a flat Earth.
Okay.
Well, just to get back to the point I was trying to make, is the orbits that you invoked required a flat Earth for the angles to plug into the calculations. So when you talk about orbiting the sun, that you're talking about a flat Earth concept. It's not correct because it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, as they point out. So it's a self-debunking idea.
What was one of your eureka moments when you've been researching flat Earth?
That there's no curvature.
Yeah. That the globe was derived from a flat plane, and that it has to be flat for you to calculate it as a globe.
Yeah, mine was with water. With it. Once I realized all water is on the same level, just different elevations, it kind of gave me a eureka moment.
Well, simply everything that we do on Earth, we just treat the Earth as a stationary plane. Like literally everything that we do, including sea level, including elevation, like literally everything we do, including elevation angle measurements, all of it.
And definition of airplane.
Yeah. Yeah, the ocean debunks the globe in like 50 different ways. They use something called bathymetry, where they shoot sonar down from the surface. They assume the horizontal sea level surface. They sit down sonar, right? And then they actually measure the duration of signal based on like horizontal parallels. Then we, of course, measure elevation with a horizontal of sea level extending adjacent to land masses, and then measure the perpendicular vertical distance above that to get elevation. So to map the ocean floor, to map the depths, and to map elevation, it all requires like parallel horizontals.
Just one more question, not to get people all riled up or anything. Back to the moon phases. Where does the moon go for 3 days when you can't see it in the night sky?
It goes into my house.
Yeah, good question. Good question. So have you ever heard of polarization?
Yes.
Okay, so if you stack three polar, this is speculation. If you stack three polar lenses on top of each other, so you can stack two polar lenses as you begin to turn it. If the second lens becomes perpendicular to the first, it goes completely black. If you stack a third one on top of it, the light comes back, which actually debunks the photon. Side note, because supposedly the second lens is blocking the light. So how can I add a third lens and all of a sudden the photon comes back? But the point is that the polarization will block out the light, the perceivable light. So literally, we have electromagnetic polarization in the atmosphere based on the angle intersecting with where the moon is. It can make it disappear. There are many explanations as to what could happen. It could just be like a plasma cycle, like an energetic cycle. But they just claim that those 3 days the light is hitting the other side of the moon, so we can't see it.
Yeah, because I researched a little bit of that, and they said it's due to it's in Earth's shadow, like the umbra of the Earth. And I'm like,
really crude, in really simple terms, they claim that the other side of the moon's being lit up for 3 days.
Seems a little wonky to me.
Yeah, but if you ever, it's something called the Venn diagram paradox.
Right.
The quantum paradox. If you take a lens, and you put it on a table, or just say you put it up in a window, and then you take another lens and you put on top of that a polarized lens, and then you turn it to where it's perpendicular.
Yeah.
So it'll get darker and darker and darker, and then boom, it's completely dark. There's no light coming through. If you add another lens on top of it, all of a sudden the light will come back through. So that shows, for one, there isn't some physical particle traveling through those lenses, and light is just how you perceive it through, different polarization. This could explain eclipses and phases.
Hi guys. I understood, or somebody was telling me, it's down to when it disappears. It's because I think, don't quote me definite on this, when the moon is within, say, it's either 15 degrees or 20 degrees of either near the sun, then it's not visible. So if it's if depending on where the sun is,
like I can see that happening for like an hour, but for 3 days, it's kind of.
Well, I mean, if the sun's in a certain constellation, which it spends, a certain amount of time there, as does the moon for two days or whatever. So if they're both in that same constellation and the moon is within a certain degree of the sun, you won't see it.
Okay.
That's what I was told. I think you can check the astrological charts to have a look at that, and it'll confirm it. Not sure though. Just.
Hey, have you guys, throughout your years of research, have you guys ever stumbled across any evidence or video of them assembling the International Space Station? Do you remember that being built?
No, doesn't exist.
You think that they would record that shit, right? That's pretty pretty heavy duty.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. There's no footage of it being built.
Because when I was born in 71, and I don't remember. I remember like the space shuttle program and stuff, obviously, but I don't remember them actually building the International Space Station. Like section by section and you'd think that they would kind of record that. They recorded them.
Yeah, you would think they'd build a huge. You think they'd also build a huge vacuum chamber and test on the Earth before they just throw it into space.
You would think, right? I'm just, that's a pretty huge engineering feat, right? You'd think that would be taught in schools or at least engineering class. Something, right? Something would definitely go down in the history books.
And you've seen the replica though, right? I mean,
yeah, I've seen cartoon versions.
No, there's like a life-size replica on the Earth.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you actually go to I think it's in this server. If you go to the NASA section, just scroll up a little bit and you're gonna see it. Here, I'll grab it.
Okay, cool. So it's kind of like a theme park. Kind of like the same thing they did with Noah's Ark, the replica of Noah's Ark. You guys familiar with Captain Cook? He was an explorer in the 17th century.
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, because all of his navigational charts are still available for public in his log. But if you chart his course through the three and a half years he was out at sea, it doesn't make sense on the ball model. But if you put it on like the Gleason's map or a flat Earth model, his path makes more sense. If anyone's not familiar with Captain Cook's adventures, you should check it out.
All right, here, I found it. You've never seen that?
Sorry, I was just on the phone. Were you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that? Shop in the chat.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time I see pictures of the Earth from space, I was always wondering, where's the ice?
Yeah, I think there's not really any moisture to freeze. Yeah, I think I'm about to move to Florida, bro. It's going to get so crazy. I'm about to buy an annual pass to Kennedy Space Center. And basically interview every single astronaut. That what they do is they have an astronaut of the day, and they roll them. They like exchange them out every week or so. So they constantly have a new astronaut there that'll eat breakfast with you, and you can go on a tour with them, and they'll tell you stories. You can ask them questions, and you can get autographs. And I'm gonna go. And we're moving to Florida. I'm gonna get an annual pass, and I'm gonna go up to see each one of them and interview them and record it. So I'm gonna be asking them questions about the ISS and supposedly going to space and etc.
Yeah, to see if they can see stars in space.
Well, I actually have asked an astronaut face to face that question, and she said yes. She said, yeah, they look the same as they do on Earth, pretty much. The only difference is they don't flicker. So she said they look exactly the same, except they don't flicker, because they're not a lot close. You're not a lot closer to them or anything when you're out in space. That's what she said. Yeah. And my buddy showed her a picture of herself training in the pool and said, I bet you didn't know that the public was going to eventually figure out you do all your spacewalks in the pool. And then she just nervously laughed. And then I got her autograph, and she said, reach for the stars, Austin.
What's the name of that huge pendulum they use to prove the Earth is rotating? What's the name of that pendulum again?
Foucault's pendulum.
Right.
Foucault.
Right. Yeah, they got to start that, don't they?
Yeah, but I can still mend their position for that as well. So they say that whenever you set up the pendulum, that once it's set up and you establish it being balanced, that it's already maintaining the angular momentum of the Earth's rotation, so it's moving with it. So you have to push it in its plane so that you can then see the deviation as it moves. So it's like they don't, like what they're measuring is not the direction they push it, they're measuring left to right, perpendicular to the direction they push it. So a flat earther would say, well, shouldn't it move on its own? Then they'll say, well, it's maintaining the angular momentum of the Earth as you set it up. You know what's really funny though? Well, I'm about to start doing my set, but I think Darren and I are going to actually fly down to the equator somewhere in Brazil and set up a really expensive pendulum and see if it doesn't precess at all. Because according to the globe model, at the equator, the pendulum shouldn't precess at all. So we're going to go right above the equator, then at the equator, then right below. So it should go one direction, then stop moving, and then go the other direction if the globe is real. You'll never find anywhere ever that someone has supposedly documented that pendulum not precessing at all on the equator.
You think that would be something simple?
Yeah, it has to. If the Earth's a globe, it has to, and you would think that'd be like the first thing that they would do.
Right.
They would measure above. Yeah. Well, this was 1851, obviously, but they would measure up above it, then they'd measure at the equator, and they'd measure below it. It's never been done. There's something else that we're looking into is there's a laser that costs $4,500, and after 5 miles, it only has a 6-inch beam divergence. So we're gonna try and shoot these lasers over some water.
Oh, like that cheesy experiment that the Discovery Channel did with some boats. Did you ever watch that? That's hilarious.
Yeah, but they have lasers.
Have you ever heard of the scientific term Earth tides?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I was just looking at. I just checked the last new moon where it disappears was 19th of May. So I just looked at the chart on that, and the sun and the moon was basically right close to each other in the Gemini constellation. So that's what I was saying before. You can't see it when they're on top of each other or within 15 degrees of each other. You won't see the moon. For some reason, I can't post. I don't know if anyone else is having trouble. I can't post any pictures anymore in the chat for some reason. I think it lets me do one, and then I just can't do anything else. I can't add any photographs or anything to the chat if I wanted to.
Did you guys know that they claim that pretty much every lunar eclipse has a selenilian eclipse? It's just specific to coordinates.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
You know, a lot of people think the selenilian eclipse is like a rare thing, but they actually say it happens with pretty much every lunar eclipse. You just have to be at the right coordinates to see it.
Ah, right. Yeah.
That's so bad for them. So, like, it's refraction. It's refraction, but it happens pretty much every time. But sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Refraction or gravity sorts everything out.
But yeah, refraction can't explain it. Why you guys so loud, man?
What's up, Whit?
I'm just out there working out.
Nice, man. Heading downtown, ready to teach another summer class, man.
Nice.
That's a really good point, though. Nearly all of them are selenium eclipses. Because that was kind of a weird point, too. Like, your region's not in a good spot to see the eclipse. And I was like, what? I thought it was out in space. But yeah, I think it's 100% full moon tonight. Or right now, anyway. I think Systems is right, but chat seems to be a bit fickle. It won't let me post anything either.
Hey, Austin. How you doing, bro?
Good, good.
Oh yeah. I've been. Well, I sent you two instruments through Telegram, and I don't know if you got it or not.
Instrumental beats?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I have to check. I haven't seen it. But I'm sure it's there.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to make sure you got it or not. But
What's
I
your
don't know what type
Telegram?
of beats.
What's your username?
The same name as this one, Kembo Beats.
Okay. I'll check it out.
All right, bro.
Always down for beats, man. We're having to pay for them.
No, don't pay for them, bro. Don't pay for them. I do just trap, drill, and a little bit of R&B. But if you, I'm gonna be releasing more stuff. So, but whenever I'm done, I'll send it your way. If you want to use whatever, that's fine. But yeah, don't pay. Well, at least you don't have to pay for mine. Yeah.
Cool, bro.
Yeah. Hey man, I really like that song, man. The song you just released it. Was it your wife was singing?
Schoolin' Globers.
Yep. That's a good song too, and I don't know who produced the beat, but the beat sound tight too, though.
We just found the beat and had to pay for it.
Oh, okay. Oh, matter of fact, hold on. Let me send you. I have something similar right now. Hold on. Let me turn on my computer. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send you a beat right now.
Yeah, the song did pretty well on TikTok. I mean, I don't have like a huge TikTok, but people are commenting all over it. It's funny, like it shows you the analytics and the people who like dog it in the comments. They listen to 10 seconds of it. And it's like, come on, man.
TikTok. Oh yeah, like the music like glitches them out. Like if the music sounds good, they can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, that's true. I started putting the Glober Sniper on there, and it's funny how many people like that too. I don't know. I just like looking at the analytics, like what keeps people's attention, and kind of like the conversation you were having the other day about like comedy and like. It is a deep subject, but like, how do you make it hilarious, like laughable, and like get over it?
Yeah, for sure. I think comedy's the glitch. Comedy and music.
Comedy and music. Weird Al just like nailed it in one combination.
Yeah, I think we're gonna make an EP, and then I'm not sure how to go about the comedy thing. I'm trying to think about it. Just make parodies or something.
Yeah, an EP would be sweet.
Yeah, I think we're gonna wait till we move and try and set up a little room we record in.
I think I just heard the two magic words, comedy and music, so I thought I'd join in. What's up, everyone?
What's up?
If anybody ever needs a fake country accent, just call me. Hey, what's up, Austin? Nice show last night, man. You're an expert at that, bro.
You mean Glowbusters?
Yeah, man.
Oh, thank you, man.
The graphics are looking sweet as well, mate.
Thank you, man. Some people did not like that I was hosting, I think, but I appreciate it.
They didn't like what? Say that again?
Some people didn't like that I was hosting, apparently.
Oh, really? Oh, well. Anyway, why is Jaron not hosting anyway? Not that I had a problem with that. I thought you were great.
He's on a trip with his family.
Ah, okay.
So I think we're gonna do a thing where like he hosts three weeks a month, and I host one of them.
That's right. It was nice. It was a nice new vibe and that, and troubling on there as well. And I really enjoyed the chat. It was really great.
We broke up, but it may have been me. I don't know.
No, I was just saying, I thought it was a great chat. I think it's a nice, it's nice to have you on this. It's a different vibe, right? What's wrong with that? So who's complaining? In fact, don't tell me. There's always going to be someone that pisses and moans, isn't there?
Yeah, pretty much. Can't make everyone happy, bro.
No, I know that. I know that feeling.
I like the vibe of like switching over to Rockfit and then just like talking about everything.
Freedom!
Like Glowbusters, the second half, we just talk about everything.
It should be, Glowbusters Freedom, second half.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like, it's almost like weird now. That's kind of sad, but.
Yeah. I liked
like just being able to talk.
Yeah, I liked all the stuff you were talking about all the sort of revelation of the method of all the jab, the pokey poke, all of that's coming out now, and that's amazing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a crazy time to be alive. I wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're talking about it all over the place, even making it political with what's his name, RFK Jr. or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's the weirdest part of all of it. Obviously, we have to be like careful what we're saying, but like Rogan is obviously I don't necessarily trust Rogan, but anyway, I guess you guys know he's like offering up a debate challenge to sit down on his show and debate RFK Jr. about the safety and efficacy of things, and they're all turning it down. And it started at $100K. It's up to I think $3 million now, and none of these quote unquote scientists will sit down and have the debate. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I didn't know which way to think about it. I'm like, wait, I thought you didn't want RFK to talk, and now you're making him run president? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's hard to ever know what's really going on. There's no way he'll win president, honestly. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, it's funny. I've never voted, and I was thinking to myself, like, man, this guy seems all right. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Like,
yeah, something's got to be going on.
it's like clearly they're losing. They're like, how do we get everybody back?
Yeah, man, you got to give a voice for the disgruntled. That's what Trump was all about.
When they need a hero, supply them with one.
Yeah, I think if too many people start to kind of become discontent, they have to appease them with some figure. Makes sense, though. Think about how fed up so many people were, and then they just became Trump supporters, and now they're just pacified for it's going on about to be 8 years now.
Definitely a wild time.
Yeah, Flat Earth is so amazing, bro. It breaks you from all those chains. So you just watch politics like it's comedy. Speaking of comedy, it's yeah, dude. I swear, politics is the best form of comedy. Think about our last two presidents. It's comedic gold.
Bro, Flat Earth saves you from myocarditis.
Yo, I swear, comedy is the glitch. That's why you glitched the Matrix, because you combined music and comedy. So it's they don't know what to do with you, bro.
I want to do more of it, because that's the only. I went a bit serious for a while with songs like Big Pharma and stuff like that, and that got taken down. But once you add that comedic layer to it, it glitches shit out. It's like Jim Brewer. He's on stage really going into this stuff and really making fun of the whole vax agenda, and he's getting away with it because everybody just goes, he's just joking. He's a comedian. Comedians can really say what the hell they like, because they can hide behind it's just a joke.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. When you start being funny, you can say it's a parody. That's why that redhead dude JP, he gets away with so much, because if it's a parody, then you're protected.
Yeah.
It also works on people's cognitus too. So it glitches the Matrix, but it also glitches out people. It's damn it, I won't laugh. Damn it, this song is good. So they don't really. They're captivated. So it's kind of a way to force people to hear the information.
Oh, bro, if I could tell you how many comments I've seen on my video saying, "Hey, I don't believe the Earth is flat. I'm a glober, but I really love your music."
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Hey Austin, I just sent you another beat, bro. So altogether, I sent you 3 beats already. So check them out. Let me know what you think whenever. Okay, bro?
Yeah, I'll check them out, man.
Okay.
I am driving back from the gym, and I have a few things I have to do this morning, but I'll check them out this afternoon.
Okay. All right, bro. Hey, man, nice talking to you, man. I just want to say, thank you for everything, you've been doing for the, the Flat Earth community. And you've been doing an amazing job, and I think you woke a lot of people up too. But except M-Ball guy. Except M-Ball. Oh, man. I just want to grab him by the neck bro, man, why are you keep trolling, bro? I think I remember last time, in the end of the show, he called in, you guys had talk. He actually put down his guard a little bit, and, he actually listened, and next few days, he came back and stopped trolling again.
Yeah, that dude's going to the grave with the globe, bro.
I think so too. Yeah. Well, yeah, man. But thanks for everything, bro.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the kind words, brother.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Austin, have you guys ever thought about doing like a crow type setup for Glowbusters, where you can flip to like the second hour's members only or whatever, or is on a platform where basically you can say anything, but you can at least lead the first hour with a lot of teasers alluding to the gravy that's going to be in hour 2. You guys thought about that at all?
Yeah, I think we are kind of trying to shift to that type of thing. Like, it'll just be on Rockfin though. I mean, if you have right now we're even leaving them for free, but yeah, like yesterday we did that when I hosted, but it wasn't like, so Crow, what they'll do is they'll talk about the subject the whole time, and like you said, they'll kind of leave teasers of what they can't say or what they're going to say in the second half. And I was just like, I just completely took a left turn and started talking about different stuff. Well, yeah, that is kind of our plan going forward. First half on YouTube, second half on Rockfin.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll have to check out the show. Is this the first episode back in a long time for Glowbusters?
We've been back for a few weeks, I think.
Okay.
We took a couple weeks off, and that was the first time I've ever hosted. We're doing a new thing where I host once a month. But yeah, we talked about like everything I could think of in the second half off the top of my head. I'm like, oh, I saw this video. I was playing everything. So I think Glowbusters should be like that. I think it should be like, about flat Earth, certainly for the first half, but we should also cover a lot of other things. So I think that's kind of the vibe moving forward.
That's a great idea. Because look, we're all truthers at the end of the day, and we all look into lots of other stuff, and we're all interested in lots of other stuff. So why shouldn't you do it like that?
Yeah, exactly. And like, say someone's watching Glowbusters, they're probably already a truther. All right, I mean, and if not, the first half will get them. If they can make it through the first half, then they're probably ready for the second half anyway. So yeah, I think people are just thirsty for like consistent shows that speak truth.
Definitely. And have you ever considered inviting, like, say, once a month or once every 2 months or once every 6 months, or just inviting one of these prominent Globers on? Because everybody likes a good debate, like just for half an hour, I think, and get them to bring all their audience over. That might increase the viewership a little bit. I know how it's going to go, but it could increase the viewership at the end of the day.
Maybe I can run it by everyone, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gets shot down because the chat will become super toxic. But it would be interesting though, because if they come to Glowbusters, they can't just like interrupt and yell and mute and stuff. So yeah, I can run it by everyone. I don't know if they want to, because right now the chat's pretty well behaved. And as soon as you bring one of these people over, it's just gonna get crazy.
But what's wrong? I mean, I'm not saying that I like toxicity, but what's wrong with people? Obviously you got mods that are going to, ban people that are just downright rude and abusive. But people having that discussion in the chat, that should be good for viewership, shouldn't it? Because it's like, everybody, it's just, you're getting that audience, you're getting people fired up, and sometimes I think that might help.
Well, I agree with you. Yeah, like I have to rein my mods in on my channel and be like, yo, it's good that they're here. If someone watches it back, even, they can see the conversation in the chat and what's being responded to. They can hear both sides, and I think it's definitely good to have them there. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see what they think, and then we'll have to decide who we would want on. I think the other argument against it is like Dave Weiss will say, that we shouldn't give them any attention because we're the only reason that they're still a thing. But I don't agree with that. I debate them because I think it's important. But yeah, it's a decent idea. I can see what everyone thinks about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love. I like a good debate. I like listening to, and these prominent Globers, whatever you want to call them, they're not going away. So the idea that you're giving them more attention, in my mind, you'll be showcasing how dumb they are.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm still trying to iron out the whole Professor Dave thing, but Like if Professor Dave doesn't debate me, he's still gonna be on YouTube. Like it's not like he's going anywhere.
Exactly.
I think the only way we're going to be able to get Professor Dave is to set up like a PPV, like a pay-per-view debate, and it's behind a paywall for like a week, and he gets half the money or whatever. I think that's our most recent plan, is to like trap him with money.
Dude, the best thing you could do is utilize the platform of Globebusters because they obviously watch it, right? Because Professor Dave and all the other commentators, right? The YouTube debater commentator guys like Simon Dan, they obviously watch and use Globebusters in a lot of their clips. So you could use Globebusters like, I don't know, whatever, next week you're like, by the way, Professor Dave, this is an official formal invite for you to debate me. Reach out as soon as possible. And then every week be like, all right, week 2 of Professor Dave avoiding debating me. Just have that as
Yeah,
like
what's so funny is we actually have kind of, I mean, we didn't do the counting it for, but we did try that. Like that was Bob's idea. So we did a whole show like challenging him to debate me. Just went unresponded to, but yeah, I mean, we could try to keep up with it. I'll just direct message. I think the only way you're gonna get him is for one, to attack his ego, and to like offer him some type of monetary incentive. I think if you attack his ego, you might can get him. I don't know, dude. So he knows he can't debate me, bro. So I don't know. It's kind of tough.
Well, maybe we should be doing physical fights then, like Zuckerberg and Musk, then, because then you know how many people would pay for that.
And that would be epic, dude. I'd get in the ring with Professor Dave.
Bro, there would be like no Globers standing. You realize that, right? That wouldn't last too long.
Not with the passion that we've got.
I mean, they might, of all the anti-flat earthers, they might have one or two that could step in the ring and hold their own. As much as I hate him, Zanuck probably could.
Yeah, Zanuck could, yeah.
I take that back. I don't hate him as much as I dislike him.
Yeah, you dude used to be a gladiator. I was so shocked when I found that out.
That was also 25, 30 years ago, Zanuck, so I don't know. But judging by the rate in which he speaks, I'm sure he does enough uppers to maintain a lean cut body.
I didn't realize it had been that long.
Probably. I mean, American Gladiators was on when I was a kid, so like that was like the 80s, early 90s.
Right, when I was being born.
Yeah, probably before you were born, Zanuck was a gladiator.
Yo, someone was telling me, dude, because we're like looking at houses, and someone was telling me, he's like, dude, the water on the west coast of Florida, in near Tampa. He said it's got tons of algae and all the fish die. And then I should go to the other side.
So we do get red tide. This year there was a red tide hasn't been as bad, but there's been a ton of algae that's been coming in. So like seaweed and shit. I went to the beach last week. Ton of fucking seaweed. But it's not always like that.
Yeah.
That depends on storms and year by year. But then you go to the East Coast and it's like the water's consistently colder. And the beaches are darker in color, which means the sand's hot as shit.
Okay.
Beaches are way better over here, by the way. Like the west coast of Florida beaches are the ones that always get rated like top beaches, not even in the United States, but like in the world.
Yeah, like I grew up like loving Tampa area because you have the bay and everything. And then I guess he was saying he's like he says that Palm Beach is the best area. I guess it's the only place that grows coconuts in the United States. I'm like, bro, that's way too far south, man. And it's also, if you look at the numbers, it's like it's a 1 in 7 chance of a hurricane there. Tampa's like a 1 in 25. Pensacola's like 1 in 7.
Yeah.
And I think actually Palm Beach might be 1 in 5. Yeah, Miami's like 1 in 5 or so. So
Tampa's one of the toughest, right? So like even when the only time I've been down here, right? So in like 20 years that we even were forecasted to get a direct hit, it shifted south and hit Fort Myers. So,
yep.
yeah, right after we got married there, dude, the place that we got married just got loved.
Yep, Fort Myers got hit.
But it makes sense. I mean, pretty simple, right? It has to go like through those land masses around Florida and then cut up towards Tampa. So it makes sense that it's like less likely.
Dude, it either cuts south or it continues up north, like Panhandle area. Like the first year I moved down here was Katrina, right? And during that year, we had so many hurricanes in the Gulf, but they all went up like towards the Panhandle or towards like the armpit of the state. So, yeah, it's very rare that they cut across right around Tampa. So, pretty safe in this area.
Like, I love Tampa, man. Like, that dude was talking so reckless about the water. I'm like, oh man, chill.
Yeah, but, right now this year, there's some seaweed this year, but that's not all the time. And by the way, the house, I was visiting friends in Sarasota yesterday, and they had 3 huge coconut trees producing coconuts with coconuts on it in Sarasota. So,
oh, that's very cool.
I legit have a coconut tree in my backyard. It's just too small for fruit yet.
Wait, you guys from Tampa?
Yeah, I live in the Tampa Bay area. Yeah.
Okay. Or like where? Like St. Pete?
Bro, you just want my address or what? You want to come stop by?
No. I don't want your address, because I'm like I was there last year. Like I lived there for like almost 10 years, but I moved to Texas. Yeah, but I was in around St. Pete, for about almost 10 years.
St. Pete's pretty cool.
Yeah, I lived in St. Pete for a little while. Yeah, I lived at like I lived close to like 75 in the Howard Franklin Bridge.
Okay. All right.
I lived in that area, and then I moved down to like 7th Street and 7th Ave. You know, borderline crackheads and Old Northeast. That area.
Yep. I know exactly where's it at, bro. Yeah, St. Pete. I mean, it's cool. It's but as soon you pass downtown to the south side, oh man, forget it, bro.
Just all right. St. Pete's all right. Like I don't like cities, man. So yeah, like it's not my thing. But I mean, I went there. I visited a friend. We rode like these e-bikes around. It is alright. It's pretty cool, but it's not somewhere I would never like live up in St. Pete.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe a few years ago I was.
Yeah, they got the nice area. On north side, even north side still a little bad. But if you go like past downtown and go to like the ghetto, like just maybe 2 minutes just past downtown, there's like nothing but ghettos over there.
Yeah, Southside can be a little rough
Bad.
for sure.
Yeah, that's really bad. Like, you know what I mean? I used to live there, so I know when we first moved from Maine to Florida, we bought a house over there and, just fix it up and, whatever, we move in, all that stuff. And maybe after like a month, we realized, we moved into really, really, really bad area. But we were safe most of the time over there. Sometimes
Dude.
not so safe sometimes, but yeah.
Your generation, you guys' generation, I don't know how old you are. Like, lucky you guys, man. They just try to buy a house right now, man, and it sucks. It's ridiculous. And even renting a house is ridiculous. Like, bro, if I was alive 10 years earlier, I could have got the prettiest house in Florida ever.
Oh yeah, 10 years ago where was that?
Really?
Like I bought in 2012, right? And the people that we went and visited yesterday, like they bought in 2012. They bought their house for like $350,000. Their house is worth over $1 million now, like well over $1 million.
Yeah, crazy, dude.
Yeah.
When we first moved from Maine to Florida, the house it's not all that. There's still, works you got to put in. You got to fix a little stuff. Whatever, repaint the whole house and fix the bathroom and the roof a little bit or whatever. But we bought the house for $28,500. Now, I told my mom, sell it, whatever, and now it's over $200,000. And the house, is in a okay condition, because we fix a lot of stuff, whatever. But still, now you can't find no house in St. Pete like less than $200,000. Like there's no way.
Yeah.
But in 2012, 13, 14, 15, or whatever, it was really cheap, man. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I live in just like a normal suburb, right? Subdivision. And I bought my house for $150,000 and I could sell it for $500,000 tomorrow.
Yeah. What did we say yesterday? You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. So what have they done with with houses? We mentioned yesterday Dallas Fort Worth was rent went up 10% every year for the last 7 years, and homes went up. I quoted a home in Richardson, Texas that was on Zillow at $479,000 in 2019, and it went to 222. It went up to $749,000 in 2022, just in 3 years. So it's amazing. The only thing I can say about what Austin's doing with Kai and Aaliyah, I did pronounce that right, Aaliyah.
Yep.
Tampa is beautiful. I mean, Melbourne is great, but yes, you run into hurricanes on that side. But Melbourne is beautiful, but Tampa is the best. Tampa to Fort Myers is just, and Sarasota basically, it's just beautiful over there. If I had to do it, it'd be Sarasota or Tampa if I could afford to live there.
Well, we're looking at a place like in that area. I won't even give you any specifics, but the landlord of the house lives in Sarasota. But I will say it's not even just Florida, right? Like my parents built a house in Tennessee, in like West Tennessee, and they spent after everything. I mean, big house, pool, everything. I think they spent a little over $3 million, and they just sold for $8 million.
Oh wow!
So yeah.
But don't you think that bubble's going to burst, though? The property prices here in Spain are ridiculous. But surely that's going to come crashing down soon, or what do you think?
I think it's going to be held. I think it's going to be held artificially high so that they can get everybody convinced to cash out, right? Try to cash out on their home. They're going to maybe bring rent down a little bit compared to the prices of the home. So they convince people to cash out of their homes. And then people aren't going to rebuy because the homes are still going to be at a high cost, but also a high interest rate. So if they keep that interest rate high and they keep the cost high, they're going to drive everybody onto the rental market. Because what's been taking place is like BlackRock and all these companies. have come in and swooped up a ton of real estate. I'm not going to say too much, but one of the niches I do within tax accounting is I do real estate investment trusts. Let's just say people's portfolios are fucking huge right now. So yeah, I think they're going to do that and kind of force everybody onto the rental plan as opposed to owning.
Yeah, we mentioned we mentioned yesterday that BlackRock bought an entire subdivision in Houston. They built 124 homes, 275 to 3.25 in price, and they bought up the whole 124, and they paid 25% over market value for it, and they're renting them all out. And a place in Dallas, a builder in Dallas was on TV when I used to watch TV, and he said that he was building homes specifically to rent them. Just amazing.
I live I live about 5 minutes from this tourist beach. It's it's just so gorgeous where I live, and they've just had to shut the beach because there's a sewage pipe that goes into the sea, and it's broken and it's spewing out all this shit. It's disgusting, so they've had to shut the beach.
Hey, Alex, don't let them take your mind. That's all I can say.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Take control of your soul, man.
That is like the best song ever. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I get a lot of feedback from that song. That was like one of the last songs I did for the Flat Earth Man album, and it's got a lovely story because it's true. Once you start waking up to the creator, then you start to behave differently. That's what that song's all about. I say in that song, God forbid I tell a lie, and I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I never neglect, and all that sort of stuff. It's true because it's my story, and it resonates with a lot of other people because it's their story as well. And I put some nice photos of my wedding day and that, which was a nice little touch at the end. It's quite an emotional song because it's true.
You gave me permission. I guess you give everybody permission to do it. You gave me permission on Instagram to use your music during some of my videos that I hope to make here in the future.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I'll let you know. Thank you.
No, thank you for sharing. By default, anyone can use my music. I encourage it. The only problem is with that is because it's copyrighted music. If you use it on platforms like YouTube, they're going to go, this is copyrighted music, therefore you can't monetize this particular video. So if you're not interested in monetizing, all good. So yeah, that's the only problem with it. But yeah, I encourage people to use my music. I want more eyes on what I'm doing, obviously.
I don't even know what it's like to be monetized.
That's why I tell people. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I get I've got 71,500 subscribers on YouTube, and I get about 100,000 people looking at my channel a month. Every video on there is monetized. I get like $200 a month from it. It's nothing.
Yeah, because they deprioritize certain content, so they don't give you like the higher paying ad revenue.
Yeah.
I tell people when I get a chance, if people like Austin and Chris Sparks and people like that, you take their time, and Chris has about 265,000 views on Heliosorcery since November 2022. If those people have made a difference in your life, like Austin and Chris and Alex, if they've made a difference in your life, if you run around in your brain when you're driving singing Alex's songs in your head, and you don't maybe say, maybe he deserves a few bucks from me, or you think about geocentrism and all the quotes that Austin gave, and you think about the magician, which is Newton, because John Maynard Keynes called Newton one of the last magicians at the Royal Society in 1936. And people think Newton's this great guy who's really smart when he was just a magician who worshipped Hermes Trismegistus. If you don't give those people some money sometime, for changing your life, maybe you're looking at life the wrong way.
No, you're going to give it away that we pay you to recruit people.
I got accused of being a grifter the other day. which was laughable because I responded, you know what? Every song and every album I've ever released is free on YouTube or Spotify or SoundCloud. I've even just released all of my children's books as free PDFs to download for free. And every intro song that I've done, and I've done a bunch of them, probably about 10 now, I've never asked for a penny for it. All I ask is for credit. That's all I ask for. So, and people still call me a fucking grifter.
Yeah, but people are retarded.
Their worldview is broken. They'll call you a grifter or whatever the hell that even means. Like somehow you're doing something for money, as they completely excuse thousands of Nazi war criminals who actually just did it for the money. Came to America because the government was going to pay them.
Well, the real grifters in Flat Earth are the anti-Flat Earthers who literally need Flat Earth to survive and actually make ad revenue talking about Flat Earth. But I was going to say, actually, Alex, I wanted to get Aaliyah some of your books. And where's the best place to do that?
Do you want the physical copies or the... Oh, you want the physical copies? Oh, then just go to Amazon and type in Flat Earth Man books. I can drop a link in the live stream.
Oh, you're on Amazon. Okay, nice.
Oh yeah, I'm using the Devil's platform for conscious content.
Okay. That's okay. That's where I plan on selling children's books there as well eventually. I mean, why would you not?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanna hit the the normies, you got to go where the normies go, and that's Amazon, right? So I'm all in favor of corporatizing truth and getting it on these platforms and Spotify and iTunes. Because if you become one of these truthers that you can't support Amazon, well then I can't support iTunes because then Apple are just as bad, Spotify are just as bad. So am I going to remove my content from all of these platforms and reach nobody? So I'm all in favour of trolling Amazon, if you like, or being like a Trojan horse and getting my content on there. Using comedy, of course, because you can get past the algorithms a little easier with that. But I'll drop a link for those books now.
Nice.
Obviously, we're not happy with what's happened the last 39 months around the world. But I've talked to a lot of people, and this is definitely my story. I never would have come across Alex or Chris Sparks or Austin or anybody really on Discord and Telegram if it wasn't for what happened the last 39 months. And so, obviously, what happened is absolutely terrible, and to me, it's demonic. But anyway, that's a different discussion. But it's wonderful to know that a lot of us got the chance to know Austin and Alex and Chris Sparks just because of what's happened, since March of 2020.
Yeah, I think it backfired on them overall. Nice, thank you, bro.
It's good that you're doing the kids' books. Have you decided how exactly you're going to do that? I used what did I use? Amazon. I actually use Amazon. They've got what do they call it? Fucking Amazon. Oh, I'll have to. It's been so long ago since I did it. But Amazon have a service where you upload all the images, etc., and the PDFs and all of that, and they'll just print them on demand for you. It's a great service, and I can't remember what percentage they take. You'll have to look into it, but it's a good service.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to do. Yeah, just upload the PDFs, and then Amazon prints and fulfills.
That's it.
Yeah, nice. That's the plan. Cool, bro. I'm going to buy these right now for Aaliyah. Thank you, brother.
Oh, no, thank you for the support. I appreciate that, man. I hope she enjoys them.
Yeah, there's not any good books to read her, so I was like, oh, man, I forgot. My boy Alex made some.
I'm just going to drop a link for anybody else that wants the free PDFs on my site. You can download the whole. You just add every single book to the cart, and when you get to checkout, it doesn't charge you anything. But you feel free to share them all about, because once you've got the PDF, you can email it to anybody. You can put it on a thumb drive. You can give it away as gifts if you like, as a little gift thumb drive, which I'm thinking of doing. But that's a link to the free ebooks on the site. Free stuff from a grifter. There you go.
Just keep the globalists talking, and they'll contradict themselves. Just right away. Sometimes in the same breath. I got that Bob, the science guy, the grifter for even his own worldview. He said in the same breath that flat earthers were harmful disinformation and also entertainment. Normally, the globalists will wait the second breath. They'll make the first claim that it's harmful, holding back all of humanity, then wait for a breath or two, and then say it's a fringe minority that doesn't matter and it's all for entertainment purposes. So they'll contradict themselves, but at least they've got like a goldfish memory. They forgot what they just said 30 seconds ago. This guy said it in the same breath.
I got Austin's doing so much gravy content now. I have a hard time keeping up. Back last year, early this year, he wasn't doing quite as many podcasts, so I could keep up. Austin's fault. But Austin said, this, a few months back, he said, "We are told that we live on a tilted, wobbly, spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball brought to us by Jesuit priests, and water is held on by this magical, invisible force that no one can see or explain why it happens, and that something came from nothing in the vacuum of outer space while traveling throughout an ever-expanding universe at 1.3 million miles per hour, while Polaris, the North Star, has always remained fixed above the North Pole, and the stars revolve counterclockwise as long as anybody can remember." It's just like it's just fun, and the last one here, Austin said, "If you cover a lie, you have to lie. You have no choice but to lie because truth will always win. Truth will always come to light. When you cover a lie, you put yourself in this tough situation where you have to begin to lie and use fallacious arguments and be dishonest and mislead and twist things around." And I just added, "and the globe is a lie." And so, so you have actually had people come on to social media. I call them Globerville. Ville is, Ville stands for residents of, a village of, so a village of Globers. You come on here, these people are going to lie about us, and it's just unbelievable. And so I say bypass those in Globerville, go out to the real world and make a difference.
It's really good that you make these books for children because that's the education level that these globalists have.
Well, NASA loves to target children, so I thought I'd do the same.
That's how propaganda works. You get them young, you repeat the lie often, and you ridicule the opposition. They do that. They do that playbook every single moment.
They got it from other Nazi war criminals. Exactly the same propaganda piece that Goebbels used. All of them. Nixon was like, "Hey, you guys are a master at this. Can you do that for the liberals, the communists, the leftists? We've got a bunch of undesirables here in America." And he said, "Perfect. Show us how it's done." Oh, Disney cartoons? Perfect. Like a jingoistic space race for capitalism? Perfect. What else do you guys got? Come on, keep it coming.
Yeah.
And it hasn't stopped.
You can look upon, if you believe history, 500 years ago, you can look back and, the Jesuits, Catholic Church, the Jesuits were perfect at this. If you believe Cardinal Wolsey said, that we need to go learning against learning. The second learning is biblical learning that Martin Luther was so, big into teaching children about biblical learning. And here comes Cardinal Wolsey, the Catholic Church, who says we need to have learning against learning. That first learning was science, so the doctors of divinity in the Catholic Jesuit order have now become the doctors of science. And they have taught us that God does not exist and that we are insignificant and that we are part of a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and that we have to look inside ourselves and become gods to ourselves and forget the God who actually created us.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Now I've got Don't Let Him Take Your Mind going through my head over and over again. Cheers, boy.
It's a catchy one, isn't it? You've got to admit, I'm very good at catchy.
It was your best one. I agree with Jim. For me, that was your best one. That's the favorite. That's probably going to be a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah, thanks, man. I like it. I've got a soft spot for all of them. Like, people ask me, which one is your favorite, and I can't answer that because they're all like my children. It's like, which one's your favorite child? Like, how can I answer that? Because I put so much work and passion into that. It's like, I don't release a song till I love it, till I get that goosebump moment in the studio. I'm like, oh, I love this. I get songs that I work on all the time that are half finished, but that just doesn't give me that feeling. But every song I release, I have to love it before I put it out there. If I don't love it, then I can't expect anybody else to. So it's just like, which one's your favourite? I'm like, I love them all. I know it sounds a bit arrogant for me to say that, but I have to love them before I put them out.
No, because you put your, like you say, I was going to say, you put your heart and soul into it. So there must be like a few ones that you've kind of scrapped, but maybe taken a wee bit, like a wee verse here and there or something that you scrapped and then used it in something else, maybe.
Well, I've got songs that I did different versions of songs. Like, some of the songs I've released were different versions first, and they just didn't work. Not for me anyway. And I'm working on a song at the moment called Black Sheep. This is a good example. All about, this is something that I think is going to resonate with a lot of people because, I was definitely the black sheep of my family, still am. And I'm trying to get it to sound right. And it's just like, I tried a heavy version, I've tried a lighter version, I've tried a sort of more of a funky version. It just, none of them sound right. I'm on my third version now. So and it works really well with the acoustic, but I'm trying to make a more heavier rock album. So I didn't want to put an acoustic song on a rock album. It's like, it's just sometimes I have to really fight and battle with these songs until I get them sounding, perfect. But so I do go through multiple versions before I'm happy. And so there's so much stuff on the cutting room floor and so much time wasted with just me being a perfectionist, if you like, just trying to get that right. This, something that makes the song sound as good as I can get it, But if I'm going, that doesn't sound right, my voice doesn't sound right, and I just go, right, let's try another version, so. Yeah, I'm on version 3 of my current song at the moment. And I'm doing another one about Antarctica as well. I want to bring back the Flat Earth Man character because I want to do more comedy stuff and that, because that seems to resonate a lot more. So I'm writing one about Antarctica at the moment. So that's definitely going to be a country song. I know that if it's Flat Earth Man.
Please let it have penguins with guns.
It's definitely going to have penguins in it. In fact, the working title of the song is called Protect the Penguins. That's the working title of the song, but I'm doing it with a buddy of mine. We're just having a lot of fun trying to write it at the moment. But I want it to be one of them songs that's just got packed of information as to why we can't independently explore, So look out for that in whenever I finish it. Probably about a year, the way things are going.
If you have less than a minute to talk to somebody out in the real world, I somewhat paraphrase Alex. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them tell you you are not divine. It's a 32-second. I guess you call it a chorus. A long time ago, since I was in school. I guess it's a chorus. It's 32 seconds long. It starts. Don't let them take your mind, and Alex has his hands out. During the video. So, you can paraphrase that with people, and then you can go to Flatten the Curve that came out February 2022. And the lady at the very beginning goes, the eyes are useless if the mind is blind. We are all born into a prison system we cannot see, therefore we cannot get out of. Once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. And at the end of the 2-minute opening, she goes, one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself is the ability to think for yourself. If you actually incorporate that into your spiel or your talk or whatever, when you come across somebody, you don't have very long to talk to them, those two things I like to incorporate into conversation because they don't hear that in their everyday life. And maybe you are perhaps the first person in their life, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70-year life, that has actually told them they don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, that they're special, they're created, and that we need to think for ourselves and don't abdicate the right of thinking to somebody else who we never seen, who doesn't care what we think. They just want puppets. They just want sheep out there. We're no longer sheep. We're warriors. We're warriors for the truth. That's what we should be, and we should be proud of doing that, because it's a great responsibility to tell somebody for the first time, inform them the first time in their life possibly, that they're special, that they're created, and that this place that God made for us is very special, and it's not what we were told from age 5.
Now, if you could incorporate everything you just said, make it rhyme, you've got a song.
We've been very blessed. There's some of us, I was thinking about this yesterday, all of us were told that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, either from the crib when Toys R Us used to sell that, that little thing that you could put over the child's crib that had Saturn and Jupiter and the moon and the sun. And you could probably buy it on Amazon today because Toys R Us is out of business. Or they're told, like Austin's trying to do these children's books, you sit down, you're a parent, and you open a book to read to your child when they're 2 or 3, because the sooner you read to your child, maybe the more cognitive abilities they will arrive at. And you open the book and you see a spinning space ball in the book at 2 or 3 years old. And then you go into kindergarten, age 5, and by the teacher's desk, teacher wouldn't lie to you, right? But you go by teacher's desk and you see this tilted, spinning ball, and the teacher says, this is where you live. Whether it's Australia, Spain, United States, this is where you live, and it spins, right? And so I just find it fascinating that all of us were taught that, but maybe depending on what you believe, 10, 12, 15% of us now maybe a little more question it. We know for a fact we don't live on a spinning space ball, or we question that we don't live on a spinning space ball. So 100% of us were indoctrinated. Maybe 10 to 15% of us now go, no way. And we want to get it to 20. We want to get it as high as we can, because once you get to 20%, I think you become a force to deal with.
I can't wait till we hit critical mass, man. Then my albums and my books are perfectly placed for a global awakening, right? I'll be a millionaire.
Millionaire grifter.
I'll take it.
For me, it's been a phenomenon in itself. You get into a community or an idea or a movement, to see the talent that's come out of the whole thing in these last 8 to 10 years. I mean, there's so much. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think it's because it's mainly right-brained, creative thinking people that are into this information. So there's a hell of a lot of creative people within this community. I want more. I want to see more of it, because there's some good stuff out there. When there's not enough good stuff out there, like really, well produced. My stuff isn't even well produced. My videos are really just cheap because I'm only using iMovie, and I've got just a shitty camera. I first started doing it with my phone, just recording myself with the phone. So, once we get some real creative people with some really good, editing skills and good equipment, then, man, that's gonna be incredible.
Yeah, well, you say that, but at the same time, it is enough, Alex. I mean, I know the production isn't fucking Hollywood or anything, but it's more than sufficient. It's more than incredible.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for that comedic angle, which I was with the Flat Earth Man character, it doesn't matter if it's a cheesy video, and that's kind of a good sort of good recipe, really, because you don't have to have all that professional equipment or professional editing, and you look at that stuff and it's like all very badly done green screen. You're like, the lighting's terrible and that, but it does work. It's a good formula. So if I stick to that sort of comedic stuff, which I think travels further, then it doesn't matter about the quality of the video. Then it's almost better that it's cheesy and badly made, because the ideas are there, the visuals are there. It, like you say, it is enough.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you're using some of the catchy chord progression that the mainstream uses.
Oh yeah, it's that. I mean, it's just such a system when you understand it. It's very, very simplified. I mean, music has been, in my opinion, has been utterly bastardized over the last 100 years. I mean, if you take a sheet of music from Beethoven and put it next to a sheet of music of the Beatles, you're going to see a vast difference, and there's a reason for that, because it's just been utterly bastardized. But people love that formula of verse, bridge, chorus, or whatever. So, and just, 3 or 4 chords, and it's like, I'm using that system as much as I don't agree with it, because it's kind of limiting consciousness in a way musically. As much as I don't agree with it, that is the system that people are used to. They love a catchy chorus. So if I can use that system but put in conscious ideas, then it's going to go down a bit better.
To utilize that sort of stuff, definitely. Use their weaponry against them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think if I made a classical piece of music with conscious ideas in it, I don't think it's going to travel very far. But people love a catchy chorus. That's just how they've been trained to think musically. But music can be a lot more than that. Obviously, if you go back 100 years, you can see much more complexity in music. But we don't get that now. But yeah, I'm using that evil system that they've given us, and I'm trying to sort of change it a little bit and change the frequency, obviously, because I think the 440 is another bastardization of music, the 440 hertz. So I'm trying to do sort of kind of the polar opposite of what they're doing, but at the same time using their system that everyone's familiar with.
Right on.
We have the opportunity to figuratively look down at the world from 30,000 feet. We can go to 30,000 feet above God's creation of a stationary plane and look down and see how much it's screwed up. How much Revelation 12, 1 through 9, 2 Thessalonians 2, 1 through 17, Ephesians 6 through 12 is actually very true. God sits at the top of the firmament. Isaiah 40:22 looks down upon us as grasshoppers, but the rest of the world is for the devil and for whoever you think the devil works for. I mean, whoever works for the devil. So we have things that have come with me, especially looking at the full moon last night and looking at the full moon tonight and other times. Is it may be as simple as this? 1 Genesis 16-17, and God placed 2 great lights in the sky, the sun and the moon and the stars. It may be as simple as that. And man and science and divinity and the Jesuits have come along and said, no, we're gonna mess it all up. And then you get to the scriptures. You have foundations, you have pillars, you have ends of the earth, you have 4 corners, you have the earth as God's footstool in Matthew 5:35, and which Jesus said that in Isaiah 66:1. And so from 30,000 feet, there's no curve. There's no curve anywhere. And we're told there is. We're told that h per mile squared, it's you just can't see far enough because the earth is too big. So eventually it will start to curve. Trust us, right? Even though we don't see it, trust us, it curves. Don't worry about it. And so it's just fascinating. We have this ability now, this privilege, this honor of knowing that what the truth is. Now, we don't know exactly what our stationary plane looks like. We don't know it. We shouldn't speculate, except on Speculation Sunday on Flat Earth Discord 24/7. But we have this great honor and privilege to go out and tell people that they don't live on what they've been taught they live on, and to see their reaction, maybe to engage with them and let them know that a creator created them special for this place only. And it's just, it's a wonderful thing. And don't need much else than that. You can talk virology if you want to, but It's just a wonderful thing.
You mentioned the Bible there, which comes from the Middle East. And talking about the Middle East, I heard that people in Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but people in Abu Dhabi do.
What they used to say, yabba dabba doo.
Someone kick him off the server. We can't have jokes like that on here. I'm sorry, man. That just it's terrible.
I am the king of dad jokes.
Hey, I went to a Chinese funeral yesterday, and not one single person turned up. It was unbelievable.
Like, kick him off the server. That was even worse.
Unbelievable, man.
No, and talking about the Chinese, Confucius say, "Man who go to bed with itchy ass, or wake up with smelly finger."
Silence is deafening.
It was better than your last effort. I'm just trying to empty the server. Just
I need some Antarctica jokes. I might have to Google some actually because I want to make this song if I make it, which I probably will do, but it's going to take time, which I don't have a lot of at the moment. But I want to. If you've got any Antarctica, let's Google some now because I would love to put that in a song and make people laugh. Actually have some jokes in there.
Address falling off the edge. The thing they love to say.
I'm racking my brain here, but I think it's frozen.
Pun intended.
The 47 plus best Antarctica jokes. Why are there no COVID-19 cases in Antarctica? Because the people there are isolated. Oh, for God's sake. I used to be an adventurer until I went to Antarctica. Then that's when things went south.
That's a good one.
Why is it hard to make friends in Antarctica? Because you can't break the ice. What do you call a bear that has been to Antarctica and the North Pole? A bipolar bear.
Saw that one coming.
Your mum was so fat for Halloween she put on a bedsheet and went as Antarctica.
This one isn't a joke. This one isn't a joke unless you're deep into the stationary plane thing. What do you call people that believe the 5 videos that show a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Stupid.
How many penguins does it take to screw in a light bulb? Don't be stupid. Penguins don't use light bulbs.
What do you call a dead dad in Antarctica? A popsicle. Oh, God, that's terrible.
I'm not nearly as funny as Alex, but what do you call Sigma Octantis, the southern pole star in Antarctica? Non-existent.
Yeah, these are pretty bad jokes on this website, so I don't think I'll be using any of them. I think I'll have to have a think and come up with some funny stuff.
Gotta protect the penguins, man.
There's gonna be a music video along with the song, and if there is, you should wear like a suit or something for the penguin theme.
Yeah, we've already discussed that because I'm doing it with a buddy of mine, and he said, "Oh, why don't we dress up in like tuxedos and like just I don't know. We'll try and make it visually funny." I want there to be a video. I haven't done a Flat Earth Man video for freaking ages, well over a couple of years. No, more than that probably. So I'd like to bring that character back and just address this topic and try and make it as funny as possible. But these things can't be done overnight, so it's going to take months to make it, especially if my buddy's involved, because he'll have to travel up here and work with me. But yeah, I'm hoping to have a really good video with it. So it would be cool. It'll be a good little project, or it'll be a good big project. Is what it'll be. But I'm looking forward to it.
Just one more. What's more deadlier than a penguin? A penguin with a gun.
Nah, you're gonna have to show yourself out, mate.
I'll get me coat.
Alex has the ability to do this that I don't, obviously. But all these things that science, quote science, which is actually non-science or pseudoscience, they tell us that are facts. And so, one fact they tell us is that 4.5 billion years ago, there was this large asteroid, small planet called Theia, Theia, probably not pronounced right, but Theia, that hit a Earth that was, the North Pole straight up, South Pole straight down, that hit the Earth, that caused it to be tilted at 23.4 degrees, and that it's now the moon, and maybe part of it's incorporated into the Earth. So because this big asteroid, small planet, hit us 4.5 billion years ago and gave us 23.4 degrees tilt, we can now go vacation in Florida. So thank you, asteroid planet, for hitting us, because now we have some place to go in Florida to get out of the cold weather in the northern part of the United States to go to Florida. So thank you very much, science, asteroid, planet, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the whole thing has been 1 in a billion chance of happy accidents.
Alex Alex and all of us, we can send them emails or IG or on here. We can go, this is everything that science told us, pseudoscience told us is true. Can you make a song out of it?
That would be a long song.
Yeah, it'd be longer than your 9-minute. Don't let them take your mind, man.
like a billion years.
Hey, what happened when the Flat Earth Society held its conference in Antarctica? Attendance fell off. Oh no.
Did you just make that one up?
No, I'm reading it off a site.
Okay, if you had made that up, I would have give you brownie points for originality.
It's the best one I've found so far.
I like that one because it's cerebral.
It's mental.
Fucking mental, mate.
Fucking mental, mate. That's fucking mental. Where do penguins go to vote? The South Pole. Yeah, these are pretty shit. Please send your best Antarctica jokes to conspiracymusicguru@gmail.com. Thanks for listening. What did the sea say to the iceberg? Nothing, it just waved.
I got it, Alex. One of your next songs can be entitled "In Your Fairy Tale," and you can direct it toward Globe Believers. In Your Fairy Tale, and I got 28 of them here. I'll send it to you somehow. I'll get it to you. And so, and then it has "Hey Globers, in your belief system." There's like 16 of them. So I'll get it to you, and you'd be perfect for making a song called "In Your Fairy Tale."
In your fairy tale.
In your fairy tale, you believe this. Ha ha.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea for a song. That's a good idea.
And you incorporate. I'm telling you how you write your music, Alex. So forgive me. In there you can say you grew out of Santa Claus, you grew out of the Tooth Fairy, you grew out of the Fairy Godmother, you grew out of the Easter Bunny, but in your fairy tale you never grew out of the globe. Something like that. I'm sorry. Yeah. I know it was bad, man.
It's not bad. Fairy tales. That's not a bad though. Fairy tales or theory tales wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be a bad title for us.
Yes. We'll let you deal with that one.
I need a cloning machine. I need more of me.
You're in Spain, is that correct? In Europe?
Yeah, Alicante in Spain. Beautiful here, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, so we can put one of you in Dallas, or one of you in Tampa, or one of you in, I don't know, Denver. Not Denver. Denver's too lost. We can put one of you in Dallas or Tampa, or
that would be great. Yeah, so you've got the cloning machine then, have you?
Yes. We I got hold of Kirk, Captain Kirk, and Spock, and McCoy, and Scotty, and as well as the transporter machine. We got a cloning device now. I think it was season 2, episode 9, where they clone people. I'm just making that up. But they do have an episode where they clone people, and so that machine now resides in Indianapolis, Indiana. So maybe you can live close to that.
You're starting to sound like a Glober now.
I'm telling you, I'm dating myself. I watched all of Star Trek 1966, 69, and now I got rid of my TV, so now I have Pluto TV on my laptop, and I watch Pluto TV every once in a while. They have the original series of Star Trek. Obviously, that's Kirk and Spock and Scotty and McCoy. So I watch it now. every once in a while. And I realized how much they pushed relativity down our throats back then. They literally, Roddenberry, whatever, pushed relativity down our throats, and we didn't know it because we didn't know what relativity was, and we still don't know what relativity is. We know what the fairy tale relativity is, but it's a fairy tale. And so they push relativity down our throats, and they push planets down our throats because they say planet. So many. They don't say world or stuff like that. They say planet. And like, oh my God. And now they've updated the computer system. Everything on a planet or in the Starship Enterprise is what it looked like in 66 to 69. But they've made the outer space look more like CGI, like we see on Hollywood movies and stuff like that. So they've updated their CGI so planets actually look like planets now in their fairy tale.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
The series got canceled in 69. So what did we get in 69? We got Apollo 11.
Oh, yeah, we got the real thing, right?
Yeah, we got the real thing. And then we got Woodstock, where we replaced God with sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Cool, man. So we got outer space fairy tale religion in July of 69. And then the same year, I think Woodstock was July 69 as well. We got sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Cool story.
Yeah, oh my God, all that stuff coming out of Laurel Canyon as well, all those music. Oh man, music is such a psyop, man. If people really understood what they were listening to, particularly back then. Just peace and love, man. Just peace and love, and Jimi Hendrix.
The Grateful Dead. People got really into the Grateful Dead, but I've tried. I can't. I don't know what it is.
In 1962, they told us in Engel versus Vitale, Supreme Court decision in the United States, that children can no longer, be together in a public place in their school and pray. So obviously, a child can pray to them, pray to God themselves, but no longer can they get together in a group situation and pray. That was Engel versus Vitale, 1962 Supreme Court decision. And in 1962, Haight-Ashbury, Haight, Ashbury, corner of San Francisco, started the sex, drugs, and rock and roll thing, where actually Charlie Manson would frequent from time to time. And so it's interesting how in 62 they told us, God does not exist in schools, don't pray to God. And then told us sex, drugs, and rock and roll lives in Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco. And then in 69 they told us that we went to the moon and that sex, drugs, and rock and roll at Woodstock was a cool thing.
Fast forward to today, and then you've got Cardi B singing about her vagina.
I thank God I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, Jim, that's a lot of fairy tales. I got your message. Cheers, man.
The only time I found a song funny about somebody singing about their nether regions was Dear Penis, David Allan Cole. That was kind of funny.
Why don't you sing us a bit?
Nah. Dear Penis, I don't think I like you anymore. You used to watch me shave. Now all you do is stare at the floor. Oh, dear Penis, I don't like you anymore. And I like it when they go, Dear Rodney, I don't think I like you anymore. Because when you get drinking, you put me places I've never been before. Dear Rodney, I don't like you anymore. And the crowd just, they're bent over laughing.
Right.
Why can't we just get a grip on our man-to-hand relationship?
That's a great line.
It's just when you mentioned her, whoever she is, singing about her vagina. Oh my God.
That's Cardi B. She's got like predominantly an audience of, you know, young teenage girls, and the song's called WAP, W-A-P. That's the radio edit version. What it's actually called is Wet Ass Pussy. That's what's going on with music at the moment. That's what they're putting in kids' minds.
Yeah, that be Babylon, bruh.
The Babylon, bruv. The evil Babylon. That bit of text you sent me, Jim, in that would actually make it. Oh, that would actually. What the hell? That would actually make a good, just a good video. Just saying that to the camera. That's a great TikTok video. There, like in your fairy tale, what is the supposed pressure of your fairy tale out of space? In your fairy tale, is the bending and warping of space-time physical or theoretical, and goes on and on and on and on. These are great points here. Just you wouldn't even have to make a music video. You just say it to the camera. There's a TikTok viral video right there because you're gonna trigger so many people with that.
I'll say this. If you want to, because your influence is 1.2 times more than mine, if not more. If you want to make a video, or you want to go on video and say those things, and just keep it as yours. Don't bring me up. Doesn't matter. If you want to make it as yours, I give you permission to, because your influence is growing. And if you want to do something like that and just go ahead and incorporate it as your own, it's just fine. I don't care. because the only thing that matters is to let people know that it is a fairy tale that we've been taught since birth, 2 years old, kindergarten. It's a fairy tale. And you will wake people up so much more that if you want to do it, whether in a song or in a video, TikTok, whatever you want to do it, and YouTube, and you want to get it out there, please do it. It's yours. And so whatever you want to do with it, I have some more. I'll send you in time. Like I said, I don't want to bombard you today with stuff. But if you want to use it and you want to get it out there, you take it. It's all yours because it's actually the truth, and the truth should be for everybody.
Yeah, agreement. No, thanks, man. Yeah, no, just send me as many as you've got because I would like to pick and choose which ones. The shorter. I like the shorter ones. It's because I just like the shorter ones rather than the ones that go into in what month and year did Copernicus supposedly write a letter to the Pope dedicating his on the revolution of the heavenly sphere. But that's not going to work in a song. So the shorter ones will.
If you believe the fairy tale, it's May 1543.
Right. I like. Most people can sort of relate to. Do large bodies of water at rest bend? How does light bend? Can you prove the lights in the sky are multiple light years away? All of that stuff. Well, the short and sweet ones is why isn't the moon too bright to land on? Like that one. How can you have gas pressure without a container? Of course. So I might sort of pick and choose and maybe make a little ditty out of it one day.
Copernicus is on his deathbed, right? They got the cardinals and all that stuff tending to him. May 1543, Catholic Encyclopedia. You can read it in the Catholic Encyclopedia. And so he's there. He's on his deathbed, right? So he sends the Pope a letter dedicating on the revolution of the heavenly spheres to the Pope, and then publishes on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, and then dies the same month. Oh my God. I think he was an invention of the Catholic Church. That's just me, because he was an employee of the Catholic Church the entire time.
Is there any proof of him actually existing?
Yeah, I don't think he did, but that's just my opinion. I think he was invented to give us heliocentrism, and he's given credit for the Gregorian calendar, which I guess majority of the world today still adopted in 1582. So he's given credit for the Gregorian calendar and for the heliocentric model. So I think he's an invention of the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, whatever you want to call them. I tell you what, from his deathbed in May of 1543, he did a lot of stuff, man.
Jim, you are a walking history lesson, sir.
Do forgive me. Don't make fun of me when I say this, okay? You can if you want. But I've watched heliosorcery 9 times. So I only took notes on one of them at one time, but I've watched it 9 times. And it's 103 minutes long. And I love history. I'm a history poli-sci guy. I'm not a poli-sci guy anymore because political science just will put it there with cosmology and virology, right? And so, I've watched it. I'll probably watch it one more time. I think 10's enough. I think most people would agree 10's enough. So, a lot of this stuff comes from Chris Sparks and what him and his wife and this other lady did. It was a 3-person effort, that whole film documentary.
It's admirable that you can retain so much attention and dates and stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's wow.
I don't necessarily, believe the dates, and I had a chance to talk to Chris one time, and I told him Copernicus probably didn't live, and he went, well, the Copernican theory, lives on. So whether we give credit to Copernicus the person or Copernicus the theory. It doesn't matter because that's what the world was governed by, a lot of it. And so it's an interesting thing that you can make an argument that Copernicus, Descartes, Galileo, Kepler, and Newton never lived. You can make that argument. I think you can make the argument that probably Charles Darwin lived, and he published his thing in 1859. But the fun thing is Erasmus Darwin, who is his granddad, actually started talking about evolution in the UK, 2 generations before Charles Darwin did. So Charles Darwin stole evolution from his granddad. I think if Newton lived, he stole gravity, the idea of gravity, and from Hermes Trismegistus. And so I find it interesting how the people who believe in, quote, science, who tell us we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, admire Einstein, who was a thief. He stole E equal mc squared. He stole photoelectric. He stole the parallel precession of Mercury, and he stole general relativity. So he was a thief. He was a pervert. He wanted, he married his second cousin as his first wife, and he wrote letters to his first cousin's underage daughter wanting to sleep with her. And even this puff piece by Cynthia Phillips, who is a PhD, who has a little bit of juice. She's in Wikipedia, and she's got a photo. If you Google her, Cynthia Phillips, PhD, he wrote a puff piece on Einstein, which I have here. And even in the book, she says that Einstein fooled around on a second wife, a lot. So if she says it, he was probably a hound dog, couldn't keep it in his pants, right? And so, and so he was a thief. He was a pervert, and I think he was a total propped up puppet. And today we have teleprompters. Barry Obama was famous for reading off teleprompters really well. Bill Clinton, Trump, and so if you look at Einstein, he very seldom, if ever, when he was on film, read off of nothing. He always used a script. Even in the things that he should have memorized, he read off a script. So Einstein used that day's teleprompter, to get his message out. So I think he's a total propped up puppet.
Is there any video footage of him at all saying anything smart without reading it first, without having read? Is there any footage of him just in conversation being brilliant?
I don't know. I have no idea. But he talks as if his ideas were his own. I think he even said that one of the foundations of relativity was the parallel precession of Mercury. Which he's famous for saying, if you can discredit that, you can discredit relativity. And so, but there was a guy in 1846 called Verrier, Verrier, that first came up with parallel precession. That's a tough 2 words for me to get out of Mercury. And the difference they found was 43 arc seconds over 100 years, and that 43 arc seconds over 100 years proved that we lived on one of the things that proved relativity. It's like that's the biggest fairy tale ever, and they give you so many fairy tale numbers out there. Planck's constant, Count Repka, the atomic clocks being different. I mean, the numbers are so unbelievably small. I mean, you can't even imagine how small they are. And we're supposed to believe that these numbers that nobody can measure or test for prove relativity and prove Einstein and prove that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. It is the most insane thing. And I've said this before. And this is not me. This is from Alan, from How Math Became Reality. Everybody should read it. And, to believe relativity, you have to that a photon, which is a massless object, massless, is massless, and it can travel 13.7 billion years, through through the vacuum of outer space, which is 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind the 600 to reach your eye here on Earth. So if you believe relativity, you have to believe that a massless photon can do that. Now,
that's a big one.
Now that is an absolute fairy tale. And then the second fairy tale, and then I'll be quiet. The second fairy tale is that we live in an ever-expanding universe, that the universe is somewhere between 28 billion light years and 200 billion light years wide. Okay, 28 to 200 billion. We can't decide 28 to 200 billion. And that the outer reaches of this universe is ever-expanding. Ever-expanding universe is called redshift. And that, of course, the bigger the universe, the outer edges of it will be expanding faster than the inner port. So obviously Saturn and Jupiter are not expanding. We can't see because it's too close to us, right? Okay, cool. And so we're told four times the speed of light. Speed of light is 186,200 miles per second. So our ever-expanding universe is expanding at 4 times that. Okay, 4 times that. What's it based off of? Is it based on 28 billion light years, wide? Is it based on 50, 100, 150, 200 billion? Because it matters how big your fairy tale universe is as to what the ever-expanding universe is expanding at, right? But guess what? We have a caveat for all you good people. The Andromeda galaxy is actually blue shifting. It's actually coming toward us. It's not expanding, it's coming toward us. And in 2 billion years with a B, it will collide with the Milky Way galaxy. And everybody's going, oh no. But then they tell us, don't worry about it because there's so much space in the Andromeda galaxy and so much empty space in the Milky Way galaxy that nothing will collide with one another. Don't worry about it. And it's just like, okay, cool story, bro. And you ask any astronomer, astrophysics, physics person, and they will say, yes, that's what's happening. I'm glad you know. Be prepared 2 billion years from now.
This is why it's big and why it's so persistent. It's because the lie is so big that they inject just this and that, the other. They can just keep adding and adding and adding, and yeah, that's kind of one of the things. And then the photon thing about moving through space and vacuums. What about the asteroid fields and radiation and meet your eye? And you're like, that's the one point that sort of it took me about 2 months to accept what we're living on, or that they're lying. That was one of the points because I thought about that and I was like, that can't happen. That just sounds fantastical. It's fantastical. It just can't happen. And then you realize that those three, the Big Bang, evolution, and gravity all begin with the word theory. And that was another thing that when I was researching, I thought, shit, I never thought of that. So the three things the biggest things like evolution, begins with theory, and then I started researching, is there any proof of it? And then I realized there wasn't, and then I went, okay, all right. After a month or two, I was like, all right, it's all bullshit. You sort of realize that you're living in fairyland or fairyland. I don't know. You realize that, and that sort of realization comes over you. And we were the biggest Trekkies. We were the biggest sci-fi fans. That's another thing you find in the FE community.
You're watching 24/7.
We watch Star Trek and
Discord
Void
live.
Our already strained budget. Fuck, typed in the wrong place.
Just for the propagandist is going to claim that's not true.
That's what it be like, man.
Nothing much, man.
You multitasking as usual?
Yeah. My usual shit. I got like about 4 hours.
Cooking, cleaning the carburetor, talking on Discord, filing your taxes, all at the same time.
Shit, yeah, man. I'm always multitasking. I was telling somebody, man, I need to be doing this shit full time, man. I'm trying to get internet famous so that I don't have to go to work. I don't know if that's gonna work or not, man. Being a truther, people don't like the truth.
Yeah, truth is horrible, man. People hate it. They'd rather live in their fantasy bubble. It's a lot, gives them a peace of mind,
Yeah, I was getting a bit of flat Earth criticism on the way that I do things. So it was like too harsh. I need to make people feel more comfortable, and people are like, I just think that people need to feel more comfortable when they come in here. I like to get to know people. I like for people to know the fact that everybody's okay. We're all right. We like having a nice conversation. And if it comes up to where we're talking about the Earth, being flat, stationary, that's fine. If not, just make them feel comfortable. It's like, no. Why would you? The whole purpose of the server is to talk about this. Like, I mean, and I just, me. I'm
yeah, well, dude, I agree with you. Like,
I don't know.
Say you're a doctor, right?
Well,
you gotta give somebody some bad news, right? You got cancer. You ain't gonna try to be friends with them first, right? And if you did try to do that, they'd be mad. Like, dude, you talked me all up like that, and then now just to tell me I have cancer? Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
It's a bit psychotic to even think that way, man. It's like we're dealing with things that are like it's world paradigm shifting, kind of things. It's like you're not gonna be able to do this any other way. The truth is, like, and I even explained it this way. The truth is something that you don't want to hear. If somebody tells you, I'm going to tell you the truth, whatever precedes that is not going to be something you like to hear. Oh yeah, that's great. Tell me the truth. That's not the way this works. It never has. But I don't know. I guess some people feel like we're too harsh. Quotations. And I'm like, fuck off.
Those are people trying to create a club, Flat Earth Club. We have Flat Earth parties and Flat Earth conventions and Flat Earth T-shirts and Flat Earth secret handshakes, right?
Yeah.
Like, dude, I ain't trying to make no Flat Earth Club, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. And then just everybody else agreeing with the people like that. It's like, yeah, I think that's great. We should also have like people come in here, just like, let's be friends with them and let's talk civil. I was like, this first of all, this is a civil conversation.
There's a place for that. Not here.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, okay, let's just all have a seat on the couch and just be like friends, and then let me tell you how your world doesn't make any sense. Like that shit is just like, I don't know. It's even worse, I think. But that's just me.
I'm gonna change the server name to Flat Earth Intervention. Because that's what it is. We're doing an intervention.
Yeah. Like, you're too harsh. I'm like, fuck off, man. Damn. Like, how many people? Like, dude, I've dealt with this whole time that I've been on this server. Everybody just look at me like, I don't know. I just can't do it. You're pushing because I was, I've been talking about the 3 points and like how it's like 3 of the globe tenants that actually prop this stupid thing up. Like, that's the exact thing that you'd like to talk about, if it is or not the globe. And you're like, well, you're pushing your methods on people, and like that's making people like you can't do anything else like that. Kind of like basically I was hearing.
People said that shit about the Black Swan too, right?
Yeah.
When the Black Swan, you guys are making everyone do the Black. We're not making anybody do anything. It's an effective argument. Why would you do It's an effective argument. It's simple. There's only so many possible responses. Like, it's really simple, right? To just narrow the discussion instead of going off into space and satellites and, because this topic can meander, right? We can go down infinite rabbit holes.
Yep.
So it's like, at least as a moderator in here, you have to try and keep it focused, right? And one way to do that is 3 points, Black Swan.
I thought that was self-explanatory, man. Like the reason why this shit works, it's effective and it works. I've already said that like a couple of times.
Those get involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if they didn't invent it, then it sucks.
Well, yeah, it's like, and that like people are talking about like, well, I think my way is effective. I'm like, it's not, man. You got these sophist types coming in here and leading you around by your short hairs, and like all they're doing is like your civil conversation in quotations is making shit more like unbearable to listen to. Like I don't like raw dogging it like that, but I just have to sometimes. It's like people think their method is effective by having a civil conversation. I'm like, I beg to differ. Like these idiots come in here and they don't give a shit about your truth, so to speak, and how you go about it. And they're like, I don't care. I'm like, well, you should. Like nobody's bearing to listen on it, not in here anyway, bearing to listen to you get drug around with your civil conversation, and they don't care two shits about your civil conversation. They're going to talk about whatever they want to stay from not being held accountable and just going wherever they feel like in their mind.
They're literally just not even listening to you. Like they don't even realize that this person's not even listening to you.
Yeah, it's
you gotta have some sort of interaction. You can't just monologue. You're not gonna brainwash them out of being brainwashed because your brainwashing is better. Like they have more experience in brainwashing. They've been doing it for longer. They have the weight of so-called authority. They have the social group that, where 90% of the world are Globers. You're not gonna just like talk them out of it. That's not possible. Like that is actually a narcissistic viewpoint to think that your tongue is so silver that you can talk somebody out of the globe.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna happen. No way, no how. Like, let's take for example last night, Tanner05. I was listening. I was laughing my ass off, dude. You were having a conversation with them.
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, that was pretty good, huh?
That was good. Well, it's a classic case of somebody who's just totally submerged into the lore. Like this guy was like balls deep into the lore. Like he could not see anything past like the globe. He's like, yeah. But what happens if let's just say you take a rocket, and it's the classic kind of like spiel that they do when you start telling the truth.
How many times do you say escape velocity?
Oh my god, dude! Like he kept saying, well, you got to reach escape. He didn't know shit.
I actually was being polite about it because I let him just get away with saying it a couple times until eventually, like the fifth time, I'm like, there's no such thing as escape velocity. Let's stop fucking around, right?
Exactly.
Like that's something that's in your head that someone made up in their head. They threw some equations on a piece of paper and said, if the Earth was a ball and it had gravity and did all these things, right? This whole imaginary, basically a simulation of reality on paper, then this would happen. But in reality, there's no escape velocity. Let's see if you can reach escape velocity. Try to escape the Earth. Go for it.
Dude, it's some Roadrunner and Coyote shit, like that shit is not real, bro. Like, what do you strap a rocket to your back and take off? Like,
yeah,
fucking hell. Man. Like, I'm listening to this guy, and it's like I almost predict his next question in my head. I was like, I know. As soon as Indy finished done telling him this, he did not hear shit. All he's hearing is like, yeah, but you're not listening to how this like buzzword is like more important, like escape velocity, so he would proceed to tell you some profound knowledge of the Earth being a globe, like by way of like telling you, well, what about stars and how does the sun work? Like he's telling you things that you almost like know these guys, the monologue that they go through once after they're just waiting for you to be done with what you're saying because in their mind,
I got to him though.
Well, that's what I was saying. You guys were chipping away at that, and then like
that's literally what it was. But it wasn't like it was like chipping away at like a stone, but you're trying to make it crack in a certain place so you can get it. Like, oh, I got to find a crack so I can get in there. So I'm just like hammering with shit. And I'm like, based upon his answers, I'm like trying to find that crack in his armor, right?
Well,
eventually I found it.
You could hear him actually not having a rebuttal, so his wig was already stolen, and so it was like him. Like when you got somebody like that, they don't have a response back to you. They go, like, yeah, that's great. Like, that's wonderful. Like, I can't say shit to this. Like, you know, it's like.
Yeah, and you see how, like, something I did, I think people should do this more, right? After you've been talking for a while and the conversation's kind of manners, to, like, sum up where you've gotten so far. So I kept doing that, right? Like, so this is what we got so far. Globe on this side. Here's the evidence. Jack shit. Here's the flat Earth. See too far. No evidence of curvature. No evidence of rotation. No evidence of the vacuum of space, right? So there's no evidence on one side, a whole bunch of claims. And on the other side, you can just go outside and observe reality.
Because that's what one of his questions was pertaining to that. He's like, yeah, but what if this is disinformation? Remember that question? It was asked.
Oh, yeah.
What if this is...
That was like a Hail Mary. That was like just 1 second left on the clock. We're on the 2-yard line. Throw it as hard as you can down the field.
Yeah, because he said he actually was correcting the room. He was like, it's not misinformation. It's disinformation. Like, he was trying to make a point as if in like, okay, you think disinformation is going to help your like cause in any way? Like, what do you think this is? Like, as far as like even the definition of disinformation, do you think that that's what this is? And so when you were explaining to him, like, you know, how is it possible if we have information that leads to verified sources, things that you can actually follow up with, and it's not just like your claim that it is, because it's something you can actually research, and every point that you brought up had some validation to it. So, you know, he doesn't have to take your word for it. Like, you can look it up. But it seemed to him like every time you would finish with your points, he would be like, like, okay, do you have anything to say about that? Or just like, you know, he never did. He just like, you know what I'm saying? You stumped him every time. So like little pieces of that wall that he has up were just flying off. It's like, okay. And nothing to say. And then I think towards the end, you guys started talking amongst yourself, and then he slid out the back door, and I was like, yeah, that's classic. So this whole facade of being here, wow, I just want background noise. I'm playing a game. Nah. That doesn't fly in this room, because the shit that we talk about in here is so provocative that it's not because you want to play a game and listen to this in the background. Your mind is curious to know why you think the way you do, and you want to hear something that sparks your interest, because it's crazy. Like, how can people think like this? So I always think past what their initial kind of like coming in. I'm just here to listen to you guys. No, you're not. You want to ask questions, but you're too afraid to do so because of your mind and the way you think. Because first of all, you think it's batshit crazy to ask any of these questions, and then to be in a room full of people who are talking about them, it's like, how can I join in a conversation like that? So you got to hear something that makes you want to ask a question, which is kind of like,
you know, it's kind of funny, man. Like the disinformation thing is funny to me. Like, you're just trying to like stamp this with the disinformation tag so you can ignore it. It's like when people try to stamp it with the religion tag so they can just go, oh, that's just some religious nuttery.
Yeah.
Right? They try to stereotype it, right? So by or it's a conspiracy theory, stamp it with that tag, now I can ignore it. So like now it's like an excuse to hand wave dismiss. Oh, it's disinformation. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Hand wave dismiss, like just disappeared. The whole topic just disappeared because you labeled it something. Like, that shit ain't gonna work. Sorry, not here. You say it's disinformation, provide the evidence that it's disinformation. What exactly is the disinformation part?
I think you asked him that, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because he asked me, what would I say to somebody that asked me that? I said, I'd ask him exactly what am I saying is disinformation. And then I went back to a couple of things I'd said, right? So-called claims. And then I provided the evidence for them, right? So tell me, is the truth, that's why I specifically asked him, is the truth disinformation? Right? So if it is, then what do we got? Everything's disinformation. Falsehoods, truth, everything, right? So if you want to go there, so if the truth is not disinformation, what I just gave you was truth. These things actually happened. So that can't be disinformation. So you have to be specific. You just can't, like, I'm not letting you just hand wave, take that brush, right, and do a broad stroke. This is all disinformation. That shit ain't happening. Sorry.
He was asking you nicely if he could be a biggest. And you were like,
yeah.
What?
Did you hear it last night, Elijah? Did you hear it last night, too?
I missed it, but it sounds like it was good.
Oh, yeah. It was a young man. Dude, It was kind of funny. I'm actually going to clip it because it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good.
Actually,
it was Trace and Timbo, so I'm going to clip that.
But you know what? It changed. It changed over from him saying, or he came into the room when I unmuted him, and I was talking to him. He's like, "Yeah, I'm just playing Destiny, and I'm on here using this as background noise," And I was like, immediately when people say that, I already know their intention. It's not just for that. Their mind is so curious about the top, especially if they're brand new. Different if like you or I are doing it, because like we already like, you know what I'm saying? We would be literally doing it for that, but also to kind of listen to somebody coming in. But like he was doing it intentionally because he wants to perhaps talk about the topic without having to talk about the topic. So that somebody brings up a buzzword or something that he thinks is interesting, because the fellow didn't know too much.
He was on Xbox, man. I thought that was pretty cool. We need to get some Xbox people on here.
Yeah, he admittedly said he didn't know too much, though. But he proceeded to... He said, something about, I'm not really, wanting to engage or nothing like that. But he said that to Drace. However, when you came on and your approach... Now, think about it like this. Your approach really changed his way of, like, wanting to engage. Because when you came in the room and you started talking to him, you knew exactly what to say. Because I know the way you think too. You're like, I know how to get this guy to, because he sounded like he doesn't want to talk, but I know he does. Like, so I know you, Indio. You get right to the like the
juicy. You roped him in because Drace would just be like, "This is how it's like, this is the." You were like, "You like those little galaxies, don't you?"
Yeah, exactly, bro.
This guy asked us if we'd ever been where there's no light pollution and seen the stars, and like asked us if they were fake or something, right? Wow. And then turns out that he said that he can't see the stars because of light pollution, that he's never done what he asked us to do. Like, what the hell, dude?
The thing people miss is like, and it's crazy that there aren't more flat earthers just because of the night sky alone. If you don't live in a city or something, it looks like it looks flat as fuck, man. I don't know what else to say about the stars when you can see a lot of them, but they don't look like they're different distances or this or that. It just looks like a brilliant sky shape, And
they all look the same distance. You can't tell. You can't gauge a distance.
Especially if you use a telescope. It looks like, I don't know, Connect 4 or one of those little battleship or something. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look like
a light bright.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking. One of those light toys. Yeah, you know what I'm talking.
Yeah, the light bright, man. The one with the pegs in it, like the plastic pegs with the light in it.
Exactly what it looks like. Anybody want to tell me that that's not what it looks like? Be my guest.
So the reason that was brought up because we were talking about I was telling him, like, everything you're telling me is a story. Like, they have these stories, but they don't have any evidence for them. And then I brought up the stars because the story that, like, the bunch of stars that they call it the Great Rift, right? The big thing in the sky forever. They were saying that's the Milky Way galaxy. Now that's not the Milky Way galaxy. Did you know that, Elijah? Now that's the Milky Way galaxy. That's a dwarf galaxy that's being eaten by the Milky Way now.
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, so now that's what I was trying to tell them. Like, these are just stories, and they change the stories at will, and they can do that because the old story had no evidence, the new story has no evidence. But you can sell newspapers and TV shows, and Neil deGrasse Tyson can sound smart, saying you were wrong about the Milky Way the whole time. You were wrong. There's no cannot see curvature.
They're talking about the Magellanic Clouds being gas that is burped out of the galaxy that's eating the other one. How stupid is that, man?
Yo, like when you're on our side of things, yes, it sounds so fucking stupid. But the scary thing is, I know how real that would have sounded. Now, when I say real, I don't mean as real as as I was going to tell a stupid joke, but forget that one. It's not as real as like, me sitting in this chair or standing up. It's as real as, wow, I can't even imagine that, but it sounds amazing, right? That's what Vsauce was for me. whenever he talked about shit that you, wow, I didn't even know that. How the fuck do we know that? That's so amazing. That's how I prefaced everything ever when it came to that kind of stuff. Because it's not like there's no way you can actually get the answer. Like, how the fuck do they know? Like, you always ask, but that answer never comes.
Well, so the funny thing about that is that when you see these like speculative things from like Vsauce, you think like, yeah, it's fun to imagine things, right? You're like, even though they're saying in a way it's real, but you're imagining like all the consequences of it. You're actually not imagining anything. You're taking their idea. It's not your imagination. It's their imagination. And you're just building upon it into your own imagination, right? It's like we're not having like these things that come out of like cosmology. They're not like, it's not you imagining things. It really is them. They're planting these ideas in your head. People don't even realize it. Like, I'm going to imagine going to space. No, you're using somebody else's imagination. And you're just like, it's like fan fiction, right? So I can write fan fiction about Star Wars. But it's not like the story I created, yeah, that might be my imagination, but the baseline of it, Star Wars itself, that's George Lucas's imagination. Right? It's just when people think that they're like originating something, they're not really. They don't realize that they're being brainwashed or something. Not brainwashed, but their mind is being contaminated. Yeah, but that kid, he was what the hell else did he do? Oh, what broke him, Miggy, was the belief when I started going on about the globe is a belief, that he never experienced it, that no one like in his family or anybody knows ever experienced the Earth as a globe. When I started, that's what broke him, dude.
Like so many. I think you said 27 or 600. I don't know what the number was. We said so many of these people have been to space, allegedly.
Yeah, like 27. Yeah, they know they've seen the Earth as a ball.
Oh, seen the Earth.
20. It's only the Apollo astronauts that claim they've seen the Earth as a ball.
Actually, going to space or saying they claim to have been to space about 600. But then from those people, how many people on Earth have ever been like around to say that they could actually verify or claim that they've actually done that?
Yeah, and far enough away, where they're far enough away to say, "Yeah, look, there's Earth. That's a ball." Right? You have to be so far away. ISS isn't far enough away.
And then you'd have to be so removed from the person who actually firsthand verified that it'd be so ridiculous to say that you even know somebody that actually went there. So you even posed it to him like, well, how? Yeah. What, do you know somebody that firsthand went up there? And he's no. Secondhand, like third, tertiary. Like, how many people do you want to get to before you actually so far removed from like the knowledge of it? Somebody verifying that they've actually been there.
Yeah, you're like 5-person hearsay away, dude. You know what I mean? It's and then like that person, like, what's their veracity? Have they sworn under penalty of perjury? Like, are they going to stake their life on it? That they're telling the truth? Like,
no, they're either going to say on God, bro,
or they're just going to try to punch you in the face, like Bart Bro.
Bro, I've been there. Like, come on, dude. Like this. Look, man, I put it on my kids, bro.
Yeah, I swear on my kids. Pretty much, you can just guarantee that's a lie. Anyone that swears on their kids is a liar, to me.
On God, bro, I've been up there. Like, come on, dude.
The thing is, but the fact is, there's never been an astronaut that testified before Congress that I know of. And was like, yeah, I went to space. Yeah, I went to the moon. So they've never been under like the penalty of perjury or anything like that. Never in a trial or anything where they're actually, it's a material fact to the case or to whatever they're talking about, that if they lied, they would be punished. They've never been in that situation.
Can you imagine Indio being the prosecutor of that thing? Ooh, man, they wouldn't escape, dude. They'd go to jail probably for perjury.
Yeah. No doubt. I mean, I don't remember any astronaut testifying before Congress. Do you?
Nope.
They had like the NASA administrators, the NASA director, like little middle management people. but I've never heard like an astronaut say, testify about them going to space.
Flat earthers would make great prosecutors for that case. Certain ones, anyway.
Oh, I know what questions to ask.
Like, especially in a court, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know how the case would be relevant. I mean, guess prosecute fraud, maybe.
The question, have you ever been to space? Or,
You should get a flat earther to run for Congress, man, and then do a hearing on space travel and invite a bunch of astronauts to testify just to see what happens. Then you end up dead.
Well,
you'll have a car crash or a plane accident or something.
As India was arriving to the court, a mysterious guy came out of nowhere and T-boned his car. Unexpected.
No, it would be like India has had a long history of depression and mental illness, and he shot himself in the back of the head 7 times with a shotgun.
He left a note behind and declared why he did it. It had nothing to do with the case, of course, but
yeah, he left a note that said, "I'm very depressed and I'm never going to space."
That would be the shit they would do, man. Shit.
It'd be like, even India believed in space. Look at this suicide note.
The suicide note declares it. There it is. Oh, well, case closed.
Case closed, space is real. Oh, what did I see last night? It was a movie. It's called Super 8. Have you ever seen it? It's like a Steven Spielberg movie. Okay, so there's a scene in that movie. I always pick up on this shit, dude. I'm like fucking Batman when it comes to like detective work. Picking up propaganda. So they seen this, so they see the train crash, and afterwards the 2 kids are talking about it, and they just like they're like, okay, nobody talk about it. So the next scene is like it's on TV everywhere. Did you hear about the train crash? He says, now we know it's real because it's on TV. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
That's what they said. Yeah.
Dude, they were there and saw the train crash, but that was fake. But when they got home and saw it on TV, then it became real. That just said it all to me. That the kid said this shit.
Mental conditioning, bro. That's what it comes down to.
Mental conditioning people to be mental conditioned. Like they're trying to train you to be like, how could you even say that? I saw it like I was a witness to the crime, but I wasn't sure if I was sitting in my chair until I saw it on TV. That's what Mr. Sensible would do. Are you sitting in your chair? I'm not sure. Well, yeah. Okay, the news just came on, and they showed live video of you sitting in your chair. Are you sitting in your chair? Yeah.
But the weird thing was, Indio, is that what he was actually live streaming of himself sitting on his chair.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't a government live stream or something. It wasn't on ABC, CBS. It's not real until it's in one of the mainstream, media companies. Then it becomes real.
We live streamed that Mr. Sensible was on his chair in today's news, and you're like, "Oh shit, it must be real." Like,
I didn't hallucinate that. I read it in the newspaper. I was sitting in my chair. Look, there's even a picture.
All right. Scientists confirmed Mr. Sensible is sitting in his chair. So stupid, dude. But the question is asked: why would they lie? I don't see a reason why they'd lie. What? No. What's their purpose? I'm like, man, you can already see the damn purpose when you guys can't even understand that the only way you'll get this information is if it comes to mainstream media. The control method is beautiful because you can't trust anything unless it's filtered through a scientist. Those guys who are talking heads, they're like, yeah, well, we think the galaxy's eaten by another one. Check it out. And then the other guys are like, you know what? This guy, he's been doing this for quite some time. I believe him. I think that's what it is. And quickly jump to another narrative. That's the thing with these guys. And there was another guy that came into the server that was saying exactly that. I'll believe it only if a scientist says so. And like, even to the point where certain things are visible in reality, he's like, no, denying that and say, no, even though I can say this in reality that this is what it is, if a scientist comes out and says it's not, then it's not. He admittedly said that. Like, he said that.
We've had, like, that's actually increased unbelievably. I'm actually kind of stunned in light of, like, the Mexican beer germ incident, let's call it, right? And, like, the obvious fact that you just got bullshitted for, like, 2 or 3 years. Like, and that, like, how are you appealing to authority after all this? Like, I don't get it. We've had more people lately. Like, last week, it was, like, 3 different people said that that's how they would determine pretty much anything. Was like, what do the authorities say? Whatever they say, it's got to be what it is, and that's how I'm going to decide what reality is by what I'm told.
But like,
and I just ask them, like, what's the difference between that and, like, 500 years ago when, like, someone from the Catholic Church was like, before they could read the Bible, was like, the Bible says this. They're like, yeah, the Bible says, yeah. When you look at it that way, you're like, no, that's stupid. People that believe in religion are stupid. You're doing the same thing.
Bro, it's like this, right? Because I've seen this happen even in religion today, like in Catholicism. They teach them how, like, having idols and stuff is like, little statues of Jesus and Mary and all that stuff in their house. And like the Spanish culture, like, especially from where I'm coming from, you go to a house of somebody, that's Spanish, you walk into their home and it's filled with nothing but, like, statues of Mary and pictures of Jesus and all this stuff. And you're like, dude, doesn't the first commandment say, does not make yourself any idol of anything in heaven or anything on the earth or under the earth? Like, it says that specifically. That's the first thing it says. You're going to deny that, yet the priest who's out there saying do so, God says it's okay, or you can use these things. I was like, man, screw that shit. He said that in the first commandment, don't do this. And that's what you're doing. Like, how are you justifying doing this? Well, it's easy because the Catholic Church says so. So that must be true, right? Because, I mean, they're the ones saying that they're the arbiters of, like, who cleanses your sins. You go to a confession booth and tell some stranger some of your sins. It's like, that's not exactly what the word says. It has nothing to do. So, like, the contradiction of, like, how they believe from even ancient times. That's exactly how it's always been happening, bro. Like, it's always been that they listen to people or a group of people who are declaring themselves, the mediators between them and the actual truth. And you know what I mean? And even if the word says so, it's like completely against that shit and just believe whoever. That's what boggles my mind, even coming from that religious standpoint. Back in the day, it's like, there's something wrong here, man. You guys got pictures of all these things, idols and statues and shit, and the first commandment says, do not do this. How are you guys rectifying that and then turning around and saying it's okay? I don't get it, man. And so it's like, that's what they're doing here with the conversation of the shape of the earth. They're doing the same damn shit. It's like, when do you measure curvature? Never. How is it then you're believing that someone's telling you that earth curvature is there, and then not even having a second look? It's the same mental conditioning that's happening when people just believe without ever examining. And it's like, you have the tools and the means to do so, you just don't want to do it. Maybe it's the apathy that's created from, living in a world where everything's being done for you, and I don't know. Or maybe it's just that's the way we are as people. We don't care to look into it if somebody's already done the work, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that's...
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, but I mean, I understand that generally, right?
Yeah.
I mean, generally for normal things, right? You're not going to sit there and learn how the internal combustion engine works to drive your car. Like, you just drive your car. Like, I understand that. This isn't like I'm trying to, like, get to work. This is like, what is the meaning of my life?
Yeah,
right? This is a different type of question, and it's one you shouldn't take just because some guy said XYZ without checking what that guy, whether what X guy said, he says XYZ, go check whether XYZ is true, Yeah,
I'm thinking of it like if somebody told you, like, magical elves inside of your car are causing that combustion. and you can't see them. So that's what's really happening under your hood. And if you never look, because you're like, well, I don't know anything about that, so must be the magic elves that are turning the engine, like, and then making things work. You know what I'm saying? That's what the equivalent to what this, like, people are just taking their word for it. Nobody's like, oh, let me just check out what. I don't know about anything about engines, but let me look into this, because if somebody's making a claim that sounds kind of, like, doesn't make sense, let me just see if that's true or not. And so the apathy to that is like, well, shit, I'm not a mechanic, so magical elves are what's making this thing work. Why would I say anything different? I'm just going to believe the expert on this. And so I'm thinking, like, that apathy of them doing it because everything's been done for everyone, so no one's going to, like, be inquiring on this. But if somebody found out and looked under the hood and said, guys, there is no magic elves making this shit work, you can look for yourself, and they're like, nah, I'm gonna believe the guy who said so. It's like, dude, why would you? It's tangible. You can touch these things. You can see what's inside the engine. You know that there's no elves in there, but you can do it yourself. You can see. It's visible. It's you can.
Well, you know where they go after that, right? Where is the next step in the Glover mentality? Well, why does it matter?
Yeah.
Why should I put all this effort into this?
And then, of course, the all or nothing fallacy ensues, right? Well, if I look into that thing, I'm going to have to look at all the other things. I'm like, bullshit, dude. Just look at that one thing and find out if that thing is real or not. You don't have to look at everything in the world. Just that one single thing that we're speaking of, because that all or nothing fallacy only works because you don't want to take a look at it. Because if you peek behind the curtain, you could be wrong, and you just don't want that to be the case. You want to sit in your comfy little ignorance is bliss ideal world where you don't have to ever come to the truth of anything. Just believe all this shit. Fantasy is better than reality, I guess. I mean,
yeah, if the stakes weren't so high, that's what they don't like in their atheist viewpoint. So they're already coming from at us from this atheist, existentialist, absurdist, solipsist viewpoint, right? So nothing really matters to them as a baseline. So that's where they're coming from. That nothing matters anyway. So why does this matter? And they look at it from a practical reason, from a practical standpoint. Flat Earth versus globe, it doesn't matter. Like, because I'm not sailing the 7 seas, it doesn't matter to me. Yeah. That's not what it's about, because you're under one paradigm, you're going to live your life one way, and under the other paradigm, you're going to live your life another. And what you're gambling, or what you're not, verifying, is like the information that you're using to determine what your place is in existence, right? Why do I exist? Where do I exist? How do I exist? Well, you got to know where you are. That'd be a good start. And you're going to live your life based upon an idea of living somewhere where you're not. I doubt you're going to end up at the place you should be if you do that, right? So if you have a car and you think it's a fucking boat and you try to drive it into the goddamn ocean, you're going to drown. And if you try to drive a boat onto the land, you're not going to go very far. So like you're using, like if you have a false premise of what your environment is, then it isn't going to lead you to the place you want to be. Right? You're going to think you're going to that place, but you're not really. And you're going to delude yourself your whole life. Then you're going to be on your deathbed, and then at the pearly gates or whatever, and then you're like, damn, I fucked up. I fucked up big time. I was in that Discord, and those flat earthers were telling me some stuff, and I ignored them so I could keep playing Destiny on Xbox.
No, I'm telling you, bro. Like this is the case. And I refer to the biblical narrative as like pointing out some of this in Matthew chapter 5. I think it even talks about, or 7. Excuse me, I don't want to misquote, but it's one of these where Yeshua is telling the people, like, hey, they will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, haven't I prophesied in your name? Haven't I cast out demons in your name? Haven't I performed any miracles? Lord, Lord. And in question into like, weren't we doing the right thing? And he's like, I never knew you. That's the point. Like, you guys are thinking you're sitting at my table. It's not my table that you're sitting at. It's a table of demons. So like, he's telling them this thing about how they're perceiving life a certain way because of their mindset. And then their mindset was they thought they were following God, but they were not. So he never knew those characters who claimed that. And this is future tense, so it's talking to individuals who perceive something in a particular way because they think that's what reality is all about, like doing the things that they were doing, and so they think they're doing the right thing, and it's like it's all a method of control because at the end of it, they weren't doing the right thing. They're just like completely oblivious to the actual truth because they're stuck in this like, you know, I don't know, this lie or, you know, this falsehood or whatever. And then you can't get out of it. Or it's not that you can't get out of it because I don't believe that. I think the person can if they just looked under the hood. Like that's all we're asking them to do is just check it out, man. Just the one thing that we're telling you to do is look into this. Well, if I do that, I'm going to have to look at every single thing. It's like, come on, dude. That's the bullshit. That's the game right there.
Cop out. It's a cop out, man.
Not going to be doing that.
So this is the verse I like. So if your right eye causes you to sin, pluck it out. So if you look at like what are the consequences of the globe paradigm and living under it, it's sin. There's no doubt about it. If you live your life like an atheist evolutionary monkey on a spinning water ball with no existence, you're going to commit sins because you don't think they're sins, right? You think that, like I said, just nothing matters mindset. Doesn't matter what I do. It's just subjective rules made by men that are just made for like practical uses, and all the religious connotations, that's all artificially created, and all that stuff doesn't matter. So in the end, I'm going to live, I'm going to try to get what I can get while I'm still alive, dog eat dog world, and then I'm going to die, and then I'm going to just go back into chemicals, and then the sun's going to explode, and my molecules are going to go all over the universe. Like, this is how they think. This is their mindset. So, like, but that only exists in the cold paradigm.
Yeah,
it doesn't exist in the flat Earth paradigm.
I've had religious people tell me, Indio, that flat Earth or the topic of the subject of the matter of flat Earth has nothing to do with anything about God, and I was just floored. I was floored, and that's why that's one of the main reasons these religious types, that they believe the Earth is a globe. They actually will go from this standpoint. It's like it has nothing to do with God. What do you mean? Like,
even if you insert God into the modern cosmology, right? So say
Wait. Heliocentrism was birthed because of because wolves in sheep's clothing, aka the Roman Catholic priests and whatnot.
The Roman Catholic Church is a wolf in sheep's clothing, completely, the whole thing.
Like they literally rejected God and what everyone thought to be, the earth just chilling. I don't know, at the center or whatever they thought. It's just like, because Earth is the creation. This is where we live, and then there's all that other shit in the sky. And they made it like, no, we live here, and then there's a bunch of other places that, are terra firma, but you can't live. But they just invented heliocentrism out of rejecting God and what the world is.
The concept of God is incompatible with the modern cosmology, in my freaking opinion. It's not compatible with it. I don't care what you say. You can, and that's not just be hard-headed. You can't have a God in salvation. You can't have the Prophet Muhammad. You can't have any of these things because Earth has no uniqueness. So what do you think? Like, if you go to another planet with aliens, that they got their own gods and that they're unique and that they're special? So there's no uniqueness at all. If you have this evolution, Big Bang, and a bunch of planets that there's aliens on, you can't have that. The concept of God is incompatible with with modern cosmology. Period.
I agree with you, but their question was, "Is this a salvation issue?" That's what they always put. Because
that answer is a definitive yes. What I just say, it's not compatible with the modern cosmos.
I say yes, but then when I'm talking to these types, they're always telling me like, well, you're always on about the shape of the earth and not, because I know some people in my circles and they are kind of dismayed that I'm talking.
I got an answer for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is human sacrifice compatible with salvation? Right? So if it's just an idea, so why not just incorporate anything? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I agree with you.
Because it's an idea. It's an idea. So we have the concept of cosmology. It's not compatible with the concept of God. So if you had some other concept, not the cosmology, and that was incompatible with the concept of God, like human sacrifice, or sacrificing babies or virgins or whatever, then you'd say we have to reject that teaching. That's not compatible with our religion.
Yeah, it's this is the question. I think that when it comes right down to it, they usually that's the end all be all question. Like once after, if this is answered yes or no to the flat earther, they're gonna either accept or reject everything you say. So if it's not a salvation issue, they're like, then why are you talking about it? Like, let's just talk about what is the salvation issue, like the cross. And I'm like, guys, you don't understand. When it says, it declares in the scriptures in Romans 1 that he says all things that were made can be clearly seen by everybody, so that there is no excuse for them saying that there is no God, right? The thing is, it gets right down to it. If you don't see that in nature, if you don't declare that all these things, there is a higher external agency other than yourself, then you're not going to realize that. You're going to be like in a world where you think you are God, or there is no God. One of the two, but it's never going to be of an external agent that's a supreme creator that's made all these things.
How can you believe in the right?
I think it's kind of crazy redundant.
Well,
and super like for God to have to say that is wild. You know what I mean?
It's wild to me because I don't know how
obvious that you didn't pop out of, pop into existence out of thin air, nothing or no agency whatsoever. You just go ahead.
How could how could the resurrection possibly be compatible with the modern ideas of science? It's not possible. They're incompatible with each other. Right? The whole evolutionary Big Bang paradigm, all that stuff, all lumped together. Like, well, what's it got to do with salvation? Well, because if you believe in salvation of Christ through his resurrection, then how can... It's not compatible with that worldview. It's just not. They don't fit together, dude. They're diametrically opposed to each other.
They say, well, that was a miracle, just like us living on a globe is a miracle.
Don't make me throw up in my mouth, man.
I heard that. That's Matthew, and not the book of Matthew. It was Matthew Learns.
Yeah. That's why I say he's a heretic. I called him out on that shit too. This guy is preaching falsehoods in a church school. So he's not only teaching people about the heliocentric concept, he's telling them that it can be possible that God creates this ever-expanding universe, cosmology, and believe your scientists.
So check this out. This is what I would say to that, is that, so why is astronomy and cosmology in this concept, why is it making the number of atheists increase, and why is it overpopulated, the tops of the field? Why are they all atheists? So it's atheists that believe in a miracle? Is that it? Because the only matters, you'll know him by his works, right? Where does that lead to? Where has this idea led to? Where are we now, dude? We're fucking basically at the collapse of Western civilization. We're watching it in real time. Okay? Where has it led to? That's all you need to say. Like, that's it. It hasn't led to a better place. You only think it's led to a better place if you think that better place is, we're going to Mars, right? Yep. If that's what you think the better place is, right? Now we have technology and satellites and GPS, we're going to Mars, and Star Wars is about to be real, and I'm going to have a lightsaber, okay? Like, if you think that that's humanity's future, because people always say, predators are holding back humanity advancing. Advancing into what? Where are we advancing to exactly? Advancing to space? And they'll go, yeah, advancing to space. Yeah. That's their end goal. That's what they think the pinnacle of human civilization is. I'm going to go to space. No, not salvation. Salvation is actually not on the table for them. Salvation just happens to be there if they die before they go to space.
Exactly, which is why I was saying, like the thing that you were talking about, like how they have a workaround for almost every question that, like you said, well, how is salvation possible on this specific place?
if there's another place that exists with other life forms, like humanoids or whatever, like what if they don't get salvation? Like, well, what's up with them? Like, so they had an answer for that, and it's called a multi-Christ event, which means that on that other life form planet, I'm serious, bro.
You're gonna beat some ass. Who said that?
This was a thing. Listen, before I even knew about flat Earth, this was actually something that was coined by these guys who said, like, of course, God wouldn't let no provision happen for those guys. He would definitely support them with another Christ that was there, or the Christ that we know would be having to die on the cross over there, and for those guys, and then so on and so forth for the other planets that had life forms or humanoids or whatever it is that you think that's on that planet that could be like people or things that were created in God's image. And so it's like, it's okay to think of it. I'm serious, bro.
So did they have a Garden of Eden on that planet too, that they had to leave? And then, like, did they have a freaking alien Abraham? Like,
but yeah, like you could imagine them being like, you know, humanoid types, you know, like they weren't like us, like as in, you know, so that would solidify an idea for there being other, you know, extra, you know, aliens or extraterrestrial or whatever. But that could happen because they have their own Christ event happening. So it's a multi-Christ event.
That's dumb. That's just dumb.
Could you imagine?
I could tell you why it's dumb,
like
but
on this
go ahead.
alien planet where nobody, you know, that their Adam and Eve didn't do that shit, you know, and they're thriving. And then one day, God comes over and is like, sorry, guys, couple over on Earth fucked it up for you.
Hey, once you start making all these new Jesuses.
That's a movie coming to you soon, Morvis.
I'm serious, bro. The heliocentric mind will always revert to trying to find a reasoning behind why they would support the case for scientists saying that the Earth is an ever-expanding cosmology. So this was one of them before I came to know Flat Earth, right? They were talking about like, well, it's possible, because even the questions were even asked, like, how is it like, just many things that would be contradictory to what the narrative says, like as in Satan's fighting for the kingdoms of the earth. Well, why didn't he fight for the entire planetary? Like, he was just looking too small. Like, he was just like, I only want this place here. Only the kingdoms of the earth. That's all I'm concerned about. The other life form planets that are out there, I don't care about those things. I don't want that. I want this. It's like, what about him not aspiring to keep all the other life form planets that are out there? Like, that's just, he's thinking too small. And they didn't, you know, like, how do you have answers to these things if the narrative doesn't explain them that way? Or the multi-Christ event. Like, how would you then say that, yeah, there would be another Jesus on another planet doing that for somebody else when that's never been spoken of? Like, how is that? It's just, these are just ideas, man.
They're fake Christians.
If the creator is creating all these new Jesuses for all these other places, what's to stop him from creating new Jesuses for all the different so-called species? Like, you get dog Jesus, cat Jesus.
Fish Jesus. I'm for fish Jesus.
They dude, I've heard of the weirdest shit people make up. But these things that they make up, it's almost like it makes it sound kooky, and I can see why people are turned off by it because of all these other extra shits that people. And these guys are these are pastors of big mega churches, you know, that say these things. I'm like, oh my God, like I never really, like, now that, see, Flat Earth is kind of like the completion of like logical thinking from where we used to come from, you know, before we knew, previous to the conversation, we weren't privy to this information. Now that all of this is exposed, it puts that, whatever they were saying, into like this really crazy cockamamie kind of like, why would you say this shit? Like, it's just ridiculous. Now I filtered through so yeah, to me, I think it's honestly, it's like knowing Flat Earth, it's you can pit that against like, man, you know, it's a salvation issue now. It's not, to me, it's not a question anymore. I can see it. I know why they would be there. Those guys who are in the heliocentric globe earth mindset, like, yeah, of course, Jesus is the Jesus of the ever expanding cosmology, not this little tiny little place you guys want to put him in a box in. So I'm not going to believe in that. I'm going to believe in because he's got more leg room. You know, he can stretch out to the multiverse and whatever, you know, just come up with shit.
Well, I mean, so here's the funny thing. It's like Jesus incarnated for a specific reason, right? It was to remedy a problem, and that was the death of John the Baptist, right? Because he was killed for basically being faithful. He's considered by some to be the last prophet from then. So, like, that was a remedy for that problem. Is there like a, you know, alien John the Baptist because there's that whole line, right? There's the whole line, like the Messiah came as a result of the behavior of, the Israelites. They kept fucking up. And then God was like, hold my beer, show you how to do it right. And they're like, fuck you, kill them. Right? He was like, no, fuck you, I'm back. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like it was like the whole thing was just, it was a unique, I'm not going to call it a story, right? Those events happen for a specific reason.
It's a causal chain, and
yeah, exactly.
Take away the links.
Yeah, you can't just like insert space Jesus on another planet because that was a specific reason that happened. It wasn't just like...
You want to bet, dude? Like, I'll place a bet right now. If you go to any one of these mega church preachers that don't believe that the earth is flat, like, if you talk to any one of them, I guarantee you they'll tell you about a multi-Christ. Like, they don't, this shit is just like not speaking head.
They're the ones having like sex with like fuck boys, like gay sex, and like Jerry Falwell or whatever. They're not real Christians.
Well, one of the things that I've learned from even just gleaning off the scriptures, I don't think Jesus was a mega church preacher. He was not. Everybody hated, despised the truth. They hate the truth. That's why I said in this forum, I circle back to the conversation where I was saying, people are like, let's sit down and have a comfortable. I want to make people feel comfortable, just like, we're having a conversation and we're having a couple of laughs, and, all of a sudden I just like, hey, what do you think about the earth being flat? Nah, not really. Oh, let's talk about some more shit. And I'm like, dude, if that was the case, truth never would get spoken. We'd always talk about stupid shit and never really get to the crux of the issue, which is their faulty reasoning and understanding into this very important topic. And I hear a lot of people signing checks off on the people that say that because it sounds nice and fluffy. Let's just have a nice chat. Let's talk civil. Do you think that's civil when you tell somebody that their paradigm, that which they thought that was true, is not true, and now they have to face reality? That's not, why fluff it up, man? It is what it is. And it's just like, sorry, but not sorry. This is the way truth has always been dealt with. It's like, here's the truth, and you have your choices to make in life. If you want to accept it, if you want to reject it, that's all up to you. But the delivery has to be done in a way that you're giving them the whole truth and nothing but the truth. This whole kind of, let's make people feel, I just want to make people feel great when they're in here, when they're in the 24/7. Let's just make them feel nice and comfy and cozy. You know what I'm saying? And that's all it is. Like, people just feel like that's the way to do it. And then when you go that route, you get the sophist types. You get the people that are skirting around the issue, that don't want to answer the question. It's like, and where is truth going to be inserted? Because this guy doesn't sound like he wants to hear it. He's definitely not going to let you. So,
yeah, you just got to whisper it. You got to trickle it in, man. Like I said, man, you find that crack in that rock, dude, and just keep put a little water in a rock and let it freeze, and the rock just breaks easily. So, you just got to get through the crack a little bit, just chip away at it. Eventually, like that guy last night, you just spiral right out of here. The moment he got the opportunity, but I can hear by his questions though, but like where he started with Drace, because he started with Drace at like I hate circles or something dumb like that, and then like Drace got him to like start actually talking about the topic, and then we all just let him like. Eventually, we just chipped away at him until he was like. And I could tell by the tone of his voice and he went from like laissez-faire, I don't give a fuck edgelord to like now he's like by the end. Like, he's serious. I can tell he's serious. Like, he's like, fuck these flat earthers, dude. I'm going to tell them, you know what I mean? I could hear it in his voice.
It hit him, dude. It really did, because he started asking you questions.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so to me, I know it landed. It was landing. Those blows were landing, and he's like, oh, shit. Shit's getting real. I'm a dip. Like, it's maybe too much that he bargained for. I don't know. Because of course he said he came in here just to listen because he was gaming. But you and I know that that's a cap. That's all cap, bro. He's just saying that. Like, it's truly inside. There's, he really wants to know is there any answer.
He's been here a while too. Did you hear him say that he's been here a while?
Yeah. Well, wasn't he referred by a friend? I think this.
Yeah. And he said he's been in here a couple months. Now that could have been a bunch of story, but
yeah, it could have been.
I think he was telling the truth.
Anyways, yeah, I just know these types that come in here. They're like, nah, I just want to hear what you guys have to say. That to me sounds like somebody who wants to engage but doesn't know how to. They don't know what questions to ask because it's batshit crazy to them. Like, what would they say? That wouldn't sound too crazy for them.
Yeah, and so this is like that person was a good contrast because you know how a lot of people come in here and that they're familiar with the topic and they try to talk civilly to you, but underneath they're seething and they like hate your guts because you're a flat earther in which you never existed and you would drink bleach and never reproduce. I don't think he was one of those. You know what I mean? I think he was just like, yeah, this is just like a comedic joke, right? So like either way, right? You got to get them out of their persona, that mask that everybody puts on when they come in here, right? That I don't know, just like their outside persona and get to like what's really underneath. And I think like we did that eventually with that kid. Is the first persona was fake flat earther, then it was like, oh, I don't really give a shit, I'm playing video games. Then like you guys might be spreading disinformation, and I was like, now I'm serious, I don't have a belief system, space is real, damn it, I'm going to space, they promised me.
It was spiraling, bro. You gotta admire that spiral.
Yeah. Yeah, it's stages of grief, that's all it is, right?
Well, that's that textbook advice. Don't watch what they say, or don't listen to what they say, watch how they move.
Yeah.
So you base your reaction off of their actions, not just what they're saying with their mouth. Because people will say all types of stuff. Like you said, Mickey, oh, I'm just gaming. And then deep down what's really happening. So
he's not gaming.
He's moving, not listen to what he's saying. Yeah.
It's all cap, bro. Oh, by the way, I want to tell you, I'm a fan of the Fresh and Flat podcast. How about that?
Let's go.
How about that? Yeah. Even if it's just you and, whoever's in here, but I admire the effort. More content is always good, and you're doing a great job, CB. So,
hey, we're trying to keep up with you, Mig.
I'm just saying. I'm saying because like everybody that puts in the effort to actually kind of make something out of this place, and because 24/7 is a brand,
yeah,
and anybody that kind of draws into that and kind of leverages it for their media purposes and starts becoming more vocal and stuff is I admire that. So anybody's doing that,
Yeah. Hey, man.
It was a great direction, I think, and now the younger crowd can actually take part in something or relate to, anyways, just like that other Fresh and Fit podcast that they're doing.
Yeah, and maybe it can be like Ladies Night 2.0 or something like that. Who knows? Maybe it can spin into something fun.
Indio, correct me if I'm wrong, but are they talking about
cars?
Are they talking about the Ladies Night becoming something? Or I don't know.
Yeah, they were talking about. I didn't really follow that little thread that was going on, but yeah,
I got some information on that because Karma is pushing for it.
Okay,
but she's dead right about what she said, and I'm not gonna out like what she said here because some people might get offended by her take because of ego and all that. But she's 100% right. Like that lack of leadership. Too many chefs spoil the stew.
Yeah, she's just talking about like when CB's here, for instance, doing his Den. He does a really good host where he allows other people to talk and keeps things flowing, and you kind of need that. Otherwise, it's just people are gonna sit there like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah. Well, Indio, even though we were kind of doing it on the fly with cars, you came in with the questions, like the questions that have direction. And like, that's why I really appreciated you having you around because it's new to me. I don't really have those questions. Like we can do those flat earth questions all day long. I've got them database in my mind. I don't have to look up any notes or anything. It's in my brain. But those types of questions, you came in, you're like, boom. All right. So, what could you have done better? It's like, you knew exactly what to ask. So there are certain questions that are very fine.
Because she made such an egotistical statement. I'm like, okay, let's see how she really thinks, right? Like, how egotistical is she about this? Because she was acting like, Miss, I'm perfect. Like, so, okay, let's see how perfect you are. What could you have done better? And the standard answer. I didn't leave soon enough. No, I didn't leave soon enough, right? My only mistake was not to leave soon enough. Jesus Christ, dude.
Are you that guy okay? The chick that's in here? Or who?
Oh, no, it was a chick that was in here like a couple days ago. I was just asking her questions that are like, you know, standard like red pill type stuff. I mean, not even really standard red pill, just, and like, it was just got worse than I thought it was going to be. Like, I thought it was like, she was like worse than some of the people I've seen on YouTube. Like, she was like, I'm a nymphomaniac. So, like, whatever, dude.
Oh, Cars.
Yeah, Cars, yeah.
Yeah, she was, I don't know, she has a very, you know, her avatar was a bit revealing, but, I mean, there's a particular, and she
belongs to the streets.
No, she was talking about like being she's very assertive, very argumentative, and she was looking for a fight, bro.
No way, Miggy. No way.
Bro, she was the way she was handling it, and then you were just being like all just like generally nice and you know whatever, and she's like, "So what you saying, man? Like I'm not. What are you?"
Oh yeah, she kept straw manning me, like millions of times.
I heard that too. I was like, man, no wonder why that dude left. He must have been running for his life, bro. Like,
she said the very first thing she said was like, "Well, I usually get muted." And I was like, "Huh, I wonder why." And then as the conversation went along, I'm like, "Oh, now I see why."
I think she's been in here before. It's been a while since I've heard her, but I'm pretty sure she's been in here before. I'm pretty sure I talked to her before.
Yeah, I same. I think she had a different username a while ago.
Yeah, different username. But I was generally trying to help her because I can tell that she's like fucking damaged goods.
Yeah,
and I like had a lot of like trauma, bad shit happen to her, whatever, and she's in the loop, right? Where somehow like if she does the same wrong things better, that somehow she'll get out of the loop. Like, no, dude, you need to do something completely different. Like, you're not gonna just like, oh, I did it. Oh, if I do that same thing, but I just do a little bit better this time. This time I'll get it right. No.
I've never heard.
You're doing the wrong thing. No matter how many times you do it, it's going to be wrong.
But then she started saying things like, well, it was nothing wrong with the relationship. It was all good. He was my best friend. Yet I think he wasn't good enough for me. I'm like, dude, that's like a narcissist. Like, yeah, I'm too good. I mean, like, he's not.
Think about this, dude. If you're that good, how come you couldn't motivate him to change?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe you're not that good. Maybe you suck.
He's not on her level, man. That's.
Well, what did you say, Indio? You said you get what you deserve, or something like that. You get what you put out, or what you something along those lines.
I might have said that, but I don't remember saying that.
It wasn't that. It was like you qualify. You get what you qualify for, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Like I can't.
I usually agree. I tend to agree with that. I tend to agree. If I'm in the basement with Cheetos covered on my chest, I probably don't deserve a bad B. You know what I mean? So.
JP, what's up?
Yeah.
She was all up in that victim mentality as well, and she was bouncing between talking about different guys and not being very specific.
No, that was your fault, Drace. You were supposed to keep up with how many guys, all right?
Yeah, man.
You were
you have a flow chart or a spreadsheet going on over there?
Yeah, you were trying to help, and she was like, "No, I'm talking about another guy." You're like, "Dude, I'm supposed to keep track of all your dudes."
Yeah, quiet brag.
I don't know if that's a brag for her, but
yeah, I know. To her, probably it is. Like, yeah, I can fuck all the guys that come to me. Yeah, good for you. Fantastic, my hero.
Can you keep them though?
Yeah, can you keep them? Yeah, obviously that's in a negative. And I didn't even want to go down the single mother road because obviously she was a single mother. She was kind of implying that her single motherhood was involuntarily happening.
That was caught that as well.
And I didn't want to go into that because that's like some touchy.
By the sounds of the conversation, it sounded like Cap, though. If that was gay.
Yeah, I hit the record scratch button.
Listen, listen. If it was the girl before, I have a vague memory of like someone, as a result of incest. I mean, I could be off and like misplaced memory or something, but that's why. Cause like I thought I talked to her before because she talked about the same thing.
Yeah,
yeah.
She was mentioning it, but I didn't. It really got glossed over. She was saying it like when somebody else was talking. I heard her say it. She was like, "Well, you never been forced to do something you never wanted."
Bullshit, dude! I pay taxes my whole life. I've been forced into a lot of shit.
Yeah, like
Do you guys remember Nathan Thompson's girlfriend?
Yeah, I
Former
guess.
girlfriend. Yeah,
yeah.
She reminds me of her.
You think some correlation there? Who knows?
Could all be a LARP too.
Yeah.
Because like she was like it's like okay, like all the red flags for a woman, I'm gonna put them on the list. She like hit all of them, like every single one. Like how can you have every red flag? You like.
Yeah, but what I sounded like too is that a bunch of people are in here talking, and she's like, "I know there's a topic going on, but can you guys just focus on me for once? I want to talk about me right now. Like, what about my relationship? What about what I'm going through? You guys don't listen to me, and that's what I'm hearing when I was listening to her. I was like, yeah, it sounds a bit like you want to hear people give you criticism, and that way you can say no to that criticism, so you can feel validated by the fact that you can." Tell people that you did the right thing and stuff so that you can feel good about yourself. And I think that's what it was. She wanted to come in with some things to say so that she can pose it to other minds, and other minds would be like, well, I don't know, I think this is not right, or whatever counseling you might have given her. So she can be like, I was in the right. And it's like, okay. You feel validated now because you felt like you shrugged everybody off. Because like you gave her some great information, right? Just think about.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because, you know, if you think that you don't deserve that guy because you're on another level, well, why don't you think, well, since you were on that other level, that you could make things better?
Get to your level, yeah.
Imagine how she must have treated him, right? I mean, if you think you're better than somebody, you're going to treat them like they're shit. Like,
yeah. I mean, that's the natural outcome. And
first of all, I don't think look, I don't think people should run around thinking they're better than other people. Just generally, I think that's just like arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we all end up
generalization.
Yeah, I mean, we all end up food for worms in the end, dude. Even Michael Jordan takes a shit, right? So, like, thinking you're just better than other people, to me, generally, that's just, I don't know. I don't like that. That's ego.
Well, it doesn't go across the board either. Just because Jordan can throw, put it in the hoop doesn't mean like he can't probably beat me at chess or whatever. It's not across
he's
the
not good
board.
at golf, even though he's good at basketball.
He's good at losing money at golf. He's great at that.
So,
yeah, but like when I was talking, I'm like, that's why I was trying to be nice for her because she snapped into like an emotional craziness instantly. So I'm like, okay, this chick probably has an untreated, 100% diagnosed before mental illness. She's off her meds, and she's in here. She's like this because she has a lot of like trauma and shit. Bad shit happened to her. Some is her, like, obviously some isn't her fault. Some is her fault. And the thing is, you got to get someone like that to like let go of the past and realize that like there's things that you did because like when you're like in that, when you have that like victim mindset, you just react to things like a fucking animal, right? You just react. Like you get caught in these like emotional traps, right? Your boyfriend, like you say to something your boyfriend a certain way, he snaps back and you react and he reacts, and then you end up with this like chain reaction where you're actually training each other how to react to each other. Like, and it's weird because you get like stuck in this.
Well, that's
right? And, like someone has to break the cycle of like having this type of interaction. And like when you go to like marriage counseling or couples therapy or whatever, that's what they try to teach you to do, so that you're not reacting to each other in situations where you fight in the same way, so that you actually change the dynamic of the relationship. Well, she seems like she's stuck in that, and that every relationship she gets into, she's in that dynamic and does not know how to get out of it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's how come it looked like she went hard in the paint when she was in here, man. She was just like argumentative for everything. You were even sometimes just helping her out, like with something that maybe thinking process, perhaps change your point of view. No, fuck that. I did the right. I'm like, whoa, bro. Like, no one's even like arguing with you. Like, just to change in mindset, maybe. No, I don't. I'm better than that. I'm like, shit. All right. You know what I'm saying? You're the captain of that ship. Do what you do. But the best thing you can do is just like, hey, change the way you think and just maybe try something different. But no,
I guarantee she dumped that guy just because. I guarantee she dumped that guy because he didn't make her feel a certain way that she wanted to feel, or this is probably the more likely scenario, is that he was calm, stable, normal. That's what I was trying to tell her. Normal, calm, stable, like stand-up guys that will give you security are going to be fucking boring. And that's probably what he was. He was probably just fucking boring. And she probably lived and grew up in a chaotic environment, and she thinks that that's normal and wasn't going to be happy until she had it again. Probably fucked around on that guy, got with some fucking Chad, and he made her life crazy. And then, then she was her beta guy, then back to Chad, then the beta guy, then back to Chad, the beta guy, then back to Chad. I watched this even before we had these terms, right? There wasn't a lot of them, but back when I was growing up, there were handfuls of promiscuous girls. And promiscuous by standards of when I was growing up is nothing like it is now. But they did the same type of stuff, right? They were.
I think it's harder.
They just bounced back and forth between people.
I think it's harder for the younger people, and you get like CB and them that are out there in the dating world. Like, how hard is it for them to see
the woman? Just save your dick in a window and call it a night, dude. Just forget it.
It's like they're telling you things outwardly, right? I just want a sensitive man, a man who understands me. And then you're like the beta guy. Okay, you don't want to go shopping with you and stuff like that. How come you never stand up for me? How come you never do things? Right. It's like, bro, do you want the chat or the beta? Do you want me to be like both at whatever times? You know what I'm saying? They're attracted to the bad boy, but at the same time, when you get the bad boy, they're like, shit, but he never considers me. I'm like,
I need him to change.
That's literally what she was saying. She was saying, forget what I was going to say. Damn it.
Sorry, Dre.
I can help you out because I think Kel chimed in. He said, "Super masculine men want really feminine women," and she was super. So maybe there's like a huge lag going on, but she was really masculine, right? And so it's like she needs a extremely masculine guy, and most guys don't want to deal with that.
That's the funny thing is, no matter how loud a woman gets, I don't see that as masculine. She can scream and screech and all she wants. She can try to act like a dude and try to overpower you, but I don't take it seriously like that.
A super masculine woman isn't the screecher type. That's the thing. That's the over feminine one, because that's the one that's not that emotionally regulating. An overly masculine woman is going to ask more
aggressive, combative and stuff like that. And so it's like, okay, so if you want someone that's more masculine than you, now you're just wanting something toxic. Guy's got to smack you around to get you to put you in place and stuff. No guy wants to do that, so no, that's probably why she was like, well, I'm going to be single. I'm like, yeah, you probably will be, not gonna lie.
she was complaining about them not wanting, the betas not wanting to sleep with her, or they're not taking the initiative to try to sleep with her, and so she always goes back to the bad guys who basically do that.
It's also, in my opinion, when you're talking about this kind of thing, the main problem I see again and again is you can ask a woman what she wants all day and they'll give you similar answers left and right. But what you should be asking is, what are your deal breakers? What are the things that you're like, nah, no good? Because that's when you get a true image of what they really want. And because just like with, I want a sensitive guy, her deal breaker might be, well, he needs to be able to be assertive and take initiative as well. So she might be meaning, I want that masculine guy that can actually still have that conversation with me where I can just vent about my feelings and he'll know how to deal with that or something like that. But get them hyper specific, give an example, because oftentimes when they're saying generic shit like that, they're thinking of a very specific example, but speaking generic because they're not comfortable enough to get or trusting enough with the person they're talking to go into itty bitty details, which shows more of your internal personality and your traumas.
Yeah, and they don't want to get caught on those.
That's so hilarious, man. What Carmen just said is funny though to me because so modern women will say, "Oh, he can cook and clean for himself. I'm not his mother." Well, Carmen just described as being a freaking woman's father. Like, oh, you want me to be strong and protect you, but then when you cry, you want me to kiss your fucking boo-boos. Like what the fuck, dude? That's the same thing. Not that I'm saying that's bad, but I don't know why, there's people rebellious that are against these archetypes. It's who we are as human beings. Just accept it.
I would say it's because they've been crushing the father image. I'll tell you one thing. When I hadn't worked through all of my issues to do with my actual dad, because he wasn't exactly the best dad, and my brother, Trace, came and became my father figure instead, that's the only reason why, at this point in my life, I can consider getting married or having children. When I was younger, my only plan was to never get married, never have a romantic relationship. I was never going to fall in love, because I'd only seen toxic relationships, and I was scared of men that reminded me of my dad. It wasn't until Trace showed me a healthy man, a healthy platonic relationship that we have, and how we can work on things together. And he started pointing out to me, like, when you're looking for a life partner, you're not looking for what we saw when we were young. You're looking for somebody who can be your best friend, but then you also have that romantic thing and la la la. And that helped me realize, like, oh, okay, it's a lot of this fear and insecurities because of how women with the seeker and the sought, because a woman has to keep her guard up because we are being sought. You need to, it's automatic. You shit test, you push people away. It's the instinctive reaction.
Yeah, of course.
I just want to make a public announcement, and any man out there that is not daily making a strategic idea how to propose to karma daily, like you guys, if you're single out there, guys, you're missing out. You're missing out like a queen, like an actual queen level lady out there. Okay, guys.
So I've also got to make a public service announcement. This is what happens when you mix Rico Suave with Andrew Tate.
Rico Suave.
Yeah, I just want to make a point on the shit testing thing. So I think it's really an important point, because men will often be like, "Oh, it's so annoying that women do this all the time and stuff." Well, they don't really have an option. They don't have another option. Like, they have to, like, so you approach a girl and she's like, "Oh yeah, I really want a man with money." Okay, cool. Well, you want the girl, right? So you're going to tell her you've got money, right? So obviously every guy's just going to say whatever she wants to hear. So then she has to test, because there's otherwise you're just going to hear a bunch of bullshit and fall for.
Not just see, listen. Men will concoct elaborate ruses to make it look like they have money. It's way beyond just saying it. Like, hey, dude, can I borrow your shoes? Hey, other brother, can I borrow your watch? Like, oh, can I borrow your car? Like, we'll create a whole scenario of bullshit just to get laid.
Yeah, so those guys that actually try, the guys that you want to deal with often don't have the nerve to try, because they're looking for a real relationship and they're afraid of fucking it up or being rejected. The guy who's just looking for booty will go for it. Like, I've dealt with plenty of fuck boys and been like, fuck you, since I was young. But it's harder to find the guy who is like, A, a truther, B, gets this whole what narcissism and all this nonsense is and all these different things I want people to understand if I want to spend time with them for that long. And finding it in Iceland as well, we have a limited pool. So yeah, 30 years old, still have never gotten a boyfriend, because I'm not gonna go date or fuck somebody just because, they want me? Fuck that. But I've seen plenty of girls that fall for that, because when they feel wanted and they're in an environment where they've always have self-esteem issues, because you look at how the media is set up, how the school is set up, how parents have bad self-talk, so they're teaching their children bad self-talk. And that's how a lot of girls get into this promiscuous shit, because they're seeking validation. So that means, because all of a sudden they're getting flattery, they're getting acknowledgement for things that might be exaggerated, even because he's trying to get in their pants.
I want to say one thing real quick, that when India was talking about shoes, you mean Yeezys, and when you talk about cars, you mean Lambos. just to clarify. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think this is how women often end up with older guys, because a lot of the guys they dated at their own age, like the ones who are like super confident, are normally like, some of them are like you say, fuck boys, some of them aren't, whatever. But guys who are kind of a bit older, who have been that kind of scared guy that you described, they kind of get over that as they get older, and they kind of get more sure of themselves. And I did used to wonder, why do women tend to go for older men? And I think it's because they want to avoid the fuckboys in their own age. And the way to do that without dating a scaredy guy who isn't going to approach them in the first place is to go for an older man who used to be a scared guy 10 years ago but has now gotten over that. So I think that's...
I've seen that so many times. Holy shit. Just that's so on point. Damn, I had to say I agree with you.
when I was growing up, up into my 20s, women's main objective as far as dating was not to get used by a guy.
Yep.
That was the idea. It's not, don't get used for sex by a guy. Don't get played by some dude. And like the vetting process was like, of course, occasionally girls would screw up by drinking too much, and like, you know, that's a social lubricant. Shit happens. Yada yada yada. But like, as far as but just like if you're not like into that scene, I guess, and you're just like a normal person, girls just don't get used by a guy, and they would like make you wait, jump through hoops, whatever, ask their friends about you, depends on your reputation. You know, they would vet you like 7 ways to Sunday, right? They would find out all about you. Basically do like a background check to, like, you know, these girls talk. They're like the fucking CIA, right? Like, you want to, they really are. It's pretty crazy. And like, they have to be, because, you know, their investment, as they say, is higher.
Groups, by the way.
Yeah, we know.
Like,
I know at least.
The community there's always going to be secret ladies groups, whether it's ladies chat. We have had Flat Earth ladies chat, of course. There's the work secret ladies chat. There's the Facebook secret ladies groups. Like, I have